I would like to call the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities to order and acknowledge that we are on the traditional and unceded territories of the Coast Salish people, the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh Nations, and thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working together with them in partnership as we build this great city. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of our city staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart, not in the chamber. Councillor Carr is in the chair. Councillor DeGenova? Present. Councillor Fry? Councillor Swanson? Councillor Hardwick? Councillor Weeb? Present. Councillor Boyle? Councillor Domino, not in the chamber. Councillor Bly? Councillor Kirby-Young is in the chamber. You have quorum, Chair Carr.
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. So I'd like to go over the plan for the day. We have 7 items of business. 5 of them are members' motions that have been referred from previous council or committee meetings. So we will begin. I'm going to deal with the plan, and then I'll come back for motions. We'll begin with consent items that have no presentations or speakers, and then move on, if need be, to item 1. If it's not approved on consent, and item 2, which is amendments to the procedure bylaw. We will have a recess for dinner from 5 to 6, and we will start hearing from speakers at 6 p.m. on the 5 motions referred from the previous council, starting with item 3 on our agenda. Item 3 being establishing an independent Auditor General for the City of Vancouver. Should the business not be completed at today's meeting, we will reconvene on Thursday, that is tomorrow, October 24th at 6 p.m. Speakers can follow along on Twitter at Vancity Clerk for updates on the progress of our meeting. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to Council using the web form on the City's website, and the link to that form will be tweeted out on at Vancity Clerk. For everyone's information, at the March 31st, 2019 Standing Committee on City Finances and Services, Council agreed to consider suspending and varying certain provisions in the procedure bylaw for the regular Council and Standing Committee meetings as part of the Council Meeting Procedure Pilot Project, which, if we pass changes to our procedure bylaw, we will not have to read this again. However, as approved by Council on July 24th, 2019, the pilot project will be extended this fall. It has been. The idea is to test a series of changes to the processes of Council during regular Council and Standing Committee meetings and help determine their feasibility. In order to implement the Council Meeting Procedures Pilot Project, which we are still in, Council must suspend certain rules contained in the procedure bylaw. For this meeting, we need a motion to suspend rules 13.8 and 13.9 in the procedure bylaw. These rules permit members of the public and council members to speak for up to 5 minutes. Suspending the rule means speakers will have 3 minutes each to address council, and council members will have 3 minutes for questions and answers of speakers. Would someone like to move a motion to suspend rules 13.8 and 13.9 in the procedure bylaw for the duration of this meeting in order to provide speakers with 3 minutes to address council and council members with 3 minutes for questions? Okay, Councillor Weeb, seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Great, it carries. Consent items available. As Chair, I'm suggesting for reports that have no speakers or consideration items, we adopt the recommendations. There is no presentation or speakers currently for item 1, which is a contract award of supply and delivery of liquid asphalt for paving. Does any member wish to declare first of all, does any member wish to hold this report for debate or questions to staff? Seeing none, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this matter? Seeing none, I need a motion to adopt the recommendations contained in Report 1. Yep. Councillor John Amanda, I don't need a second now. All those in favor? Any opposed? Great, that carries unanimously. The following report has been approved on consent. I'm getting ahead of myself. Contract award for supply and delivery of liquid asphalts for paving. Great, Council. We will now return and consider reports with presentations, speakers, or those that have been held for debate or separate vote. And just so that you know, to remind you that if you have questions to staff on these items, you do have 5 minutes, including answers to speak to each one of the items. So next, to consider is a staff report, item 2, amendments to the procedure bylaw, number 9756, which was referred from the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting on July 24th in order to continue with debate and decision. Speakers were heard on July 24th. Speakers list is now closed. And we also finished asking questions of staff. So, Council, I am going to leave the chair at this point because I do have amendments to this. So I'm going to ask Councillor Kirby-Young. Yes. Yes, Councillor Kirby-Young. No, you don't.
I also have amendments to move, so I assume the regular procedure of bringing in for amendments would apply prior versus just relinquishing the chair, because I realize that I and a number of other councillors may also have amendments, so would our normal procedure of bringing in and doing an order not apply?
No, just a second. This point of order takes precedence. Just 1 second. I'm dealing with a point of order. I know, but the point of order was recognized first. Thank you. So, Council, if the chair and the vice chair both wish to speak to an issue and forward amendments, there is no order by which anyone else takes the chair. So, Council, you may decide on choosing a chair for this item of the agenda so that both I and Vice Chair Kirby-Young can speak to this motion. Yes, now you have me. Go ahead. And just 1 second, just a second. Yep, got it.
Thank you very
question?
much, Chair Carr. My question is, first of all, would it be, well, I first of all have a question as to whether or not, because when the mayor is not here, we then defer to the deputy mayor, if that might be something we consider. But aside from that, I had a question as to, we do have motions and we do have items, agenda items to deal with. They do have speakers to them. So I wonder if, because this one does not, we could move this to the end, respecting people's time and knowing that we don't have speakers to this. I was hoping that that might be something that we do is vary the agenda. If not, I would like to ask staff some questions. It's been some time since we've been able to do that in public. And I know you always advocate for asking questions in public and having those answered. So I was hoping we could do that.
Yes, there's a few.
Thank you.
There
are a few questions in there, but I thought instead of
Okay.
standing 3 times, I'd ask them all together.
All good.
Thank you.
Councilor DeGenova. Okay, the clerks reminded me that we did vote yesterday that we are not going to be hearing from speakers till 6 p.m. So there's no way that we can actually inform speakers that they would be starting early. So we are going to we're going to proceed with the agenda as we have it now. Okay, so Council, I'm just looking for someone to either, yes, Councilor DeGenova, go ahead.
Thanks. I asked all 3 of my points of information at the same time. I understand. Thank you for answering the first one. The second one was, could I ask questions of staff? And the third is, I don't know if it's a point of information, or I would suggest as Councillor Fry is deputy mayor, I'd be happy to have him to chair the meeting, because I just noticed we usually defer to the deputy mayor when the chair of the mayor is not here.
A suggestion of that. Thank you,
So
Councilor
there's
DeGenova.
2 in 1.
Thank you. I'll ask the first question or the second. Okay, Councillor DeGenova, we have not got a motion on the floor. So actually, we could do, at council's request, we could do another round of questions to staff. So I'm just going to, right now, look at you and your faces and see who would be fine with doing a round of questions to staff. Anybody opposed? All right, we'll proceed with that. But before we do, I'd like to have a decision on this matter of who is going to be in the chair. I've got a proposal for Councillor Fry to take over the chair. I'm not going to necessarily have a little election here, but I'm wondering, Councillor Fry, are you willing to take over the chair? That sounds wonderful. I'll leave your script right here and go. You can come forward. Thank you. And then we'll, if you could proceed with the questions first. Thank you. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I don't know if we have to vote on it. Do we have to vote as who will be chair? We should. It's not in the procedure bylaw. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. There is a motion on the floor. We don't need a seconder. All those in favor? Any opposed? Great, thank you. Councillor Fry, you are here. We are going to be, you're going to have to go proceed with the round of questions on the item we are on item. Two? That's correct.
Okay. And is this computer not working? Or? Okay. Oh. Please stand by. Actually, while we're waiting for me to fix my computer, we'll do a round of questions, and I believe Councillor DeGenova is first on the floor. Pardon me? Okay, okay. Yes, Councillor Kirby-Young. Oh, your mic's on.
Thank you, esteemed chair. And I just wanted to clarify that this order was for an amendments queue and that I believe you will need a new queue for staff questions.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. I'm going to clear the queue and start all over again. So please, if anybody has any questions, now would be the time to sign up. Councillor DeGenova. Oh, sorry, once.
Follow-up point on that point of order, we are retaining that queue when we complete staff questions, correct?
I didn't see the queue from before, so I've cleared the queue. So we're now Councillor DeGenova, then Councillor Swanson.
Information?
Yes, Councillor DeGenova.
In it, I'm sure that it could be noted who was in the queue. That's usually what we do, and I just thought that that might be a good way forward. I'm not trying to presuppose that, but I...
Are you having fun, Michael?
The clerk says that queue actually doesn't count because technically it was from before, so we'll start from scratch with Councillor DeGenova. You have the floor.
Thanks so much. I do have questions to staff, and they come of some of our fairly long meetings and also understanding that other councils might not have as much business as the City of Vancouver, but we choose to meet twice a week, and those meetings are very long. I've heard from the public that it's difficult for them to come out to speak to this, to us at our meetings. They all happen at City Hall, for the exception of 2 special council meetings that we've had that I can recall in my 2 terms, one at the Museum of Vancouver, and one that happened in Chinatown for the special apology to the Chinese. So I'm wondering if staff had researched or looked at meetings in the community. I know that's something that Councillor Carr and many other councillors had noted in the previous term and in this term. And also if we've looked at sort of more family-friendly hours, not just for council members, but I'm talking about people in the community, or also considering our women's equity strategy and wanting to encourage more women or caregivers to run. If they have children, they have perhaps other obligations. So that's a question that I have for staff. It's about the hours of our meeting and the locations to make them accessible to the public and to encourage people to run.
So in terms of, Katrina Lakovic, City Clerk, in terms of the hours of meetings, as you have mentioned, the meetings here at City of Vancouver are very long. There are some municipalities that have meetings in the evening. If that were the case for City of Vancouver, they would run likely over a stretch of probably 5 days a week. We did hear from the public when they had to speak earlier in the day, it was sometimes problematic. So usually having speakers later in the day seemed to be more favored by members of the public. And then your second part was around family-friendly.
My second question was about where the meetings would be held.
Right.
Considering the accessibility of the location, has there been any consideration given to meetings in the community? I'm not even saying how often, but throughout the term.
Right. Council has on occasion approved special council meetings outside of City Hall. Two that were recently approved were a meeting held in Chinatown by the previous council, and then one held for the citywide plan by this council. Typically, regular council meetings are held here in the chamber. There are some municipalities we looked at for a previous memo. I can't remember exact date. It was probably about 2 years ago that we had circulated to previous mayor and council regarding having council meetings in other locations. And we did survey municipalities again. I can't remember the exact details. The only one I can recall is that had meetings outside the chamber of City Hall was City of Delta, and that's due to the municipality's size. They did hold them, I think it was in a senior center, so on the opposite side of town from the council City Hall. And I think that was maybe every quarter. I don't remember the exact details, but it was quite a bit less frequent than the regular council meetings.
Thank you. And
I can add one more thing onto that. So also in that memo, which we can find and circulate to council, but we did have some details around the technical nature of our meetings. So in terms of the technology we use, the communication sort of pieces, getting staff to another site. So there would be quite a few logistics we'd have to work out in terms of securing a different location. We'd also have to meet our security requirements and other needs that we have in terms of accessibility and those sorts of things.
okay, but this is something that potentially could happen later on at a different.
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, and then the longest meeting that I've ever been in has been a park board meeting, went on until 3:30 in the morning, where the procedure bylaw could be suspended. I'm just wondering, we're also here very long hours, but so are staff. Mm-hmm. And I'm just wondering if have you or your staff looked at all at perhaps the labor laws and labor best practices around that for our staff?
We haven't looked that much in terms of that for staff. As far as I know, we're in compliance with those procedures. Again, it's difficult to find examples of other alternatives that would work, just as it's difficult to compare the length and the complexity of the meetings here at Vancouver to other places. So it is possible we could think of maybe some alternatives. But like I said earlier, the meetings are quite long and they would last likely multiple days if you're having shorter working days.
Okay.
Thank you.
And in complete violation of procedural bylaws, I allowed that to go on for 5 minutes
Sorry,
and
I
30
tried
seconds.
to stop myself, actually.
Councillor Swanson, please.
Yeah, thanks for all this work.
Welcome.
Just looking at all those crossouts shows it's a lot of work. Is there a section in here that says, I know there was discussion of a section where councillors wouldn't ask speakers questions and only the mayor would. But
Right.
that's not in this version, is it?
That was proposed as recommendation D, I believe, C or D. As recommendation D in the report, so it's not contained within the bylaw. It's a separate recommendation from the bylaw.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Is that
C,
it for
option
you?
C.
Well, just one more question here. The big thing in my mind that we need to do is have specific times for speakers. I think that's really crucial. There's some good changes in here, some that I want to amend, but the main thing that we need in my brain is a fixed time for speakers. Can you think of any way that we could get that?
The feedback we received on the pilot project, so that was where speakers were starting at 3 p.m. On standing committee day and then any time during the day during regular council. For the 3 p.m. start, we did find, and I think it was mentioned in the report, speakers commenting that while it shortened the window of time in which they would speak to council, it didn't give them that predictability of actually when they would speak to council. So they still could arrive at 3 or 4 and their item may be 9 or perhaps another following council day. There are some municipalities where they have, so again, as we previously mentioned, it's just difficult to compare to other places, but I mean, in terms of thinking of other ideas, there are some places where they have speakers at a set period of time, so say 2 hours at the start of the meeting, for example. That, of course, would provide some limitations on the way council is conducting business, so it likely then wouldn't follow the process of staff report, questions, speakers, debate. It may just be speakers for each item are then heard in order. And again, it's unpredictable as to how long council would be hearing speakers. So if you set a 2-hour window, but you had 5 hours worth of speakers, there may be some challenges with that. So in terms of alternatives, I don't know that we came up with any best sort of practice or best options for giving more certainty to speakers.
What if we had, I was talking to folks in Seattle and they have the speakers at the beginning for an hour, and the amount of time that the speaker gets is dependent on the number of speakers.
Okay.
I wonder if we could, if something like that. I wonder if we could shop something like that around,
Right.
out among the community and see what they would say.
Right.
I mean, it's a trade-off between knowing when you're going to speak and how much time you get, right?
Yeah, and I think just the other thing to mention on that point is a lot of the comments we heard is people don't or can't speak during the daytime.
Yeah.
So a lot of times they're working or they have other childcare or other family obligations during the day. So the most convenient time, typically when most municipalities have council meetings, is in the evening time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Kirby-Young. Oops, sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young. There you go.
No worries. Thanks, Mr. Chair, for stepping in. I have a couple questions, and I think this one will probably be more of a question for our legal staff, but it relates to the member motion submission process. And so for greater clarity, I just want to understand it's not contained, there isn't language related to it contained in the amended bylaw itself as Appendix A, but simply in the body of the report. Is that correct?
Yes, yep, that's correct.
Okay, and then my second question is, in the terms of how this report is written, if council does adopt this, the way that it's positioned with the member motion submission process, it does seem to leave timing of submission of member motions, dates, and sort of parameters around the process to the discretion of city staff. Is that correct?
The way it's currently written, yes, so it would follow similar process to what's being followed in the pilot project. If council wishes for us to bring that back as something to be approved, that could also be done.
But it's not, there's no provision for it, sort of the framing around the process or the recommended dates for submission of drafts, deadlines, et cetera, to come back to council that I can see. Is that right?
No, it's recommended that council follow the same practice as what was in the pilot project. So
Well, I don't think it's clear.
Meetings, but
Maybe I can ask for clarification then, because it doesn't look like it says exactly the same. There's language that says that dates will be determined by staff, because the recommendation is actually to move up to submitting member motions 2 meetings ahead of time, and that therefore dates will be set accordingly. So there will be changes if council were to adopt this, right? It will not be the same as the pilot process.
Exactly. So if it were 2 weeks in advance, then it would be 1 week in advance of that. Like the timing, we would just tell you which dates, for example,
Okay.
dependent on the council schedule.
So staff would tell council, but staff would not bring it to council for approval the way it's written right now.
No, we'd be following what is prescribed in the bylaw.
Okay. And so for more legal certainty, does it have the same legal standing? And I'd like legal to answer this question if I could. If council adopts something in the body of the report that is not actually in the procedure bylaw?
Well, the bylaw can always be varied by council by a 2/3 vote at any time, but generally the bylaw trumps the report, if that's your question.
Okay, so if there's no reference, I'm going to ask this question really clearly, so I want to be very crystal on it. If there's no reference to a member submission process in the bylaw and council adopts this report, does that mean that we are bound by that member submission process?
Sorry, my understanding is that there is a rule about calling notice on a motion that isn't adequately brought, so that would still stand as a rule in the bylaw in any event.
Okay, but otherwise that's the only requirement council would be bound by.
So that's my understanding, is that
Okay,
you could
that's
always
great.
call notice on things.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm not meaning to rush you. I'm just conscious of time, so I want to ask another question. And this one really relates to Councillor Swanson's question around sort of more predictability for the public and speaking times. And when I brought the original motion, the intent was solely and fully to improve the public experience.
Right.
So am I correct that really our missing link, if you will, is our technology system, and that until we have an improved technology system, that may be sort of the means and mechanism for us to be able to do things like have speakers sign up for times or have electronic presentations or have additional assistance for those that need it that may have learning or other impediments or disabilities?
Right. I think there are some technology solutions like we can explore. I don't know that given the current structure, providing times, I mean, you could perhaps provide time slots, but they may be 4-hour windows. So, for example,
Maybe I can clarify. I'm talking about with a new technology system. Would that give us the ability?
the meeting management system?
Yes, the one that's anticipated? It will not.
No.
Is that based on the one that the city is selecting, or are there systems that provide that functionality where we can enable people to sign up?
So at this point, meeting management systems don't really cover speakers or speaker management because it hasn't been an issue in any other municipalities. We haven't found one yet, and we're still in that process. In terms of other technology, perhaps, maybe other ways people could submit correspondence or information or polls or those kinds of things. But in terms of speaker time, there's the question of how long council's asking questions, how long debate takes, like all those factors make it too difficult for us to give quite clear examples of when or timelines of when somebody would come to speak, or the very order could be varied of the agenda, or there's so many factors it might be quite
Has there been any discussion between the city clerk's team and our digital strategies team as to any technical solutions that might assist us?
Yeah, we've been talking to them about that. At this point, we haven't found any solutions. In terms of the speaker management, again, we just found that there's so many variables given the way it's currently done. It just wouldn't be viable.
Thank you.
Okay, and that's your time. Now, I see Councillor DiGenova and Councillor Swanson have both, you're both looking for second rounds of questions? So I'm going to advance Councillor Carr because she hasn't had a question yet.
So I'll just take myself off.
Okay. Councillor Dominato, did you have an actual question? Or sorry, no, not to sound glib about that. I see that Councillor DiGenova and Councillor Swanson want to come around, and I was wanting to offer you the first crack at questions. Okay.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to follow up and clarify the motion process piece, and I apologize. I know it was outlined to Councillor Kirby-Young, but just are we articulating it clearly in the bylaws that the time frame? Because from school board, we did have it articulated in our bylaws, that time frame of 1 week in advance, you called notice or whatever. We had met monthly there. So can you just? I know it's noted in the report as a recommendation under D, but is it also prescribed in the bylaws?
Timing is prescribed in the bylaws so that council gives notice at a certain time, and that it be in terms of providing the title at council meeting, and then the timeline on which it's submitted to the clerk for inclusion in the agenda. I believe those are the only two sections. Everything
Remind me
else.
the section it's in, just in the red line copy.
So in part 9, I'm not sure, are you on the marked up version on the
I believe that's 9.1.
yeah, 9.
Get out of.
There you go. Thank you, Chair. In 9.1, so that's in terms of delivering it 2 meetings prior is the recommendation there, which it's currently, this currently isn't a requirement. It's just 1 meeting prior under the procedure pilot. And then so that would be stipulated there. And then in terms of adding it to the agenda, the deadline is, as it currently stands, 5 p.m. the Monday before the meeting, or if it's a holiday, 9 a.m. on the Tuesday. And then the timeline prescribed by staff would essentially provide dates around when, based on these council meeting dates, when council members would submit it, and also. So after it's announced, then of course council would submit it to staff. Staff would have that review period and get back to you within probably the Friday before you need to submit it to the clerk's office.
Right. So the framework set out here in bylaws, and then the more giving us the specific dates is the administrative side,
More in
operation
procedural
side of it.
administrative, yeah.
And just to be clear, the actual current bylaws, we're not in the pilot, but in the current, when we first got elected, it was actually, there was no calling notice at a meeting prior.
No.
You simply submitted a motion 1 week in advance on the Monday, right?
Correct.
So 7, 8 days in advance. The pilot adopted calling notice one
meeting in advance by title.
And this proposes 2 meetings in advance.
Correct. So the feedback we received from having a staff focus group is that staff didn't have sufficient time to review the motion submitted by council, the 1 week window. So it's essentially, we receive them Monday, Tuesday work days, we start working on them, and Friday we're getting back to the council member. With the number of staff departments we need to go through, whether it's legal, engineering, our office, there's sometimes on one motion, multiple departments reviewing, and the feedback we received from that focus group is there just wasn't enough time and it was conflicting with other work staff were doing.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I apologize for the numerous questions. I just wanted to be really clear on.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Now, if anybody has a problem with us doing a second round, as long as we keep things moving along. Yeah? Okay, Councillor DeGenova, round 2.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if it was addressed as to staff comments coming back on motions. Is there some parameters for staff comments coming back on motions? So for instance, sometimes I'll receive comments and I won't really understand them. One comment, not naming names, said, I don't like this. I don't know how to consider that. And I'm just wondering also where is the opportunity to discuss the motion with staff then? Because if there's back and forth, what I've found is I appreciate staff's input. I really do. And especially the city manager has been extremely helpful, but there's only one city manager and he's very busy. I expect that all of us have questions for staff, or staff would like to input on all of our motions. So how do we make sure that that communication is there? If we're moving forward with the process. Right now, I don't see it in the procedure by law. I mean, in the pilot, it says we have to do this.
Right.
Procedure by law the original procedure by law does not say this.
Right. So in terms of staff feedback, it's handled by city manager's office at this point. So the motion comes into their office and through the form, and it's filtered out to the applicable staff departments. Different staff look at the motions in different ways. So city clerks, for example, may look for whether there's a procedural violation. Other departments, legal may look for whether or not it conflicts with a bylaw or some other regulation. So it just depends, I suppose, on which department is reviewing it. In terms of other parts to the process, like I mentioned, the feedback from staff is that this is already a really onerous process, and given the timelines, it's very difficult already to provide that feedback. So at this point, given the timelines, I'm not sure that we could engage in further conversation unless Sadhu has anything to add.
Thank you.
If I might, yeah, just a couple thoughts just on that process generally. It's been a pilot, as you know, and we've been kind of trying to evolve it, like adding the table as a way for all councillors to know what the review is like, what our feedback has been. Ultimately coming out of this process, it would be helpful to know, do we want to keep doing that? It is pretty, it takes some effort. We were recommending more time so that we would have the opportunity for more back and forth, which we haven't had. So it would be helpful to know coming out of today, do you want to keep it? Are there changes that you might want? Obviously, it doesn't all need to be in a bylaw. We're open to continuing to evolve it. Right now, it has just been between, the communication has been easiest between the councillor and me, and I'm open to changing that too. So
I really do appreciate that. And the follow-up question I have to that is, if right now we have no way to measure that, and they're going to different staff in different departments, it's not that I want it all to defer to the city manager or to legal, but I feel like otherwise, as the clerk just said, different staff and different departments are going to give different feedback, and I don't get to choose which departments my motion or any other council member's motions are directed to. Is that a possibility to start with to legal? So all of our motions would go through legal. We wouldn't have communication with them, but they would send back any issues, which I already assume happens, but we've never had a formal process of that.
Yeah, all of these do go to legal. Given that oftentimes motions might have an impact on 4 or 5 departments, and we only have a couple days to get the turnaround, they go to all of the departments at once. All of the input comes back in at once, and then the staff in my office compile all of that. So I think we're in the process of trying to improve the commentary so that it's clearer what our input is.
Thank you. And then just, this is high level procedure by law. It's been there for many years. We'll be here maybe after my time. Maybe we won't change
20 seconds.
it again. Just wondering if legally there's any concern that it could influence a councillor to see those staff comments instead of them making their own independent decision on a motion. That's just a concern that I have at a high level process.
I don't believe we have that concern. Obviously, it's up to councillors to make their own opinion and make your own decisions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova and City Manager. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, just following up on that, how do we get speakers to know when they're going to speak? Mm-hmm. What about if we return to the system that we used to have where the council had committees that were real committees, like with 3 or 4 people on them, and they met separately? I can remember the Community Services Committee always met, I think, on Thursday, and then speakers went and they had quite an interaction with the council. Right. And then that committee would make recommendations to the council as a whole, which didn't always get approved, but often did. Mm-hmm. And that would be another place where speakers could be heard, but wouldn't take up the time of all of council.
Right. Yeah, that's a model that some municipalities used. I don't know exactly when Vancouver departed from that procedure and moved into having essentially a committee of the whole structure. But yeah, that is definitely a different structure that's used in other municipalities, for sure. Something
I might, if I could add to that, I think one of the reasons that we were recommending the pilot, Councillor Swanson, that's outlined in D, which was to limit the number of questions to speakers, is that could enable us to be much more predictive on when different reports will be coming. Because right now, a report will come forward and it might have 2 speakers or it might have 20 speakers, and that changes. But if we see there's 20 speakers for an item and we say, okay, each speaker gets 3 minutes, whatever the time is, then we can predict exactly when the next item will come up. It's the questioning of the speakers by councillors that might make a speaker go from 5 minutes to 35 minutes, and that brings in a considerable amount of unpredictable speaker time. And so that's why we were recommending trying that pilot to see if that did enable more predictable times for speakers. And that's, in all the work that we've done on all of this, that's the largest variable at this point that's changing the time for each of the agenda items.
Councillor Swanson, you're good? Okay, now, Councillor Kirby-Young, did you have another round of questions? And Councillor Carr, did you wanted to move? Councillor Kirby-Young, did you have more questions? Oops. You have the mic.
Thank you very much. I did have another question, but I also had rung in originally earlier hoping to move the motion because I understood we had a general protocol that often we respected, that a report resulting from a motion that a councillor had moved, we extended them the courtesy of being able to move the motion.
Okay, sorry. So your point of information is that you had originally hoped to move the recommendation?
It was why I had rung in on the original queue, yes, and so that's the question I'm posing now.
So the clerk
has been our past council practice, I think.
The clerk had informed me that the original queue was no longer being considered.
So my follow-up question then is, are we no longer observing that practice?
I'm sorry, pardon me?
My follow-up question to that, Chair Fry, is are we not observing the practice of typically when we've afforded the opportunity for councillors to move a report when it results from a previous member motion?
I'm not aware of that practice, and the clerk is shaking her head no, so I'm going to have to say no. So, Councillor DeGenova.
Chair Fry, I understand that we're in a difficult situation, but I had put myself on that queue, and I was the first person on that queue. And I feel that it is unfair that the queue was cleared. There were 3 names on the queue at the time, and they were myself and Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Dominato. And it was in that order.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Swanson. Myself, then Councillor Kirby-Young, then Councillor Swanson. If we need a recess to go back and look at the live stream to capture that, I'd support that. But other than that, I wouldn't feel that it would be fair not to observe that. When I chair a meeting, I observe that, or the clerk has it written down. So I would move for a recess if we can.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. 1 second. So, on advice of the clerk, that queue was made before council made decisions to go ask questions of staff, which is why that queue was rendered null and void. And the clerk informs me that that is the protocol, and that's going to be my ruling as chair. Okay.
So then we would have a brand new queue as a main queue, not just tacking ourselves onto the end of speakers, correct? This is the speaker. This is the question queue right now.
This is no longer the question queue. This is still the question queue. And so I'm informed by the clerk that we're on the question queue, and that Councillor Carr's prerogative as the question queue is to move the recommendation, at which point we move to the main queue. Sure. All in favor for a 2-minute recess? Okay, I'm sorry. Before we take that vote.
I also would just like to know what the practices have been this term in council, since I wouldn't want to come back and ask for another recess for that information. There's the practice of what the procedure bylaw says, but there's a practice of every meeting we've had that really, I do feel the spirit of that should be followed also here. So I would like staff to also look at that during the recess, which
Ironically,
Councillor
respecting the fact
Kirby-Young
that
has
we
moved.
are on a procedure bylaw motion, not spirits, but okay. All in favor of 3-minute recess? Okay. Do I have a motion for a 5-minute recess? Seconder? Bly? All in favor? Opposed? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess. All right, folks, we're going to call the meeting back to order. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to call this meeting back to order, folks. Councillor Kirby-Young, you have the floor, and Councillor Carr has ceded the floor to you. Unless Councillor DiGenova, do you have further questions? This is the question queue. Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that, both to you and to Councillor Carr. So I would like to move the motion, and I would like to move it as amended with the amendments that I have sent in to the clerk and that all of council also received.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young, I'm going to clear the queue, move us to the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, would you like to introduce your amendments that you've submitted?
Sure. Did you want me to walk through them quickly in order? Is that the best way to do it?
Please.
Okay. So the amendments that are on screen and council has on their email include striking recommendation C. They include striking recommendation D. They include adding, do we need to go through them all? We haven't in the past. I'm happy to, but I just...
We can certainly have a recess if somebody would like to move for a 5-minute recess to review.
Whatever is the will of council, but do we need, first, just a complete procedure then, I just want to confirm, do we need a seconder for moving the motion as amended?
I don't think anybody's, oh, sorry. To move, yes, is there a seconder for the motion as amended? Councillor Bly, second?
Oh, we don't need a second, 'cause we're in committee, right?
Okay. Thank you, though. It was your question.
I just want
Wow,
to confirm.
you guys really put me through my paces on this one.
I just want to confirm where
Okay.
we are procedurally. So we now have an amended motion on the floor.
We have an amended motion on the floor, and is there a motion to take a 5-minute recess? Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor D. Is this point of order? Privilege?
Of information or personal privilege, I take it, it could be either one. So, thank you, Mr. Chair. My point of information is whether we can have is it possible to have a longer break right now? And the reason is, on a point of personal privilege, that I had circulated considerable amendments to everyone that I'd gone through with staff, and I don't know which amendments now are in the tabled motion. So I need time, and I can't do it in 5 minutes. I need time to go through probably 15 minutes at minimum to go through and see which ones have been included by Councillor Kirby-Young, which ones haven't, and which ones are different.
So you're saying a 15-minute recess or 20-minute recess?
I'm requesting that, please.
Okay, so thank you. So we have a motion for a 20-minute recess. Is there, or 15-minute? Sorry, did you say 15? 20. Okay. So there's a motion for a 20-minute recess. Is there a seconder to Councillor Carr's motion? Seconded by Councillor DiGenova. All in favor? Any opposed to a 20-minute recess? Okay, we'll take a 20-minute recess to review these amendments, and we'll come back.
Thank you.
Folks, we're going to try and call this meeting back to order, and we can get quorum, which I guess we kind of have. So maybe let's call this meeting back to order, and we actually managed to do that in 15 minutes rather than 20 minutes. Okay. Now, where we left things, Councillor Kirby Young had the floor and was introducing her amendments to the motion. So recommending the recommendations as it stands with Councillor Kirby Young's amendments. Councillor Kirby Young, did you have anything to say before I move the queue?
No, Chair Fry.
Oh, you're good?
No, I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Chair. And they aren't really amendments by Councillor Kirby Young. She moved the motion with amended language. So it is one motion. It's not a
That's
set
correct,
of
yeah.
amendments. So I'm proposing some amendments
Okay.
to that. And just thank you for your indulgence and the indulgence of council for giving me the time to go through and figure out which of my amendments were captured by Councillor Kirby Young and which weren't. So I
Okay.
appreciate that.
So I'm going to move you over to an amendment queue. Councillor Carr, the
Yeah,
floor is
so I
yours.
did circulate them to you all, although I think most of you have already looked over many of these. So these are the ones that were not included in the tabled motion by Councillor Kirby Young. And I'm going to just go through them one by one. The first one in interpretation. Improper conduct originally stated to refuse to allow the reasonable directions of the chair. I wanted that word taken out because I felt that there could be people who were being, who the chair ruled around improper conduct who would start to question what reasonable means. And reasonable, in fact, is defined in the definitions part. So I think we can turn to that. Improper conduct is defined in the earlier definitions. So I thought that it's covered there, and the chair can go back to that. For a point of information, I found most of the points of information go to the city manager, so I wanted to add that language in because it wasn't in there. The language in 2.8, although Councillor Kirby Young did capture language, I did run that language, which I originally had proposed. I ran it by staff, and the legal advice was to make the wording that you see here. So legal came back to me with this wording, and I'm suggesting we go with the wording. It's the same thing, but if legal is saying that that they need this wording, or this is a better wording, I think we should go for it. The real point of this is to acknowledge that as a council, we would not want to vote by 2/3 of a vote to extend debate, to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock, to include debate and decision, thus denying fellow council members the right to be able to vote on a matter. Part 3, I've changed in there that rather than having a copy of the agenda available no later than the noon on the preceding day to the meeting, that instead it's the 6th day prior. That's our current practice, as is posting a copy of the agenda not the day before, but on the 5th day prior to the meeting. And that if there are revisions, then revisions can be posted the day before. Section 3.14C, I just wanted it clear that if recordings are removed, these are the video recordings of our meetings are removed after a 4-year term, that they will be thereafter available to the public through the Vancouver Archives. I believe that is the practice, but I wanted it clear in the bylaw, the procedure bylaw, that this is what's happening. I think the public would want to know that. Part 6, conduct of members. The language of being able to raise a point of order or privilege to request a statement of the rule that applies to a point of order was originally in, but then removed in this set of changes to the procedure bylaw. I felt it was important to retain, because if a council member is unclear as to what the point of order is, the ruling, the actual statement of rule, I think they deserve to get an answer on that. And I added language B and C, which is also in the current bylaw. You sometimes have heard fellow councillors raise these, questioning the motives of a council member, or by tone, words, matter of speaking, expressing an opinion, or making an allegation that reflects negatively. Without that language in there, I would find it a little more difficult to rule on a point of order. So I felt that language was important. Part 8, I wanted to make sure that it wasn't just that the clerk may read a motion under debate, but actually post it on screen or provide a printed copy. I think with the number of changes we make, that those are good requirements. And Councillor Kirby-Young did change part of Part 9 to give notice of motion 1 meeting in advance, but didn't change Section 9.3D, which currently reads that it would be 2 meetings hence, but now it's back to being in sync with the 1 meeting prior to the council meeting at which it will be posted on the agenda. And my last change in Part 13 on public hearings is to add the word generally back in. The reason for this, it states a request by a member of public to speak to a referral report is generally not in order. There are cases where I've found that in a referral report, a member of the public actually has information germane to whether or not the report is ready to go to public hearing, particularly around the issue of notice, that whether or not it's been received by the people in the surrounding region. And I think they deserve a chance to be able to talk to us about that, and for us to question staff to make sure that, in fact, all the rules have been followed prior to a matter being referred to public hearing. So those are my changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. That's perfectly on time, and appreciate the articulation of the extent of your amendments here. Councillor DiGenova, to the amendment to the motion with the amended language. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Generally supportive of most of the amendments to the bylaw. The amendments to the amended language, except I did want to share with council that I've been in a situation where I have had to leave the council chambers early. Now, that wasn't at 10 p.m. and it was an emergency situation. But I look at it as, are we being a family-friendly city? Are we encouraging or creating barriers for other people who may want to run? And that's something that maybe is top of mind to me, being that I sit on the as the liaison to the Women's Advisory Committee, and it's been brought up there. I'm sure it's relevant to many other committees that other council members with liaisons to. So I'm just concerned that, that could mean that if there was 2/3 of people who wanted to move forward, and considering the makeup, there's no government here, but there are parties with more members than others, then I just thought I should be very transparent that, really, we could go till 3:30 in the morning, like a park board meeting. So I just would like some consideration for that, and also wanted to ask a point of information. If we change this is very different than the pilot. I'd like to ask through you a point of information, if I may, Chair Fry, to the clerk or the city manager, whoever you decide to perhaps ask to answer the question. Very concerned with the fact that not only us, but the public has just been through a pilot. We're changing this, but we don't know what this looks like. So my suggestion would be that there be a trial period where we see how this goes, and then it become the procedure by law. So we don't have several amendments over several months to procedure by law, because I understand that that's difficult for legal to prepare the bylaw over and over again. I was wondering if staff might be able to comment on that. Would they suggest many changes?
We'll see if the city manager has any comments on that. Now, I would like to clarify, you're talking specifically about the 2/3 to extend?
I'm speaking about all of the changes that we have here today. I'm just asking how difficult it is to actually prepare the bylaw and all of the changes. And if there are some council members who think that that can just be amended in a few months again, I know that it's been several years since it has been amended to this degree, and I just wanted to ask respecting legal's time and the clerk's time, that's a lot of work.
Mr. City Manager, would you?
Thanks. Yes, the development of this report has been in the process for several years. So I would say it's a very considerable level of effort from a group of staff. So yes, that's a lot of effort in terms of consultation. We've done multiple rounds of consultation, both with council and the public. So this is the result of a very extensive level of effort. I will say, however, that doesn't mean that the next, like if you want to keep trying pilots, like we've talked about, or you want to tweak components of this, that will be a lot easier because what we're doing is cleanup has been building up for over a decade. So I think the next round of updates, whether they're new things you want to try or adjustments you want to make to this, will be a lot easier. Hope that answers your question, Councillor.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to think it out. It wasn't just specifically about that. I was using the example. And if we didn't like it, it's not just that easy to go back. I understand that there's a lot at stake there. So I appreciate the amendments. In theory, they look like they could, they certainly would add to the process and make the process better. That being said, I have been at a park board meeting till 3:30 in the morning where 2/3 of the park board voted against me to extend the meeting, and the meeting ended with the public fighting and the VPD ending the meeting. So I just want to be that's not an everyday situation, but it's a situation that one person can't say, I'm not okay, and still participate. We can watch from home. Doesn't mean we can vote. It means things can happen when we're not here. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor, and appreciative of that cautionary tale. And as it's not implied. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I am speaking in support of these amendments. I have a few other amendments, but this is very messy, so I think best to deal with these ones and do each separately so we don't get too confused. I appreciate these amendments, and in particular, I appreciate the distinction, which I also was trying to figure out how to frame that we can extend to finish hearing from speakers with a 2/3 vote, and those of us who can't stay for whatever reason can watch the video, catch up at home, but that the decision to extend past 10 for debate and decision need to be unanimous so that nobody is left out. So I think this captures that, the balance between those two really well, and I'm appreciative of that and supportive of the rest of these amendments as they've been put forward.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have a simple amendment to the amendment, and it's simply to insert the word business day, which is the word that's highlighted, because in my original version, it was very purposeful to utilize business days so as not to include weekends as part of the time frame that the public receives. And our practice has been sometimes agendas coming out or items on Wednesday, Thursdays, Fridays when we have a meeting on Tuesday. And so I think by moving to 6 days, which I think Councillor Carr moved to 6 or 5, we're including weekends, and I don't think that we should be utilizing those in terms of providing them well in advance to the public. So it simply inserts the word business on A and B of section 3.3.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. I'm going to move this to Amendment Q2. Point of information, Councillor Carr.
Yes, I would appreciate through you, Mr. Chair, to ask staff or the city manager whether or not that is feasible. That the dates I have in there, the 6th day prior and the 5th day prior, are the practice we now have. Removing the weekend would move it earlier in the week, and so I'm not sure if that is feasible for staff. I would appreciate that answer.
The city manager or clerk be available to? Oh, thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. I don't see it as being viable. I mean, even we don't get council motions in that period of time to build the agenda. So I think the way we do it now, we did survey other cities. Most cities are 2 or 3 days in advance. I think we are one of the longest in terms of the amount of notice. I can agree, and we do in the past when there's large reports, we do give them considerably more notice, put them out earlier, but I don't see how we can do this. It's the same staff that are building the agendas that are working the meetings, and so we would. It creates a number of issues that at this point I'd have concerns with.
Councillor Kirby-Young with a point of information.
So, follow-up question on point of information on that to the city manager. In the report, it does say that some municipalities do 3 days, but I think the report also says many of them do up to 8. And by way of clarification, so can I get clarification on that point first, and then I'll go to my second one? Okay, I'm just noting that it was said 3, but it did note in the report that many municipalities say up to 8.
So the city manager expressed that he does not have a point of clarification on that, so I'm afraid that we'll just have to move on from that particular point of information.
Okay.
Councillor Dominato, on the amendment to the recommendations with amended languages on the subject of business days.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have a question through you to the staff just around in the recommendations that was moved, one of the definitions. And I'm just wondering if I could ask that question now.
I'm sorry, you have a question for the city manager?
Around the definition of improper conduct, and the question is simply, does that definition that's been proposed in the bylaws align with our current code of conduct?
Councillor Dominato, we're on the amendment to the recommendations with the amended language. So we're on the subject
Come back to it during the main queue.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm concerned to hear that this might not be possible, and so I'm concerned about adding it in. But also, in just trying to juggle where we are with various changes, wanted to clarify in the motion, as it was put forward by Councillor Kirby-Young, there was language added to the staff report that said further that staff identify options for early release of high-profile and lengthy reports. Is that still in what we're looking at on the floor? That wasn't cut by Councillor Carr's amendments. That's my point of...
No, that was not cut.
That's still on the table.
That's still on the table.
Okay, so I will just say then
We're currently addressing the business day amendment.
Yeah, and I will connect them just by saying I won't be supporting adding business days, hearing pretty clearly that it's not going to work for staff, but I do appreciate that addition of finding ways to release earlier or lengthier reports, knowing that some of those are significant, and giving people a bit more time is valuable on those longer reports. So I'll be voting against this amendment.
Okay, and thank you for that, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Kirby-Young. To the amendment?
I will support it because I think we're aiming for transparency for the public, and I hear often that, and we've heard it from delegations, that sometimes we have a number of folks that come to speak at council and they say that they haven't had sufficient time to review these reports. So I really do appreciate the opportunity to release lengthy reports earlier, but I'm looking for kind of confidence from folks, and also to have our speakers be more informed when they come to council, because they've had a chance to receive the reports and read them in detail. And oftentimes we've had speakers that sometimes have a misperception of the information simply because they haven't had time to go through the material, but the topic is important to them. And so I think that we do have the opportunity to set a standard here in terms of transparency. And I think that, Councillor Card extended it to the 6 days. I think if it was 5 and a council member wanted to amend it to 5, that would certainly be an improvement. But I don't think counting weekends is a reasonable notice period. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
City Manager.
Just wanted to clarify, perhaps. Councillor Kirby-Young, you asked me earlier if I could clarify the points around the number of days. I did just talk to the clerk. It's written in the report. We surveyed 15 municipalities. None provided more than 7 days, calendar days. So I think maybe the 8 that you're referring to was 8 cities do it within 3 days. So that was maybe where the 8 came from. But we did not find any that provided any longer notice than we currently provide.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Councillor DeGenova, to the amendment to the amendment.
I have a point of information.
Yes.
And my point of information is, does this apply to all meetings? Because it's my understanding that a special meeting can be called. And in the event of a special meeting, that requires, I believe, 48 hours notice. Is that correct?
I'll have to ask
And then,
city manager.
sorry, and then the follow-up to that would be, how would we post something 6 days in advance if the meeting was called 2 days in advance?
Right. So I will add that the city manager did just inform us, or sorry, Councillor Boyle highlighted that in the original recommendations, there was an option for an extended offering of time. So I'll just ask the city manager how this may apply to special meetings.
Thank you. So like the special meeting, like the budget meeting, for instance, that would be not a typical council meeting. We would give more notice on those kinds of meetings, and we do release the budget in advance. And often we'll give 10 days, or like when we've had very large reports, we would provide more time for those. So I think the reason we put that as a recommendation was when we know there's really something substantive, we would try to give more time for the community to have a chance to read it. And those would be like Northeast Falls Creek Plan, for instance, which was really, really a very significant report, or the budget report, those types of reports we give more notice on.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. City Manager.
The way I'm reading this right now is it says, send a copy of the agenda for each meeting, including full report. So it might not just be full reports, it might be the agenda. It's my understanding that, and I think what I'm asking is legally here, it says to each council member by electronic mail no later than noon on the 6th business day prior to the meeting. But if it's a special meeting, you could call a special meeting within 48 hours. With 2/3 of council, or the mayor can call the meeting. At park board, it's two. I know this part very well. 2 park board commissioners can call a meeting. So I know here it's 2/3 of the mayor, but if the mayor called a meeting in 48 hours, would that technically be out of order because we hadn't given proper notice of the agenda to council members? And could council members then call the meeting out of order? I'm sorry to get so technical, but just wonder.
Okay, sorry, Mr. City Manager, I believe yes, I do. I believe the councillor may be referring to special meetings as opposed to just a special meeting like a Northeast Falls Creek. So do we have a provision for emergency meetings?
Yeah, thanks. I think I appreciate the clarification, and I think it's a good catch. And I guess I'd ask the clerk if you have any thoughts on emergency meetings and how they differ from what's in section 3.3.
Special council meetings are covered in a few other sections in the bylaw. So section 2.5 covers special meetings which may be called by the mayor or a majority of council members by notice to the clerk. And then 2.6 just makes a notice about the, oh, that's not the right one. 1 second.
Thanks. I'm just want to make sure the meeting's not called out of order because the agenda wasn't posted.
Yep. Oh, that's good. And we'll give the clerk a moment to look that up. Perhaps in the interest of moving things along, we can move to Councillor Swanson and the clerk can come back to us on that point of information. Is that okay with everybody? Oh, well, all right then. This is where I really need the soundtrack for the Jeopardy music or something to play in. The clerk's advising that we might need a 5-minute recess. Do I have anybody prepared to move a motion for a 5-minute recess? Seconder? Seconded by Councillor Carr. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess to address the emergency meeting provision. All right, folks, we're going to try and call this meeting back to order. Calling this meeting back to order, folks. Okay, and I believe we have a response to the issue of the emergency meeting, special meeting from our legal department.
Hi, it's Grant Murray. The proposed bylaw doesn't specifically address the issue, but ordinarily statutes are read as a whole, and they're not supposed to contradict themselves and create absurd results. So obviously, if you're holding a meeting on 2 days' notice, you can't go back and meet a 6-day notice requirement in the agenda. I would think that it would be exempt from it based on that understanding. If you want some particular language, that's fine, but I don't think that you would ever read it to require 6 days' notice of a meeting that could be held on less notice.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. And Councillor DiGenova, did you?
I I asked this because I took it to the letter when, for instance, we weren't able to access council chambers and the day that council had to meet. And I'm sorry, but these examples, they remind me of this. We had to convene on 453 West 12th property. So we met in the garden. I understand that's been changed, or that was a recommendation of staff to look at ways to change that in the event of an emergency. But I'm wondering then if that was a reason we had to kind of put ourselves in a fairly unsafe situation as we're chased down the street, if that would apply here as well. So, or would that apply the other way around, where if it's not realistic, then council doesn't need to do that. Then council could convene our meeting off of campus. In that case, I tried to give an example.
I understand the point that you're making, but I think that there's a difference between a requirement that you state the time and place of a meeting, and then you just change that because it's inconvenient, versus reading the bylaw in a manner that creates an absurd result, which is one of the top rules of legislative interpretation, is that you don't create, it's ordinarily supposed to be a uniform code. And so I would say that you would read the requirement for a 2-day meeting to only be 2 days' notice, and it doesn't have to require the 6 days. The specific statement that you're going to hold a meeting at a certain time and a certain place, and then you change the place, that makes it an improperly held meeting. So I think that that's a slightly different issue. I understand that sometimes it appears that we're relying on the strict letter of the law, and in other circumstances it's the spirit of the law. But a basic proposition is that you shouldn't read a statute to create an absurdity. And I think that I would rely on that in these circumstances. If you want to include a statement that says an agenda other than a special meeting agenda, that would be fine too, because it would absolutely clarify it. But I don't think that our position would be that you can't hold a special meeting simply because you didn't provide 6 days notice of it, even though you can provide a shorter time for it.
Thank you. I've just maybe had some absurdities used against me before, not by our legal department, but I know council members can say things. It doesn't mean that they have legal support unless they've actually asked through our city manager or through the chair for legal. So thank you very much. That helps to clarify.
Great. Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Thank you, Mr. Murray. Appreciate that legal perspective, and it seems very sensible. So now I believe we are ready to call the question on the amendment to the recommendations with the amended language. Voting. Sorry. We're voting on the addition of the word business to 6th day. So, all in favor of the amendment to the addition of the word business to 6th day? Why do I not see this? Councillor Dominato? And that fails with 4 in favor, 5 in opposition, and 1 abstention. Oh, wait a second. Does that abstention counts as a, sorry, clerk? It's a tie vote, so it fails. In opposition, Councillors Fry, Carr, Swanson, Wiebe, and Boyle. Mayor Stewart is absent, so that amendment fails. It fails. And we're going back to the amendment Q1. Councillor Kirby-Young, did you have anything else to add on that amendment?
No, thank you.
Councillor Hardwick.
Improper conduct. Oh, sorry. My concern generally in this regard is the subjectivity of this. And this is something that's come up in discussions around things like that. There's a difference between profanity, for example, and tone of voice, which would be profanity is pretty clear, but tone of voice is subjective. And from discussions that I've had with the community, is that they're concerned that we are becoming to the point of rights, the freedom of speech is being impeded through these kinds of terms. So I'm concerned about that and the subjectivity of this particular item. And I don't know if I'm alone in my concern about that, but it's certainly something that's been expressed to me. And I believe, Councillor Carr, this is your suggestion. Are we allowed to have discussion between ourselves?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. If I can just clarify that improper conduct is different from the additional language I put in where a chair rules on a point of order. So a point of order has the language you're talking about, which is not by manner of speaking or gesticulation or whatever, impugn the motives, that language, which I added back in, which had been in the bylaw, or is in the bylaw right now, has to do with somebody raising a point of order against another councillor. Or citing the behavior of another councillor. Regarding the public, it is the improper conduct that determines whether or not, for example, a member of the public can be expelled. The language for that is quite different, and it's in the definitions part of the bylaw, and I'm going to just go over it for you. It's to use or promote the use of expression that is obscene, promotes hatred or violence, or is defamatory, engaging in action which threatens, obstructs, or injures another person, or refuses to follow the directions of the chair. So those are two different sections of this bylaw.
So just to confirm, are we dealing with the public part in your amendment or council part?
I'm sorry, this isn't a debate forum back and forth, sorry. Okay, point of information from Councillor Dominato. Please, Councillor Dominato.
You'll let me know if it's the appropriate time. It was going back to my question earlier around the definition of improper conduct. I believe that was a part of the initial recommendation from staff, so that wasn't an amendment moved by Councillor Carr. It was part of changes proposed by staff, but I was curious how it aligns with our current code of conduct. And
okay, and I do appreciate that, and thank you for clarifying
an application to councillors or.
Thank you for clarifying that this wasn't pertaining to the actual amendment on the floor. So maybe we can move that back to the main queue and readdress that particular concern, because right now we're speaking to Councillor Carr's amendments to the recommendations with amended language. So we're going to go back to that, and I'm going to advance Councillor Swanson, if you're following along.
Yeah,
I'm having a hard time following.
When I first saw this section 6B, not by words, tone, matter of speaking, et cetera, I got a little bit antsy about it because I was thinking that it applied to the speakers that came. And I wouldn't want us to, like if a person from an oppressed group speaks negatively about their oppressor, I wouldn't want us to be shutting them down for speaking what's true to them. But this applies just to council members, so it seems to me it should be okay.
Okay, is that it, Councillor Swanson?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Can I pursue my question or through you to staff, or no at this time?
Councillor Dominato, we're still on
then
Councillor Carr's amendments.
Over then. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay, so no further questions. I think we can call the vote then. Voting on the amendments by Councillor Carr to the recommendations with amended language. And Councillor Dominato. Okay, that passes with all in favor, one abstention. Councillor Hardwick. Thank you, folks. So back to the main queue. Mayor Stewart, I'm going to move us over to the main queue. So we're back on the main queue. Councillor Carr had introduced your motion, your amendment.
Yeah.
We're good. Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you. In the interest of making, in moving forward with a procedure bylaw that is what I would like to call family friendly, I think that it's important to add this to section 1.5, and I've circulated this. And I also wanted to note that this was actually, there was a motion on this last term, and it was moved forward by former Councillor Elizabeth Ball. And it was moved forward in a number of places. In fact, I know that Spencer Chandra Herbert, MLA.
Councillor, if I could just interrupt you for one moment. I'm going to move this over to an amendment queue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. There we go. That this had been moved forward in the legislature, that this had been moved forward. I know that right now it's with a committee of the House of Commons. Actually, Mayor might know more about that than me. But this looks at allowing children to be on the floor of council. So the exact language is except it would be added to section 5.1, except that children may enter the council floor during a meeting when being cared for by a council member. And I haven't kept that to under the age of 2 for the reason that I think that most people are sensible about this. I can just speak from my own experience that I have regular childcare, but sometimes in the event that there's a situation that, not just for me, but I'm not going to speak for anyone else, a council member wasn't able to have that, or considering we do not receive maternity leave, although I only have one child and she is now 2, I did have my infant here when she was 10 days old, and I was not allowed to bring her into the council chamber without permission. So, of the chair. So I think that it's important that in promoting and fostering a family-friendly council, that this is something we move forward with. And this is the only amendment that I currently have to bring forward. So I'm taking my time to really highlight the importance of it. I was going to add, as you may have seen, an amendment about childminding. However, I did not because I understand that that would have to go through a policy and council would have to vote on that. So I may bring that back if staff is not already working on it, which I understood they were considering it. But I think as we move towards trying to also accommodate members of the public, the childminding piece would be for members of the public when they're speaking here at council. So looking forward to hearing back from staff on that work that's being done. And if it's not being done, then my intention is I would bring a motion, but the clerk has advised me it would not be proper to put it in the procedure bylaw as we have not considered the policy that staff brought back or a member. So for that reason, I'm hoping this will be supported.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova.
And I'd just like to really quickly thank former Councillor Elizabeth Ball for this.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Mayor Stewart, to the amendment by Councillor DeGenova. Oh, sorry, that's Councillor Dominato. Oops, oh, sorry, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dominato, to the amendment.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to support the proposed amendment. I think it's really important to recognize, in particular, that many of us that have children and sometimes have to bring them to council meetings on occasion. And I appreciate that this clarifies that children can enter the floor, can be here when we're working. And I think it does reflect that we are a more family-oriented sort of organization, and I appreciate the change. Thank you.
You, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Wiebe.
I'm also voting in support. I think that this is a good amendment. Thanks for bringing it forward, Councillor DeGenova. And on my desk, it says Elizabeth Ball, 2004 to 2018. So I can feel her spirit in this chair as I make this. So I'm really happy to support it. Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Yes, I too, I'm very happy to support this, and I really appreciate it being brought forward, and being brought forward in the spirit also of Councillor, Elizabeth Ball, former Councillor Elizabeth Ball, having been quite passionate on this issue. And so I think it's just really incumbent upon us as a council to think about what really does constitute family-friendly and people-friendly chambers and business venue and workplace. So to take a lead in this, I think, is really important.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Bly.
Likewise, I will be supporting this amendment. I think it's important, and I do appreciate that we've floated different ages of the children, and would they be 12 or would they be 2 or 6? And I think that we must not make any assumptions about the kind of care any child of any age requires. And so I appreciate that the age has been taken out, and this feels more inclusive of everybody that could be sitting around this chamber at any time. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. And I'll just say my own few words in support of this amendment. Fortunately, I like all of your kids, so I think that's pretty great. And I'll have no qualms about calling any one of them out under Section 5.2E for Code of Conduct, and really happy to support this, all joking aside. Okay, so with no further questions, we'll move to the vote on the amendment for kids and council. And that passes with all in favor. Yay. All right, and back to the main queue. Councillor DiGenova, can we move this on to, that's a holdover, correct?
I just wanted to say that thank you to council for that. I think that it's important moving forward. And I know that it certainly was a big day in the legislature when that happened. And I know that right now it's a practice that's adopted in Parliament, but it's not actually, I think it's still with the committee at Parliament. It's not actually been, I was going to say, you would know more than I. That, yes, but I understand it's not quite in the bylaw. But again, I don't know. I found that it was with a committee. I think that it's very important, and to the other points made, I don't think that it's fair to put an age on that. I think that it's when in their parents' care or when in an adult's care, because it may not be your child.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Now, I'm looking at the clock. We have 50 minutes left before our hard stop. So, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I also circulated a few amendments.
Please allow me to move us over to an amendment queue then.
Great. What a delight.
Oh, sorry, 1 second. There we go. Councillor Boyle, thank you.
Thanks. So the motion as it was moved had cut C from the original staff report, and I am amending that we add C back in. And I feel pretty strongly about this one. I have found staff comments on motions critically important in my work to make informed decisions about an assortment of topics around this table. I think it is good governance. It's helpful to have that ahead of time rather than just asking questions at the council table. I have found it broadly fair and informative, even when the comments on my motions weren't as flattering as I would have wanted them to be. I think that this staff information is an important part of how we do this, particularly as we have seen this council bring forward lots of motions on a variety of topics without the content that would be included in a staff report on the subject. So I think C is really important, and I hope that we add it back in. To the lower changes, I also have made amendments to change those times back to what was proposed in the original report that we're dealing with. And I understand that it is, a lot of this is a wrestling between how much time people have as speakers and how reliable the times we give them are as guesses for when they're going to speak. And we've heard that both are important from speakers. I hear that from people. People want more time, but they also want to know when they're going to be speaking, and they don't want to wait for as long, and those things are often in conflict. And so I have been finding the shorter times work fine for me. I get the information that I think people have come here to communicate, and if there's more information, then we can ask that through questions. So that those are the amendments I'm proposing.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Swanson, to the amendment.
I was not on there for that. So.
Okay. Councillor Kirby-Young, to the amendment.
Thank you, Chair Fry. I've actually sent an amendment to the amendment.
Please allow me to switch us over to an amendment queue, to the amendment queue. Please.
Would you mind turning, is my mic back on? Thanks.
You are.
So the amendment to the amendment provides some further articulation around the member submission process. This is an area that provided fairly significant concern to me. The spirit of this amendment, I think, is the proverbial separation of church and state, that staff have a very specific role that sort of we respect in the ecosystem of governance, and that electeds have a very specific role. And I think it's really important to delineate those. I think that the process can provide some value in terms of, as articulated here, in terms of verifying facts, current information on city work, as well as identification of any legal considerations. I think that this amendment is intended to guard against it becoming more of a subjective process, where unintentionally or otherwise opinions or information may be provided back. So I was looking for some further articulation as to what the intent of the member submission process for all parties' benefit, as well as not just staff and not just electeds, but also members of the public. And so I feel that that's important to articulate, and that's the spirit of the amendment. So the addition is the language highlighted in yellow.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Carr, to the amendment.
To the amendment.
The amendment to the amendment. Yes, that's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to support the amendment to the amendment, and I'm going to at the same time speak in support of the amendment. I think it's really important that we retain this process, and I think the specific value of the process is in the detail provided by Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment to the amendment. Frequently, if there's not, and I've been here when we didn't have this process, and you end up asking these questions and not necessarily getting them in advance, but getting them at the time you're trying to make and sort through the considerations in making a decision. So it's very, very helpful to have this information in advance. It's often the questions are exactly what's being asked for. It's making sure that this is this motion is factual, and making sure that that we understand how that motion affects the work of the city, whether it's in money or staffing or other kinds of programs that are going on, and of course legal considerations. So I think that I really value the whole process, and these specifications are in line with what we have been getting from staff, with the exception of saying, not to say we disagree with this motion or not disagree with it, which is fine in my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Boyle. The amendment to the amendment.
Thanks. It's I'm wrestling with this because it's not clear to me how this is different from what we have been receiving. I'm not, it hasn't been my read or experience that we've been receiving staff opinion on member motions. We have been receiving legal information, contextual information about workload required, et cetera. So I guess perhaps through you to the city manager, Chair, I'd be interested to hear if this is different from the current practice that we are proposing to adopt.
Sure, Councillor, I'll indulge that, but I will say that we don't want to ascribe any intent or motive to Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment, and I think that this is prescriptive looking towards the future. So I think it's okay, but we'll defer to the city manager.
Yeah, I think there have been times, because there's a kind of a short turnaround, where I've read the comments and seen staff don't agree with things. So I understand the point that's being made. Okay. And definitely it's certainly not my intention that staff are making kind of their own commentary on your motions. You need to make the decisions on your own. I think the part that I'm struggling with here is, like, we do intend to provide the context of, like, how that work might fit in with what we're already doing. We provide the level of effort that might include. And so I'm not, there's some pieces here that I'm not sure we would still provide based on this. And so, is this in line with the past council direction? Is it a significant departure? Is it a high level of effort, a low level of effort? And so I don't know if this is kind of intended to really limit the information we're providing or not. So I think that would be, I guess, my question about it. But generally, I agree with the premise that this is not a chance for staff to talk about their personal opinions about whether they support the direction that this motion is proposing to go in.
City Manager, Councillor Boyle, anything further on this?
Okay, I remain undecided.
Sure. Councillor DeGenova, to the amendment to the amendment.
Point of information.
Point of information, sure.
Thanks so much. It says fact verification, and just going back to the city manager's point, if a motion were to come forward, I would see where it fits in, or where staff see it fitting in, because staff are going to take the motion and if it passes, put it forward. So they're looking at this as though it may be work they're doing. That would be fact verification as to where in the process it fit, who would be doing the work, how the work would be carried out, what the timeline on the work would be, and what the budget would be. So I don't see that as opinion. That's fact verification, and I think that's outlined there. And I appreciate Councillor Boyle's comments. I appreciate this, and we'll be supporting the amendment to the amendment, because I think I gave an example, and again, did not name names, but I did receive a comment that I felt, was addressed very well by our city manager. I also want to say that I'm happy that staff are passionate about their work. I'm really, really happy that they are. I'm glad they have an opinion. If they didn't have an opinion, they weren't passionate about their work, that would concern me. And I know that we continue to be a top employer, and I think it's because we have wonderful staff. And for that reason, I think it's very important that for new staff members or people who are new to the team, consultants or otherwise that come on board, this is a part of the policy as to how you put your feedback in on motion. So my point of information now is, would the city manager see fact verification as some of those things as to where it fit in the process?
Mr. City Manager, please.
I was interpreting, through the chair, fact verification as what we do, like in the whereases. Sometimes there's data that might be off, or so I was interpreting fact verification as being where we might comment to say, I think you might be off on your facts in this, not the context or how this might fit in with the work or the direction that we've been taking. Like, if we've been in one direction for 2 decades and this motion is going to be taking us in a very different direction, that might be the context which we would say this is a very significant variance from our past work. And I don't see that, some of those, or level of effort. So I don't see some of those pieces fitting in fact verification. The fact verification to me is really just, is there things in here that you might put out there and then be someone correcting you in the public that our information could have helped you to have a stronger motion?
So thank you for how you see it, but now that we've talked about it on the floor of council, and I've now learned that once we talk about something on the floor of council, as was done yesterday, and you had confirmed this for us, Mr. Johnston, that that's the spirit of how it would move forward. And that's why one of the reasons I wholeheartedly was able to. It was the only reason that I was questioning not supporting amendment, and I did support that amendment. So I'm wondering if you would see fact verification as this is how much it would cost. I mean, those are verification facts to council. If you were asked, if I was to ask you a question on someone else's motion as to how much it costs, that's verifying a fact, even if they haven't asked it.
I believe that was covered by the city.
So I'm just wondering if that would not be considered in that process. Because I'm happy to support this. I want to make sure that it's robust enough that it captures what it needs to capture, though.
I think facts verification speaks for itself. I'm going to allow us to just keep moving along. And I'm going to remind folks that we're at 4:24, and we're supposed to have a hard stop for 5 o'clock, and we have a lot of work ahead of us. So I'm going to move the queue along to Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess just a couple of comments around this. I appreciate the access to staff and being able to fact-check information in preparation for motions and to see if there's alignment and also policy gaps. My experience at school board was more informal in terms of those conversations. So we'd be speaking with our senior leaders, the senior teams, around things that we were considering and preparing. And once we had sort of aligned on an emotion that we were preparing, we would share it to get some feedback if we felt it was necessary. It was really dependent on what the motion was. And I'm just reflecting these comments because there are different approaches. I recognize with, brand new council and mixed council, we've sort of moved into a very systematic approach of every motion goes through this process and we receive feedback. I do appreciate, getting sort of clarifying facts and legal considerations. Appreciate that we also have a democratic process and we don't want that to be biased through, personal opinions of motions, and then that should be part of debate here on the floor of chambers, and that's what people elected us to do. So I think that's also an important consideration. But I just wanted to reflect that, just from having gone through a more informal process of dealing motions, and that's something I really appreciated. And I hope that that is still the intent and spirit of this as well as we move forward, is that while we're going through a systematic process of submitting online, getting written feedback back, that we can have those more informal conversations, because to me that's where you really get at the nexus of things and can really clarify what the intent is. And that to me is the part that has been missing in all of this, is having those face-to-face one-on-one conversations about here's what I'm driving at, here's the solution I'm trying to bring, and sort of how could we do that a little bit more. And I don't think that needs to be prescriptive, and I don't think that needs to be written into the bylaws, because I think that is just really about relationships and working together. And I think that we have a broad goal of serving the citizens of Vancouver, both our staff and ourselves, and we do have different roles in doing so. So I just wanted to reflect those comments.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Boyle, to the amendment.
Oh, it's
Or Bly, sorry.
Bly, but
Sorry.
that's okay. I have, through you, Chair, to City Manager, I have a question around the current feedback that we get. There is a column that talks about major staff concerns, and I wonder if you would consider those opinions or in the frame of this motion, because I'm not clear. We don't want to put anything, I don't think, in the procedure bylaw that's going to be interpreted differently by people. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are there.
Thanks. Through the chair, if I might. I'd say that's been evolving. That the title on that in the past said staff support with a question mark, and that was getting into kind of how staff might feel about that. And so in the last, I think about a month ago, we changed it to major concerns, and it was to try to flag, like, if there's any kind of major issues that come up with the motion that council needs to be aware of. And so the title of that column is intended to really be just, are there major things that are, like, for instance, if you're planning to bring a motion forward and we have a big community meeting the day after that would be impacted and we're going to have to cancel it. And those are things you might want to know about that we would be alerting you of in that area. And so I think the way that I would interpret that is not where we would not be intending to put staff opinions. It would be an area that council should be alerted of major things that might be impacted by the proposed motion.
Okay, and one more follow. It does. one more follow-up question is, since different municipalities were polled, is this a common practice or a practice that you discovered exists in other municipalities?
We did not poll on this. When we were polling, we didn't have the volume of motions that we have seen. And I think from my understanding, the volume of motions that we're seeing is uncommon for other municipalities. And so that wasn't an area of exploration for us at the time of the polling that we were undertaking, which I think was a number of months ago, actually last year.
Okay, that is helpful. So my final comment, I will be supporting, and I'll also comment on the amendment overall. I'll support the amendment to the amendment, because I do think it's important to identify the purpose of this members' motion submission process. That being said, I would like to see this being an optional process, and that councillors would, if they choose to engage in this process to help move their emotion along, they can, but it wouldn't actually be written in the bylaw, so I won't be supporting C. I think it just gets us into a really sticky situation between staff commenting. I think there's a very gray area between opinions and recommendations, and my experience thus far is there's always some sort of subjective opinion around the motions that I've reflected on staff comments, and although I appreciate the comments and there's a lot of information in there that is important to be able to make a decision, I also see that as my job as a city councillor to go and ask questions of staff and find out what those answers are. And my final comment is, this whole pilot was established less than 6 months into our term. We had 10, 12 motions consistently every single, so I'm also looking at this through the lens that we're now a year in. We have far less motions coming in, and I'd be very cautious not to put too many changes in the bylaw that are responding to conditions that aren't actually happening in this exact moment, and likely will have settled down as we move forward. So now you don't have to hear from me again on this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby-Young. To your, Councillor Kirby-Young, to your amendment to the amendment.
No, I think I'll leave it there, and I appreciate the clarifications, maybe very quickly, by the city manager on the intent, and I do think that having further clarity is helpful for everybody, because procedure bylaws live independently of specific current staff and councils, and they should endure kind of for a longer period of time. So I think having that clarity and specificity is very helpful. So I appreciate the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor DeGenova, you just have a minute.
Point of information.
You have a minute left.
Oh, it's a point of information.
Please go ahead with your point of information, but...
Are you putting that into my time? Because that's not usually, it's a question of staff. And staff questions, if you've been using my time for questions of staff, then I'm concerned.
Yes, I have been, so please go ahead with your point of information.
We're going to continue to use my time as...
Well, Councillor...
That's not the procedure.
I've urged you to
I'm calling
keep
a point
moving
of
things
order,
along.
so you would need to stop my clock. So you've urged me to move along, but this is nothing anywhere near like the report we saw, and I have questions of staff, and I'm sorry, but this is going to inform the procedure bylaw for the next many years, and I think that they're important. It's one of the reasons that I maybe would have preferred it not come back at this time, but that's not my choice, so I'm participating. My question of staff, first of all, my point of order is that points of information have never been counted as part of your debate and decision time. So if they are, I think it should be stated, and I think it should be distributed evenly, because I have seen others' clocks not move on the queue when they've been asking a point of information. I'm not trying to criticize the chair. I just like some fairness.
It's been my practice, so I'll...
Okay, so maybe we should align chair, vice chair. I know right now you're chairing the meeting in a different capacity, but it's my understanding, I'm not sure about Chair Carr when she chairs the meeting, or Mayor Stewart, but I never time anyone for their points of information.
Okay, well, perhaps
thank you.
Future procedure bylaw.
So are you going to do that, or can I not ask questions? Because if I can't ask questions, I can't make a decision.
I'll indulge this one time you asking additional questions, but I will remind folks that we're at 4:33 now. So please, Councillor DeGenova, you're to the amendment
Thank you. And, I can't ask a question. My question to the amendment to staff would be in particular to Councillor Bly's point about this being a voluntary process, but a process where instead of maybe having a table and having that sent out, we could choose to opt in, which may make our motion stronger because we bring that back with staff support. I'm just wondering if that's something staff have considered.
I'm not sure that this is germane to this amendment to the amendment. It's
Well,
actually more germane to the amendment.
because it's a staff report, and this is altering the report significantly. So to decide how I would vote on this would also be to consider what Councillor Bly had said.
Please.
Sorry, Mr. Johnston.
That's okay. I'm just trying to, I'm not sure I understood your question. I think the recommendation in the report was to continue the program as we've been doing it with the process as it has currently been evolving. And so I think the only part that's new is the yellow, which I think I've already commented on. So is there more information I can provide?
So there is. The point that was given to me by the clerk on the child minding aspect is that policy would have to be considered by council and passed separately, and it might not be something we do ongoing in the procedure bylaw. That's something I wanted to do. To Councillor Bly's point, maybe this is going on right now, but maybe in the future, for whatever reason, when all of us are no longer elected, I have to think forward. And thinking forward, I'm thinking about maybe when there aren't a lot of motions, but the fact that no other council that I know of, and I've done quite a bit of research on this throughout the region, has this process that you have to have, nor is it in the procedure bylaw. So I'm wondering if instead this could be a separate policy piece that we implement for a certain amount of time and then do another check-in, but this not be in the procedure bylaw. So the council members could opt in, and hopefully it would make I like to send out information from staff. I appreciate staff's input. I'm sure council members don't like getting all my information that I share with them from staff and other departments and agencies, but because there's so many emails, I really appreciate it. But can it be an opt-in process instead of in the procedure bylaw? I think Councillor Bly brings up a good point.
So I think the question you were asking me is, have we considered that? And I think the answer is no, we haven't considered that. We started doing it as a part of the pilot, which was mapped out in the original pilot approach that was approved by council. So that's the way we've been doing it. But obviously, we would be willing to adjust as council directs us.
And then, sorry, could it say, and I understand the process right now, through the organization, the proper process and protocol is that council members are to go to heads of department for information or advice or to advise them, or through the city manager if we're sitting at council, and I respect that process. And I've always tried to respect that process in my actions. Again, we're going through a bit of a new process here. Could it instead say that any information requested of staff be asked through the city manager on a motion or be asked to the general manager of a department? I'm really sorry, Chair Fry. I'm just really trying to understand this so I don't have to keep going back to this amendment.
That could be added. One of the reasons that we came up with the process, however, is that councillors were asking general managers in the hallway a question about something, and then that was coming out as having been perceived as support for that initiative. So yeah, I think we created this process so that it was transparency, which I think all of you have indicated you're interested in receiving as it relates to each other's motions. So we came up with this process as a way to address some of the challenges that we were dealing with in the discussions of the development of these motions, and that's where we've landed on our recommendations, and I stand by them. I think the pilot's been successful. We will continue to evolve it as the direction of council, or not pursue it if that's the direction for council.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I reluctantly will be right now with not enough information or clarity on this. This wasn't exactly in the recommendations. I will support it.
Okay, great. So With no further questions on this amendment to the amendment, I'm going to call the question. I'm sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young, did you? Okay, so we're calling the question on the Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment to the amendment. Thank you. Councillor Boyle, Mayor Stewart, Councillor Swanson. Oh, sorry, you've voted. Okay, so sorry, that passes with Mayor Stewart, Councillor Swanson, and Councillor Boyle in opposition. Okay, now we are back to the amendment, the amended amendment by Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young, you're good?
I have a point of procedure.
Okay.
I'm wondering if this needs to all be considered as one amendment or if there'll be an opportunity to sever, and I suspect the answer is no, because I also note that it adjusts the speaker times in this amendment, so I'd just like clarity as to whether or not we would have the ability to sever the two components.
I'll refer to the clerk. Yes, we can sever those. So, now before we sever, we have...
And I'd also like to, I sent in an amendment, I'd like to ask.
Okay,
Council.
so I'm sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young, just I'm getting some clarification from the clerk. This will be severed into two sections. First one will be C, and the rest of it will be together. So 7.5 will all be together, and
then I may have an amendment, but we have a queue still on this amendment. Is that correct? Is that the current queue? That's my other point.
You're on the amendment queue, correct?
Okay, so I'd like to move an amendment, which I've sent in, to return the speaking times that were moved with the original motion to allow 5 minutes for speakers. And that's the amendment that has been emailed.
I'm not sure that's in order. If we're addressing an amendment already, then you're basically creating an infinite loop by amending an amendment.
Just try to give it a shot to stand up for the public.
Right, and you've made your case in your original recommendations, your amended recommendations, and that made so if this vote fails or passes, that's how it goes.
Okay.
I think that's going to be the way we'll have to go with this one. But did you have any further to add on this amended before we move to the other speakers?
Are we speaking to the final amendment, or are we at this point?
No, we're still speaking to the amendment to your
We're back to the original
amended
amendment.
recommendation.
We're back to the original amendment, correct?
This is Councillor Boyle's amendment.
Okay, so I'll just make very quick comments that I will be supporting the first part. I will not be supporting the second component of reducing the speaker time. We've heard a lot, and I'm sure other councillors may have received a lot of emails, and I've had a lot of dialogue being out in the public from people that feel that that is reducing their ability to participate in democracy. And I think that there is a benefit to allowing speakers to express themselves so that hopefully questions from councillors can be shorter because people have an opportunity to more fully present their perspective and opinion on an issue at council. And so this is something the public felt strongly about. And for that reason, I won't be supporting the shorter speaker time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor DeGenova.
No, that's a whole different.
Oh, okay. Councillor Bly.
Likewise, I must speak to the speaker time. I recall one time when somebody sort of got up to speak and they're sharing their thoughts, and it just became very clear to me that speakers signing up to speak to a motion, coming, waiting for hours sometimes, it just occurred to me in that moment that there's a significant difference between 3 minutes and 5. And I'm not sure what it is, but I think at the end of the day, people don't have to use their entire 5, but being cut off at 3, I mean, we take 5 for a lot of different issues.
Yes, you do.
We do. And so I think giving the public the same merit. The only thing I would say that I've heard through all of the discussions around the procedure bylaws, somebody mentioned that in other municipalities, chairs will ask speakers to queue up some new, fresh points that maybe haven't been shared yet, rather than repeating. So I hope to lean into the chair's leadership there with speakers to ask people to summarize their points and air something that might be new when we've got 30 plus speakers. So I thought that was interesting. But overall, we heard overwhelmingly that 3 minutes is not long enough to share what they have to say, and we heard that right across the board, I believe. So I won't be voting to support the 3 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Bly, and I appreciate that thoughtful direction to chairing. I'll take that one in mind as we go through the list. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just want to clarify, because we're now on an amended amendment that I brought forward, and I am rolling my eyes as much as anyone at the depth of the amendments. But can I now can I amend it?
Oh, you'd like to amend your amendment?
I would like to amend my amendment, and again, just
Sure, Councillor Boyle. Let's move us to a new amendment
great
queue.
appreciation.
Oh, whoops, sorry, 1 second. Let me just get you on the thing. Please, to your amendment.
So I circulated it a moment ago, and it's just to add a couple more pieces to what the submission and review process covers that I have found helpful in the process as we have it. I appreciate that it was the will of this council that we be more specific for our sake and for future councils about what this process, the purpose of this process, and I have found the policy context in relation to other policy that the city is working on, the amount of staff time required, potential costs, where relevant to be useful and pertinent information. And so I just don't want, I don't think this means that has to be included every time, but I don't want to be limiting the information that we get if there might be relevant and important information that we should know, again, to be making informed decisions on what have often been pretty significant issues brought forward through member motions. So this is just to hopefully find a good balance on keeping this process helpful but not biased.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Carr, to the amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly support this amendment to the amendment. And I did hear clearly from our city manager that clarification from council on what we would like to see this process look like was good. And this does help clarify. I think it is the information certainly that I like to see. Most of the staff comments do include it. Not all of them include it. So I appreciate very much this language, Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dominetto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the amendment. I guess a couple of comments. I think it's just important as we vote on these amendments and consider sort of our path forward and working together, is I think it's really important to remember that our role is to set the broad strategic directions and not to get into the how that is done. And equally, it's a partnership. We have a role in terms of a governance role, just as just as our staff do in bringing forward key recommendations and policy for us to make decisions on, because that's our role. And so I think I just want to remind all of us that in considering this is that we do need to be setting that broad strategic direction. That's part of our role. It's also a part of our role to be making decisions that staff bring to us and making informed decisions. But we're not getting into the how, playing with the trains, and that's just not part of our role. And that's the operations, and that's what our staff do, and why we have great public servants to do that work.
Thank you, Councillor Dominetto. I see no further questions or comments on this amendment to the recommendation with amended language. So I'm going to call the vote. And again, we're voting on the amendment to the amendment by Councillor Boyle as above. Councillor Dominetto, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Dominetto. Okay, and that passes with Councillor Kirby-Yung in opposition and 3 abstentions. Okay, back to the, Councillor Swanson, did you want us, no, it's too late. Anyway, we're back to the amendment. Councillor Boyle, you're done with your...
Well, we passed the amendment to the amendment,
We
so
did.
I'll just echo, I don't know if we are severing. I just want to echo this tension because
We will be severing.
Okay, because I heard that reducing people's speaking time to 3 minutes is limiting how they speak, and I just want to reiterate that we've heard from people a significant concern about the unpredictable time that things take. Shortening the speaker times was one way to try to get at people not waiting so long, and if that's not how we go about it, then I do think we need to be more conscious of how much time we take in asking a variety of questions to people, because we have heard again and again from people that they want some predictability in when they'll be speaking and how long, and we are as much the cause of that unpredictability as the amount of speaker time, and so feel less strongly about that part as adding C back in, but want us to take some responsibility for that.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Swanson.
I have two amendments.
So we're on the amendment. You have amendments to the amendment or amendments to the original recommendation with the amended language? Yeah. So we're on this the new item C and then the amendments to 7.5, which will be severed into two. Are you amending those?
So I have one to C. Well, C. I have one to C. That the member motion submission and review process be optional.
Okay, so we're going to move that to an amendment Q2. Sorry. Oh, we need that in writing, Councillor Swanson.
I sent it.
Oh, and I am going to bring up the fact that we are at 10 to 5, so we're probably going to need a motion to extend and, or it's shut down, or we eat into dinner. At this rate, I don't know. Pardon me? Okay, Councillor Swanson, have you submitted that amendment? Okay. Is that up on the, oh, so Councillor Swanson, the clerks don't have your amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
While that's being produced, I just sent an email to people about the plans for this evening. I'd appreciate if you could take a moment to read that. Thank you.
Memo circulated by the city manager at 4:44. Nope, it went to all you guys at 4:44 from Johnson, Sadu. There you go. So I will leave that to you to digest as it's a, and sure. Can we ensure that that's forwarded to Councillor Kirby-Young, please? And I do see that Councillor Swanson's amendment has been circulated. Councillor Swanson, did you want to speak to your amendment to the amendment?
I just think that I like using that member motion submission process, but I think it should be optional if people don't want to use it and retain their independence.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Boyle.
I'm going to speak against this because I, in needing to make governing decisions on other people's motions, want and need that information to make that decision. I don't... Once the motion is tabled, it is the responsibility of all of council to make a good decision on it, and don't think it should be at the will of the person bringing the motion forward as to what information we have at that point. So I'm voting against this.
Councillor Bly.
So, by no surprise, I'm voting in support of this amendment. And I appreciate Councillor Boyle's point to being able to harvest some information from staff in order to deliberate on any particular motion. And we can still do that. And we were doing that before this pilot started. So I don't think that actually stops us. What it does do is it gives the choice back to this group, the elected officials, as to whether or not to go through that process. And I think that we do have, in the spirit of good governance, we do have a responsibility to do our own homework before submitting a motion, but also to respect the boundaries of this council. And part of that might mean that more motions are ruled out of order, or there may be legal ramifications, and that's going to fall back to the councillor who's moving those motions. And in time, that councillor may do their own due diligence to make sure that those things are covered off before moving the motion. So I think it really does just put all the responsibility back on us as councillors to do our job. So I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you. I, too, will be supporting this motion. And the reason is because I understand that this is the procedure bylaw. And I want to make sure that council recognizes that that doesn't mean that we couldn't have another policy piece outside of this where we agree to have some kind of staff process that we could workshop, maybe not right this second, but we could think about that at a later time. But this at least allows for future years, because I'm not just thinking about now. I think we certainly, when it comes to procedure bylaw, have to think about in the future. And Councillor Boyle, I really do appreciate your comments. I look to staff for a lot of information, but I feel that ultimately staff can give us information, but the buck stops with us. And I think that even when we've gotten information from staff, although I supported and I did ask if a motion was out of order recently. It was called out of order, and 2/3 of council overturned that ruling. So I think that the process itself needs to be optional, because I would hope that if I go through that process with staff and provide you with that information, although it's optional, I do that, I have more of a chance of my motion passing. Depending on what it is, also I think is important. And the very fact that we're in staff briefings often on the Monday before this happens, and I'll need to get that motion in at 5 p.m., and we're in staff briefings until 4 p.m., 4:30 sometimes. So I'd like to know that I could call notice on that motion the next day and have that accepted. That being said, staff might not be able to provide that information, and staff might not be able to do the work. They might be very honest with council about that, and then we have to make those decisions. But I think that that also will help to lessen the situation that we're in, and I like to look to other levels of government for good practice, and I don't see this at any other level of government. I'm not saying that we can't have a process. I'm just saying maybe it shouldn't be in our procedure bylaw. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Support that, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Wiebe.
Yes, I'll be voting against the amendment. I think that it's critical when we have a minority board like we have here, that we're getting the proper information, because we need to know in context of what the city is doing. We can't know what's happening, and currently we have an average of almost a motion per councillor, which makes it very difficult to do the research when we don't understand what staff is doing on each one of those and the context it fits in, and to do our background homework on every single motion with the amount of work we're doing, I don't think is feasible to do the right governance. So I think to have the right information, to be an evidence-based board that we've talked about, being one that works together and collectively to come up with proper decisions, we cannot move this forward. So I will be voting against.
Thanks, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I will be voting against this as well, and I'll be voting against it for really practical reasons. I think that if all members aren't able to go through the same process, we're going to take the time in our council meetings to ask the questions, get the staff responses, consider them as we get them then, not in advance, in a written format, and so I think the process will bog down. So I would like equitability or equity amongst councillors, and that means going through a process where there is a review of the information that I think all of us need to make those decisions.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. And before I advance the queue, do we need a vote to extend? We're now at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, so I'll move to extend our meeting to.
Motion to extend. Is there a seconder? Point of information, Councillor DiGenova.
I would like to move to extend to finish this amendment. And I think, pardon?
Okay, actually, there's a motion to extend already on the floor. So.
Yes, but it doesn't say to extend until when, and we are breaking, or we are back here at 6, and I have been.
I'm going to default to the first. Was there a clarification on your motion to extend, Councillor Carr?
We can extend to finish this full amendment. I would, yeah, actually, sorry, I want to try and.
So just for clarification, folks, if we don't get this done tonight, then we have to defer it to an entirely other day. 6 o'clock's a hard start for the rest of our evening's agenda. So
okay, my motion is to extend. I had the motion on the floor, so to be clear about my motion, it is going to be a motion to extend to finish this item.
Okay, motion to extend to, is there a seconder? By Boyle. All in favor?
No, you don't.
No,
Extensions don't have.
We're just, it's a motion to extend. So all in favor? Opposed?
Not me.
There's no, I see Councillor DiGenova is opposed. Okay, point of information.
Councillor Fry, Chair Fry, some of us have been in Metro all day. I rushed back here to get here in time for this meeting. There's not been a single break today, and I just don't think that this really adds to a family-friendly environment. So if we're going to do this, then I would hope that later this evening we would be having a half-hour break. So I would like to move a motion that at some point this evening we have a half-hour break.
Okay, so, so...
We don't need a seconder.
There is a motion for a half-hour break with a seconder. All in favor of a half-hour break at some point in the evening? Oh, that's true. So yes, that's true.
I voted not.
Oh no, that's right. Councillor DiGenova voted against it, so we had the vote. It
passed.
We're going to keep going, but
So I'm going to suggest 7:30 tonight. I know, but other than that, we don't know at what time. That's why we set hard starts and stops for breaks, because now plans are altered for individuals here.
well, let's. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for a half-hour break at some point in the evening. Is there a seconder for?
I also have a point of information.
We have a motion on the floor for a half-hour break. Is there a seconder for that?
It was already seconded.
Sorry. Oh, Mayor Stewart. Okay. All in favor for a?
No, you can't.
Okay. Yeah. Point of procedure.
Very quickly, I wonder if we could just take a few minutes to see if we're able to finish this item up in 10 to 15 minutes and then consider a break motion at that time. Because I recognize that we're spending some time on discussing the break, and perhaps we may actually be very close to finishing this item. We could just see if we can get through it in 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. So do we have, can we rescind that earlier vote to extend to finish it and just have a check-in? Is that possible? Let's just finish it? Okay. Councillor DiGenova's left, so I'm going to advance the poll. No longer in the chambers. Councillor Dominato, please, to the amendment. Yes, Councillor DiGenova, point of information.
My point of information, Chair Fry, is perhaps that I think it's very important that staff is here for the entire. We've stopped to ask questions of staff. I think that there are ramifications from this report. This isn't just I shouldn't say just a member motion. This is how we run our meeting. So I'm asking you if there are circumstances right now that are going to prevent staff from being here.
Councillor, as chair, I'm gonna reinitiate a check-in
I'm asking you, though.
I'm going to reinitiate a check-in at 5:30. Hopefully, we'll be done by then if we can keep moving things along. So
And staff will be able to stay here until 5:30.
Staff are here, and they're staying until 5:30. Yes, that's correct. Thank you. Councillor Dominato, please.
Thank you, Mr.
To
Chair.
amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, so just briefly, I struggled a little bit with this, and the reason being is that, like Councillor Boyle, and I said this earlier, I think it's really important to be making informed decisions, including motions. And so going back to school board experience, school board, when we had member motions, which again, we had an idea, a genesis, we'd talk with staff about it, feel it out with them, we'd get some fact checking if we felt it was needed, but we would ask questions as part of the meeting, which I think we were doing previously. Related to member motions, so that we get clarification on implications, that sort of thing. So I do think that due diligence is important as we're considering member motions, and that's what I was reflecting on in terms of the school board process. We've kind of moved away from doing the questions, I think, because of practical reasons. I think the time it was taking in our meetings to go back and forth with staff, and so I think that we agreed upon in this process, which was to be able to have staff give us some input in terms of, okay, what are the legal ramifications, what's the policy context. I think that's what, by and large, people are looking for. So I do want to have some process in place. I think that's important. And I'll wrap it up because I'm getting the eye.
Thank you.
So I'm going to leave it there. I just wanted to provide that.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for being so thoughtful. Councillor DeGenova, to the amendment.
Oh.
And you have...
Staff is back. I just wanted to make sure. You did say that staff would be here. I'm just wondering also what this means about sharing the process. So, point of information, I'm sure my time will be used. We'll be dealing with that later in a separate matter, maybe at a chair and vice chair's meeting. However, my point of information is this talks about a member motion process. It doesn't talk about sharing information with others. I mean, there's one thing to share information with a council member. There's another thing, it's a whole separate. If I ask the clerk a question, the clerk doesn't share that information with everyone unless I've asked the clerk to share that information with everyone. So I'm trying to really be clear on process here. And I think for us to be completely out of line, like this to me seems like training wheels. I think we should get the hang of it. I've held back, like Councillor Bly, there have been several meetings that I've not had motions. And I've done that for that reason. I think in the beginning we started in a certain place. Appreciate Councillor Dominato's.
Okay, so this is going from point of information. I think the gist of your point of information.
I'm trying to give some context because I have to tell you that city manager is trying to do many things at once, and I appreciate it, but he wasn't in the chambers for the context of the conversation I was going to ask a question to. So, although I was told he would be here, and that's not anyone's fault, I am just asking if staff would be sending out a table to everyone ahead of time, or if that table would be chosen to be shared by council members.
Councillor DeGenova, we're on the subject of the amendment to the amendment, which is to make this optional, so I'm not sure.
It makes it optional. So I'm asking, before I decide if I want to vote on this or not, if it happens,
I'll allow the city manager to address this if he wants, but I do think that optional makes it pretty clear that it's an optional.
Yes, thank you. So typically when a councillor asks staff, a general manager or myself for information, if it's relatively straightforward, we would just answer it very briefly. If it's any work required, like a memo kind of thing, or a substantive answer, we share that answer with all of council so that you're all getting the same information, and that's important, I think, for all of you to have the same information from the staff. So that is definitely something we endeavor to do. And it is at this point my intention that if this proceeds, we would continue to distribute the table the way that we always do. And it would be I guess my intention if a councillor decided not to participate in the process, that we wouldn't be in a position to just have general managers answering questions about parts of motions. Like we can't, the reason we created a process is to give you consolidated input, not just one department's perspective. And so it would be kind of all in, and in that part of that process, we would be providing that information in the table, and we'd be happy to continue to nuance the table so that it provides the right amount of information for you. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, could you do that without it being in the procedure bylaw? Like, could we have this process as a policy without it being in the procedure bylaw?
I guess that'd be up to the clerk. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Just to clarify, this process is not in the procedure bylaw, so this is a separate approval outside of the procedure bylaw. The only pieces stipulated in the procedure bylaw are around the submission deadlines.
But there's a submission deadline on Monday for this process, that precedes the submission for council.
That's not included in the bylaw. It's a separate process that was established as part of the pilot project.
Can I just ask then, why are we discussing this if it's not a part of the procedure bylaw? I understand, but it's still not a part of.
It's recommendation C in the report, and it directly accompanies all of the procedure bylaw components, which allows us to continue to evolve it as we need to, which is, I think, the point you were attempting to make.
So this could be amended later without affecting the procedure. I'm asking the questions on the floor.
Yes, we can continue.
Council,
we can definitely continue to evolve
the public
it.
record. Okay.
I think what I think that what we put in the report is to continue a process.
Okay.
And we can continue to evolve that. As I think I've said 5 times tonight, we were happy to continue to evolve it, to adjust, to be serving council's needs.
Thank you, City Manager, for your patience, and thank you, Councillor DiGenova, for your point of information. Councillor Wiebe. No? Is that a holdover, Councillor Wiebe? Okay. Mayor Stewart, to the amendment.
Sure. I would just say that in Parliament, every single motion or private member's bill has to go through the legal process, and it can take months. So a team of lawyers reads everything that you've written, they go through and they turn it into proper form, and if you don't do that, it's ruled out of order by the Speaker as soon as it hits the floor. So it's mandatory, and where these guys are staff turning this around in a few weeks, you literally can take up to 6 months to get a private member's motion or a bill through the parliamentary process. So, as chair, when these motions hit and I have to decide whether or not they're out of order, it really helps to have the legal things ironed out beforehand. Otherwise, I can see 70% of these things being ruled out of order just because of a conflict with the charter or other procedure bylaws. So I like the process as a chair because it really gives me confidence that that they're at least in order. They may not be proper. So if I see optional ones, people are not taking it, they're kind of throwing motions in, that it'll be a lot more work for me to go through and try to figure out and use staff and the legal team, but my own sense as chair, because all of these go through the main council that I chair. So having the grid of whether or not they're out of order is very helpful. So that's my 2 cents. I've been trying to stay out of the conversation because I think this is actually council's purview. And as chair of the main council, every single one of these private motions goes, I have to potentially rule whether or not they're out of order. So I didn't want to talk about the process too much, but that's my thought on this one. It does help me a lot if there's at least a legal opinion on it first.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Stewart. Now, I just want to, before I advance the queue to, I see Councillor Swanson's back on. I do want to I want to acknowledge that for those of you who are at Metro today, it's been an incredibly long day, and I want to give you guys a bit of a break. So we said we're going to check in at 5:30. At the very latest, we're going to go to 5:45, and we'll reconvene at 6:15 because we do need to have a little bit of a break. So let's, okay, Councillor DiGenova.
I was just wondering if it was a possibility if we could defer debate and decision on each item to make sure that this was the first debate and decision that we came back to. And if we agreed to do that, then we hear from speakers on time, we all get a break, and I know that I'm able to give speakers more of my attention and my time. If we were willing to do that for all of the motions, I think it would be fair, and we would be coming back to this debate and decision first. Again, I defer to you as chair as to whether or not I could make a motion, and it would be in order to say that. So can I give you a second to check with the clerk, or are you going to rule on that right now?
No, I think I'm going to rule on that. Let's just keep going, and we're going to try and hammer through this. I think, it's been a long day, but let's keep going and try and get through this, because I think we're almost there. So we'll have that check-in at 5:30. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I've been persuaded by the arguments of some of my colleagues that this is not that great of a motion, and so I'm not going to vote for it, and I'll do anything to get this meeting over with.
Okay.
Withdraw it. Just withdraw.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. We're going to call the question on the amendment. Oh, is it? Okay, we're going to reset, and we're going to call the question. And we're on the amendment to the amendment that it's optional. Councillor Swanson, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor DeGenova, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson, you haven't voted yet. Okay, and everybody's voted, and that fails with only with Councillor Fry, Carr, Stewart, Swanson, Wiebe, Boyle, Dominato in opposition. All right, so we're back to Amendment Q1. Oh my, okay, so we're back to the amendment that was on the floor, which I believe was Councillor Boyle's amendment. Yes, Councillor Boyle's amendment, and Councillor Dominato to Councillor Boyle's amendment.
I think that was a holdover.
Oh,
no, you're right. Sorry, my apologies. Yes, so I was going to speak very briefly now to, I don't support the amendments around the speaker time, just to be clear, under section 7.5. I think that we've done the pilot with 3 minutes, and my observation is that people feel very rushed. For many people, they've never been to a council meeting before. They've taken time out of their day or evening to be here. They've prepared, in some cases, presentations, and I feel that it's important that the public has the opportunity to be heard and to voice their concerns. I recognize there are different ways of doing that, doing it in public, doing it in writing. However, I do sense when people are here, they feel very, very rushed by 3 minutes, so I don't support that. And equally, I don't support sorry, it's moving around, the 5 minutes. And I think, and the members' motions.
So, and thank you, Councillor Dominato. And just a reminder to folks that there are, this vote will be severed into 3, as there is 3 parts to this. Councillor Carr.
Yes.
On the amendment.
Yes, I'm going to speak in support of the amendment. And I'm going to speak in support of it because although there have been a few people, and I would say it's not been a large number of people that have indicated by emails to us or to me personally, although it's very few to me personally, that they feel strongly that we should return to 5 minutes from 3 minutes. I've had way more people, and I'm saying way more, say that they are incredibly concerned about the length of time of our meetings and how long they sit here and wait for the chance to speak, and that the 3 minutes has sped up the time. It hasn't sped it up maybe as much as they would like, but it has sped it up somewhat. And therefore, so just from that practical point of view, I'm going to vote in favor. But in terms of the concept of do you need 5 minutes versus do you need 3 minutes, my belief is that you can say very, very strong and cogent set of points in 3 minutes. And if there are points that seem unfinished, councillors have that opportunity to expand upon them. And I do not want to see it left to the chair, for the chair to say over and over to people, would you please think about whether what you're saying is redundant to what other people have said versus not versus giving them the opportunity to continue with whatever they want to say, often having been prepared. It's a very hard role for the chair to say that. So I feel very strongly that, the 3 minutes is sufficient. We can ask questions. All of us can, all 10 of us, 11 can ask questions of the speakers if there is more interesting and relevant, cogent information to be able to be added.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Councillor Carr. And Councillor Bly with a point of... Oh, sorry.
This may not be the right moment, so please let me know, but a point of information through you, Mr. Chair, to the city manager, perhaps to the city clerk. I believe in this report, it's many pages and many iterations. I believe I've just read that there's a part of this that says you cannot ask a speaker. Is there anything else that they would like to say?
True.
Or is there any further point that they would like to make that they didn't get to? So I'm just very concerned that we're just
I see the city manager
debating and
nodding his
deliberating
head in
on something that's not
affirmation.
factual.
I will say yes. That is in the report that's recommendations before you. So the city manager nodded his head. I'm going to keep moving things along. Yes, that is in the.
Okay, so okay, I just want to make sure we're all on the
Yep.
same page.
Yeah, if I
Good
do
ask.
have some more moments, and if I can just iterate, I didn't mean ever to suggest that those are the questions we ask. But if somebody is saying something really interesting but they haven't covered it fully, and you ask, and you want to know more information, that is not like continue on or make your further point. It's that you just made a point about this. Do you have, can you answer to my question around the context of that or further details on that? I think that those questions are incredibly relevant. But they are pointed. They are not a generic, just please continue talking.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Carr. I'm going to move us along here to Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson,
Yeah.
Councillor Boyle's amendments as amended.
All the people that I've talked to like the 5 minute, the speakers, they think that the 5 is important. I think today is a perfect example of what causes the council meetings to be long. It's a whole bunch of procedural wrangling. And I think that's where we have to put our efforts, not into restricting the length of time that members of the public speak.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson, and I appreciate you keeping that short and sweet. Councillor DiGenova to the amendments by Councillor Boyle.
Well, I see this in two ways. I see this as more people will have the opportunity to speak. I do. And then I see it as some people will not have as much time to speak. I've mixed feelings on this. I've heard different reviews. I do appreciate the 3 minute time limit for the reason that I'm going to try and share that I think that really this will increase public consultation because we will be able to hear from more people. So more people would be able to get through this. I'm really kind of find it unfortunate to see that we couldn't just each have 10 minutes for questions throughout an entire meeting, because I thought that would maybe help to make things more clarifying, and we could give our time to those people that we wanted to, and each of us would have a specific amount of time. But because of that, and because I've seen people who have come here for 2 days in a row, who have flown in from other cities to speak to us, who are that passionate on several different issues over many years and many terms. I remember people coming from other countries, in fact. Not necessarily just to speak to Vancouver Council, but for instance, when the night mayor came here. And I think that it's important that we try and increase the ability of people who are here we always try and get through the speakers list. So for that reason, although I appreciate the comments of all of my colleagues, I certainly, without seeing that we're limiting our own time to speak, and what I mean by that per meeting, I then I would be supportive of a shorter time frame for speakers
Okay.
this time.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I think it's important for our council to hear from as many speakers as possible and to find different ways to reach speakers that we don't hear. I think that's something that we need to continue to do, and I know that this is one update, but I continue to try to find ways with people with disability that people want to do Skype in conversations and other ways to really be involved in the dialogue. And I think that's something we need to look at moving forward is how do we make the City Hall more accessible for speakers? And I think the time limit has worked so far in the pilot, and I want to continue it. And I think that there is more options to find ways to get a more accessible avenue for us to allow a new group of speakers and more speakers to come to council and lay their voice. And I'm hoping through the city plan process, we can talk to the public and find out how that would look. But I am supportive.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Hardwick to the amendment by Councillor Boyle.
It's a democracy. And the one opportunity that people have in our community, outside of sending in letters, which tend to be anonymized, is to come and speak. And so 100% to me, we need to keep this at 5 minutes, and it's up to 5 minutes. If people don't, want to take 3 minutes, they can do that. But I've stood at that podium and I've timed myself and I've tried to figure out how to get, a complex piece of information to council. Not everything needs to be, dumbed down and made as, short as possible to get a point across. So, again, in the interest of democracy, I support staying at 5 minutes and not reducing the amount of time that people can speak.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Hardwick. And with that, I think we can call the question. We're going to call the vote on the, we're going to sever this, actually. Oh, my computer just, yeah, so we're severing it. First, we'll be voting on the addition of C, as outlined here. So this is the bit about the, well, you all know what it's about. The submission process and the review process. So we're voting on that as amended. Councillor DeGenova, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor DeGenova and go. Yeah, Councillor DeGenova. Okay. So that passes with Councillor Bly in opposition and 1 abstention. All right, moving on to the vote on section 7.5. Now this is where we get into the times. So this is voting on the amendments to the times of speakers. Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor DeGenova. And that passes with 6 in favor. Councillors Swanson, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, and Councillor Kirby-Young in opposition. And the last vote on the last piece of the amendment will be on moving a member's motion. So that's moving the motion 2 minutes or less. So, all in favor? Well, we've already started voting. I think it. Okay, and that passes with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. All right, wow. I feel like this is the light at the end of the tunnel almost. Oh. I jinxed it by saying that, didn't I? Okay. Councillor DeGenova, your point of parliamentary procedure.
I'm hoping that we can have a half-hour break. I'm not sure how late we will have to go tonight to extend for speakers, and it was a practice of the previous council not to have any breaks. And considering we all just voted for family-friendly amendments, I would hope that we would maybe make sure that we were acting as we
Councillor, I
said.
had promised to do a check-in at 5:30, and you sort of...
Sorry, it's 5:27.
Right, so you kind of, this is under section 5.2D, this is actually delaying and disrupting the process, so I would appreciate if you didn't do these point of orders when we have actually a schedule that we're trying to keep to, so I'm going to call you on that one. Councillor Dominato. I think that was Councillor Hardwick, or was it? I can't even. The last vote.
Thank you. It's been clarified by my colleague.
So everyone was in favor, Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Okay, all right. Okay, so Councillor Boyle, you have, that was your amendment. We're moving on. Mayor Stewart.
Great. So I circulated an amendment that I'd like folks to consider. So one of the problems with private members' motions coming forward is that they're well thought through and they get staff input and all that kind of stuff. And right when they're brought in at the end, there's significant amendments just before they hit the floor. And then that requires me to rule as whether or not they're out of order. It causes time. I have to take time and ask legal teams and that kind of stuff. So what this amendment to 9.2 would do is it would mean that the text that you've submitted at 5 p.m. would be the text that you need to move to the council floor. You can, of course, always amend it afterwards if you like, but if you decided to alter the text just before you table it, then it would be pulled off the agenda.
Okay, so thank you for that. I'm going to move us to Amendment Q1, but as promised, at 5:30 we're going to do a check-in, and it's 5:30. So I don't know, can I get a quick show of hands? Who else has amendments coming for the Councillor, or Mayor Stewart has an amendment? This is the last amendment we're dealing with? Councillor DeGenova may have an amendment. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to have to say that we're not going to get through this, unfortunately. No. Councillor DeGenova may have an amendment. Councillor Dominato, Councillor Swanson. Okay, so no, we're not doing that yet. Are we going to want to go for another 15 minutes and then start at 6:15? Okay, this way, we did promise to check in. Councillor DeGenova, point of parliamentary procedure.
So I was told that I was delaying something before I was told that I should wait until a break in voting and dealing with an amendment. So I tried to do that.
Councillor
Now that
DeGenova,
we're at
I was pretty clear.
5:31.
Councillor DeGenova, I was pretty clear that we were going to do a check-in at 5:30. It's 5:30 that we're doing a check-in.
So
You
this
were
council
interrupting
is going to act in the same way that the previous Vision Council acted in and not give people breaks. Is that correct? Because my understanding, a chair can recess a meeting. They don't need to call for that vote, but you're choosing not to do that. Okay.
All right, so, okay, so I think unfortunately, given the context of the further interruptions, Clerk, all right, folks, we're gonna recess this. Unfortunately, we're not gonna follow through with this business. We're gonna take a break, and we'll come back for regular council business as per scheduled at 6 o'clock. So, can I have a motion to adjourn? Is that how we're gonna do this? Oh, motion to recess. Sorry, motion to recess from Councillor DeGenova, seconded by Mayor Stewart. All in favor? We'll be back at 6. All in favor? Yes. Okay. We are going to get this meeting back to order, folks. I am waiting for staff. What? That's not my style. Now, I believe we're on the mayor's amendment too, so. Awesome. All right, folks, we're going to reconvene this meeting, and we were, as we'd left this, we were on the mayor's amendment to the procedural bylaw. And yeah, yes, point of information.
So that's going to be a bit hard. Legal staff?
Apparently not. No legal staff.
And
No city manager either.
so
We're flying blind here, kiddo. We're flying blind.
my only concern, and it's not really a back and forth, is that if staff were to give you feedback after the fact, or if they came back to you after the fact, then I don't think that that's necessarily fair. Because if staff gave you the feedback after the submission process, so I completely support this, but I see our city manager is coming in. So what I was saying, if you'll indulge me, just say it one more time. I think I can say it faster now that
Please.
My blood sugar's a little bit better. So, Mr. City Manager, I was just asking if staff were to get feedback back to a council member, just because it's viewed by many different departments, I understand, but I've received feedback after the submission deadline, like, oh, staff would recommend you do this. Then I feel like it wouldn't be fair because it wouldn't be in the spirit of not allowing me to amend it. So what about at the discretion of staff? To the mayor's amendment, I fully support it. Or should we say at the discretion of the chair? I'm concerned that if staff were to bring back feedback.
Yep, I think I'm happy to jump in. I mean, we've definitely been in instances where staff make recommendations for changes, and then a councillor makes changes trying to address that, and in doing so creates an issue where a motion may be out of order, and then staff notice that, and then by then the final motion has been submitted. And then we would make further recommendations to say you might want to adjust this. In those instances, what's happening now is that the councillor would make those changes on the floor of council once the motion has been brought forward. I think is kind of how we've addressed that, right? And that would work within the context of what's being proposed. I think where staff struggle now, I think, is where a motion is submitted. We go through this process, we give input. And then the motion that ends up being on the floor of council is fundamentally changed. And we're then trying to respond to it, and it's not really anything like what we saw originally.
Okay.
Is
So
that-
I
hope
do
I'm answering your
understand,
question.
but I also have been in a situation where staff have provided me feedback after the fact. Like they provided feedback and then it's come to me, oh, and we should have told you this, which understandably goes across many departments.
Right.
So wondering at that time, would that apply to this? Or would staff say, no, we gave the feedback late?
I guess that would be
My
up to the...
apologies, it's the mayor's amendment. I want to support it. I just have been in that situation.
I think it would be up to the chair of the meeting to determine what version they're going to put on the floor. I think what I'm hearing is this change here would be that the version of the motion that hits the floor of council that you're discussing is the same one that's printed and in the agenda that the public is seeing it. At that time, I think the mover of the motion would have to ask the chair to accept the changes with the new motion. I think that would have to be between the councillor and the chair based on this.
Although that could be an amendment to one's own motion as well.
Yes, and that could be what you do, is you bring your motion forward with that amendment, and then council would have to approve that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
I'm supportive.
Councillor DeGenova, did you want to actually speak to the motion, or was that just your point of information that you had?
I was trying to get on the queue. I don't need to speak to it.
Thank you,
Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor.
After the
Mayor Stewart, to your amendment.
Yeah, just to clarify, so you go through the process that we've approved, and you have your original idea. The staff gives you feedback, and then on the Monday you submit the text of the motion. That text that you submit is the text of the motion that would hit the floor. And would be, you get your 2 minutes speaking, and then there's the minutes of questions, and then it's seconded or not. But if it's seconded, then you could move amendment to make the changes that staff feedback that you've gotten from staff. So it would just mean that when the public, when they're coming to talk to this motion, they know which motion they're coming to address. But also, I'm not kind of the last minute saying, oh, is this I haven't really thought about it, and I'm just seeing the text for the first time, and sometimes it's not a word or a line, it's multiple paragraphs. And so, again, parliamentary-wise, that would just be ruled out of order automatically. I try to get as many on the floor as I can, but it also puts a lot of pressure on the legal staff if it's like, does this violate the charter? I don't know. So that's why this does it. And if we find that it's not working, we can change it too. So I just thought this is one way I could think that this might give people more certainty over what's coming to the floor of council.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I'm supportive of this. I think that sometimes when we are putting motions forward that have been with amended language, it can be confusing for the council as well as members of the public. And I know that I've used this in the past to make changes, and I think that it is fair for the public and the chair to recognize that what is approved and put forward online and for the public to see is what we're starting as the base for our debate and decision. And so I will be supportive.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. I see no further questions. Oh, no. Oh. Well, you're just messing with me now. Okay. I see no further. Oh, Councillor Dominato.
Sorry, I apologize for being late. Just a point of information is just the text that's highlighted is the proposed amendments, just for clarity. In yellow. Everything else was already, so it's just, okay, and as long as it was provided by the deadline, not the initial draft, but the final draft, correct?
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. That was a question.
All right. I see no further questions, so we're going to move to a voting on the amendment. On the amendment on the screen. Get a vote assist for Councillor DeGenova. And that passes with unanimous in favor. Well done. All right. Back to the main queue. Mayor Stewart, anything further to add?
Thanks.
Councillor Swanson. You're good? Oh, Councillor Carr.
I just want to thank staff, and I want to thank all of you because these are really important. The procedure bylaws, the rules by which we conduct our meetings, and I'm, it was a bit painful for a few moments, but all the better for democracy because the rules, for us to come to agreement around the rules that we follow is incredibly important. So, just thank you to staff for all the incredible work, and I'm looking forward to implementing these.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say I know that this council and staff have been expending a great deal of effort on attempting to improve the public experience, and that was really at the heart of the original motion that I brought forward. So I know we still have some work to do there, and hopefully as technology advances and systems change, we'll be able to gain some clarity and do that. I also do appreciate sort of some of the amendments that we're able to incorporate around the member submission process to really kind of articulate and honor and clarify the difference in the various roles that staff serve and the elected serve. I think that is important. I also think that it's really important the public feels they have a chance to be heard. So as noted earlier, I'm not in favor of the shorter speaking times, but I definitely was in favor of ensuring that there's flexibility for council to be nimble in bringing motions forward. Because quite often we have to respond to emergent situations that are happening, and that gives us the ability to be responsive to our constituents. So I know we spent a lot of time on it, but it is fundamental to how we operate, and it's also fundamental to the ability for the public to come and speak. And one of the things that I hear all the time is that it's so different than any other level of government, and that people sometimes are still amazed that they can walk into City Hall and stand in front of mayor and council and just tell them what they think and share their thoughts. And I think that is very unique and special about municipal government being the level that is sort of closest on the ground to people's daily lives. So I really do appreciate the work and the perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. And since I see no further speakers, we can move to voting on the amended recommendations as amended. Call the vote. I'm not even sure how to do that. Now that we're on the voting queue, can I go back to the... Okay, so we have a motion to restart the voting process and allow for a severing. Does anybody want to second that? Seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, so we're going to reset the vote, and we're going to sever. Councillor Bly, since it was your point of order, which part would you like to sever?
Can we see it, or?
Sure.
At the very least, sever what was severed in the amendment process, so. Once we see it, I'll be able to see. It's basically Councillor Boyle's amendment.
Oh, I don't. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, so we can just, yep, that's all. Yep, great, thank you.
So to be clear, pardon me? Okay, so we're going to vote, so we're severing out 7.5, and we're going to vote on that first. So we will call a vote on...
Sorry, just one more clarification. We voted on those three. We voted together? Yeah, there was 2 votes, right? In that amendment?
There was 3, and they were 3 separate...
3 separate votes, so we'll do 3 separate votes? Great, thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, we can do that. All right, so we will begin by voting on 7.5A. 7.5A. So, Councillor Dominato, you have a point of information?
Thanks for Mr. Chair. Just for clarity, I think and I don't know if this is what Councillor Bly was referring to, but when we did 3 separate votes, it was around an amended C. It was moved by Boyle, amended by Kirby-Young. Then there was this section 7.5, which referred to speaking time, and then there was the section related to speaking time to members' motions. And I'm wondering if those are the 3 sections that she's referring to, not the A, B, and C listed here. And I'm hoping we can get some clarification because those 3 items that I just listed were separate votes. We did not vote separately on A, B, C of 7.5.
So, Councillor Bly, you're confirming that Councillor Dominato is correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that means we would like to sever C, 7.5, and is that 9 point? Okay, the clerk's going to pull that up.
Thank you. Here to serve.
Okay, folks, so we've got the word from the clerk, Councillor Kirby-Young. We're going to be voting 4 times. That's 4 votes. We'll be starting with what you see before you, 7.5, sections A through C, 7.5. And, okay, you're going to show it first. And then we'll be voting on 9.6. And then we'll be voting on C. And then all the rest. Professor and Marianne. Nobody even got my pop culture reference there. So, starting with a vote on 7.5, sections A through C. Councillor Bly on 7.5, A through C. Councillor Bly. All right, so that passes with 6 in favor, and Councillors Swanson, Hardwick, Dominato, Bly, and Kirby-Young in opposition. And we are now going to vote on moving members' motion 9.6. We literally just ran through what we were going to sever with okay. Councillor, I'm gonna turn on your mic for a second, but we did actually run through on the screen what we were going to vote for in advance. So it was the 7.5 sections, it was the 9.6, and then it was going to be C, and then we're going to vote on everything else and the rest.
I did call for a point of order right after the vote, and I understand if I do that, then I can change my vote. So I'm not asking for a revote, but I'd like my vote to be recorded as in opposition.
Clerk, does that... Councillor Boyle.
If the previous 7.5 failed, does that mean we're just sticking with what's originally in the bylaw, or that the bylaw currently has no specific information about any kind of time limit?
I'm sorry, well, perhaps from to the clerk, with Councillor DeGenova changing her last vote, does that change the success or failure of that particular severed motion? Okay, folks, so on advice of the clerk, Councillor DeGenova's reconsideration of her vote on 7.5 means that 7.5A through C fail, and we go back to the original time allocations as prescribed in the original procedure bylaw.
Sure.
Yes.
I understood us to be voting on 7.5A. I'm sorry, there was some debate about that. It wasn't
No, we were voting on A through
I
C.
understand, so I then right away, and it's my understanding that it has to be the practice, that if you notice this discrepancy, you can't come, you have to make it known immediately. So I am asking you to record my vote differently on
Correct. So
7.5A, and then I would like to vote on B and C.
So you're requesting that we sever 7.5 into three sections.
Yes, but record my
in
vote
addition to
in
the other three sections.
opposition for A.
So we need to rescind that earlier vote
Yes,
then because.
motion to rescind.
Okay. Reconsider? Yes, so that's a motion to reconsider. Do we need a show of hands for that? So what we're talking about is reconsidering due to confusion over 7.5, and so we'll be reconsidering that vote in order to sever 7.5 further, in addition to the other severings that are going on. I think I got that right, yeah? Okay, so can I get a motion to reconsider? Is there a seconder for that? Second from the mayor. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, so we're going to reconsider 7.5, and we're actually going to sever 7.5 into three sections.
4.
4.
I feel that 7.5 has language next to it, and then there's A, B, and C.
Okay, so no, the clerk's saying no. So
Okay.
we'll be
Say B and C.
we'll be doing 7.5A,
Thank you.
7.5B, 7.5C. Okay, are we? Okay. All right, folks, we're going to try and move things along here. We're going to reset this. Can we reset? All right, so we will be voting on 7.5A. Call the vote. Voting on 7.5A as appears up above me here. Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Dominato. Okay, and that fails with 6 in opposition. Councillor DeGenova, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay, and so we will be moving on to 7.5B. We can reset that vote. And 7.5B. Councillor Wiebe. And that passes with 6 in favor. Councillor Swanson, Hardwick, Dominato, Bly, and Kirby-Yung in opposition. Now we're going to vote on 7.5C. And one abstention, yes. 7.5C. We call the vote. Councillor Kirby-Young. So that passes with 9 in favor, Councillors Dominato and Councillors Hardwick in opposition. Sure.
I just wanted to see the screen, and I think it's important for those watching from home that might not be keeping up with this to see the votes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. So we're going to go back to the voting, and we will now be going to, I believe it's, that was section C now, or 9.6. Okay, folks, so now we'll be voting on 9.6, highlighted in blue on the screen. We're voting on 9.6. Everybody clear here? It reads, a council member who brings forward a member's motion in accordance with Part 9 must move the motion in 2 minutes or less and must not recite the preamble. Okay, voting on that. All in favor? And that passes with Councillors Hardwick and Kirby-Young in opposition. Now we're going to move on to vote for, I believe we're on to severed section C. Now we're voting on recommendation C. Voting on C as appears up above us on the screen. Councillor Swanson, Councillor Hardwick. So that passes with 1 abstention and Councillor Bly in opposition. Now we'll be voting on all the rest, less those severed votes. And voting on everything else, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato, Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, so that passes with 1 abstention. Sure. Sorry, 1 second. Councillor Wiebe.
Now that we've passed a motion that does not include a speaker time, does that mean that there's no time limit to speakers?
Yeah, in fact, Councillor Wiebe, that was addressed a little bit earlier. What it means is that we're defaulting back to the original procedure bylaw as prescribed in the original procedure bylaw. So the time limits that were previously established at 5 minutes, et cetera.
But that's not in the red copy. I must have missed that, but to me, we just approved a full bylaw.
That
is, it does not state that we would return any portion of it because the numbers are completely off. It doesn't match. So for me, procedurally, that doesn't work. And so,
right. So it may come to pass
that we passed one that does not have that section in it, and you can't revert to pick out one section of a former bylaw.
So it may come to pass that we may need to revisit that section if that is in fact. But I would say at this point we've gone through the machinations and it's been a pretty contrived process. So, sure, Mayor Stewart.
My understanding was this was brought in as a number of amendments and not a strike and replace on the former bylaw. So, although that's my preamble to what I actually want to say, so I think we revert back to the 5 minutes that we had before because these were amendments. But my question is, when do these take force? And my suggestion would be it's not until I actually sign them as a bylaw change. Is that right? That's a question to the clerk or city manager. Do they take effect tonight, or do we have to wait until they're signed? I think we have to wait till they're signed. But.
Through the chair, the bylaw will be coming to council at the next council meeting on November 4th, and it will be at the end of the portion of, currently is on the end of the agenda. Council could move a motion to vary the agenda to deal with the approval of that bylaw first, and then that will be in effect.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Councillor DeGenova, point of information?
Point of information is, I understand also that we're going to be having a chairs meeting soon. And upon discussion of this and how this will work at the chairs meeting, I would like to ask through you to the clerk, Chair Fry, if there's a possibility for a vote of reconsideration, which is also outlined in the charter. If you voted in the majority, you can move a motion of reconsideration if those pieces are pointed out to you by staff and you understand that was not the intention. Could you please ask the clerk if that applies?
Clerk, would there be an opportunity for a reconsideration by someone who had voted in the majority to clarify any outcomes of this procedural bylaw before it comes into effect?
Through the chair, yes, you do have the opportunity to reconsider a decision or a vote at the same meeting under section 9.8 of the current bylaw. If you are looking to reconsider a decision from tonight, it would mean that we won't have the bylaw prepared in time if that reconsideration of the vote, it happens at another meeting. So it would have to happen tonight in order to be in the new bylaw.
There be reconsideration at a different time?
It would be, yes, you would have that opportunity under section 9.9 of the bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much. Good to know.
Okay, folks, I think that pretty much does the procedural bylaw. At this point, I'll be turning the chair over to Councillor Carr. Do I have a script for this, or do I just hand it over? Walk away.
Right. Just as my computer is rebooting up, why don't I go through some of the procedural backgrounds at this point, Council? So we are now hearing from speakers to motions. These are the speakers, the motions that were referred from Standing Committee on City Finance and Services from October 2nd, and 3 motions that have been referred from regular council on October 22nd. So I just want to remind you all that you may ask clarifying questions of speakers, and I will remind all speakers that they are not required to answer your questions. After hearing from the speakers, we will go into discussion on the motion, or each motion at a time. I would like to remind you that on March 13th, 2019, Council agreed to require amendments be submitted to the clerk in final written form before the member introduces them. So if you've got amendments, they have to be into the clerk in written form, and please ensure that the clerk has received your amendment before it is your turn to speak. For the Standing Committee meeting, we would need a motion to suspend Rule 10.6 in the procedure bylaw. That rule provides a council member introducing a member's motion with 1 minute to move the motion. Suspending the rule will allow council members 2 minutes to introduce their motion and 1 minute each to ask clarifying questions of the mover of a member's motion. Would someone like to move a motion to suspend Rule 10.6 in the procedure bylaw to provide council members with 2 minutes to introduce their motion and 1 minute to ask clarifying questions? Thank you. Councillor DiGenova, seconder? Yep. Councillor Bly. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. So the first referred motion is establishing an independent Auditor General office for the City of Vancouver, which was referred from the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting on October 2nd. You know, it says on my script that Councillor Hardwick, you have 2 minutes to introduce the motion. My memory was that you had a minute to introduce it already. Yes. Yeah, Councillor Hardwick, you can take 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
And if it's okay, I'll stand, even though it's not council.
It's probably better for your body.
Yeah, I went for a walk around the block, which was great. So Vancouver is the only major Canadian city that doesn't have an Auditor General. And this came to my attention some time ago as I was thinking about how the city has changed over the years and thinking out into the future. The role of the Auditor General, which is the reason that it is in all of these other cities, is that it has its own plan and ensures accountability for public funds. And the objective in establishing this office is to further enhance council's ability to be accountable to the public in all things and provide service excellent to all Vancouverites. That's what we're doing this for. And during the time that I've been researching this, I've come into meeting with the Professional Association, the Auditors Foundation, and this is something that has been done. For Vancouver to adopt this is not going to be reinventing the wheel. There are well-established protocols that we can follow and getting this set up quite quickly. I have put in this motion that we're looking for $1 million as a round number on the budget for this, although of course the objective of the Auditor General in the long term is to bring value and save money for the city. But I just want everyone to know that that was based on a comparison of cities and looking at comparables, in particular the city of Ottawa and Halifax. So I won't take the full time on this. I'll just wind it up there because people have heard me talk about this quite a lot. But I'm very optimistic tonight that Vancouver will be the first major city in British Columbia to have its own Auditor General. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillors, you have up to 1 minute to ask Councillor Hardwick any questions. 1 minute each, that would be. And Councillor DiGenova, go ahead.
Councillor Hardwick, thank you very much for bringing this motion forward. I'm wondering if you could maybe share with us if you've had an opportunity, or if you've considered maybe that this would be something eventually that regionally, that other municipalities may see this as leadership. We go to UBCM, FCM. I know that you've noted that there are other municipalities, especially large municipalities, that have auditor generals. Have you given any consideration to that?
Sorry, we just have to get your mic on, Councillor Hardwick. Go ahead.
In Quebec, it's statute that every city with a population over 100,000 must have an Auditor General's office. So it's standard issue there. And certainly British Columbia could follow suit. We do have an Auditor General for local government within the province that is sponsored through the provincial government, but they're responsible for 190 local governments and really act in more of an advisory role, although they have been known to do audits. But Vancouver is now at probably about 650,000 people. Our budget is pushing up towards $2 billion a year. So I think we're in a very good position to lead the charge as far as British Columbia goes, and there's ample precedent for it across the country.
Right, that's your time, Councillor DiGenova. I see no more questions, so I think we're going to turn now to speakers. There is one speaker to this item, Ann Castleman. Councillors, just because of the circumstances tonight, we will be taking a little extra time to bring speakers into chambers, as we're not going to be using the main doors. So if you want to just be patient, relax, do some deep breathing, think of some wonderful scene to kind of put you in a great space.
Screensaver.
Yeah, screensavers have been good, I have to say. It'll just take a moment. Oh, you're there. You're already here. Sorry. Ann Castleman, please come to the mic. Yeah. So it's where the red light is. The clerk may adjust the height of it. You speak into that one with the light on. That's great. And you have 3 minutes at this point to speak to the motion, and welcome.
Hi. First of all, hello, and thank you for your time. My name is Ann Castleman. I work as a self-employed journalist, and I write for The Globe, The Walrus, National Geographic, Scientific American, amongst other outlets. Earlier this year, I reported a piece for BC Business Magazine about Vancouver's lack of a city auditor general. So I am here today to tell you that I'm in favor of Councillor Hardwick's motion to establish such an office for this city. Over the years, I've had the good fortune, it's sort of a nerdy fortune, to report behind the scenes at our provincial and federal offices of Auditor Generals, and I can tell you the difference that legislative auditors can make for their jurisdictions. Whether it's through auditing carbon emission targets and climate change adaptation strategies, or calling out illegitimate expenses. Our housing crisis, the opioid epidemic, the climate crisis, childcare. As you know, above all, the demands on our city are so high right now. And to do its best work, the city must be able to marshal its resources in the most effective and efficient way possible. This is not news to you. Of course, this is where the value for money and financial audits of an independent Auditor General come in. Plus, there's the bottom dollar. Toronto's Auditor General has saved that city, that mega city, over $300 million in a 5-year period, which works out to a return of just over $11 for every dollar invested in that office's budget. And that's what we want, is value for our dollars. Make no mistake, this isn't a conservative thing or a liberal thing, it's an every person thing. I understand that Councillor Hardwick is suggesting the office start with a budget of $1 million. And doing some research, I understand that the playground upgrades next to Science World cost nearly that much money. Now, as a mother of 2 young children, I know how critical play and exercise are to the mental and physical health of our youth, but creating this office for nearly the same amount of money must be able to compete with an upgraded playground with a zip line. To be clear, I don't believe that the city's operations are ineffective or underhanded. Of all the levels of government, as has been mentioned tonight, I believe that municipal government is the most transparent, accountable, and available. But there is always room for improvement, and I think all of you know it.
And I think that the Vancouverites that voted for you know it too. So I asked you to give, to give us that independent watchdog to report on the responsible stewardship of all our resources and help us to do the most with what we have. Thank you. I don't know why I'm so emotional. It might be because I'm a new mother, so it might just be the hormones.
There, you have got questions if you don't mind. You don't have to answer the questions, but there are questions coming to you from several councillors. Councillors, you have 3 minutes each to ask questions of Ms. Castleman, and beginning with Councillor DeGenova. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I found what you said quite moving as well. Thank you for coming this evening, and I know that it's taken some time to get this motion here, and I appreciate that. Considering your understanding and investigation into other cities, looking at the budgets for this, would you think that maybe not only would we want to move forward now, but also maybe advocate later on, or this could be a model for other cities, just as I'd asked Councillor Hardwick, other municipalities throughout the region?
Regionally, yes. I mean, I will say that nationally, Vancouver is the odd duck out here. I mean, we're far behind on this, and it's actually a bit of an embarrassment, in my opinion.
I just think that there's many municipalities over $100,000 in the region. So if Vancouver were to start this, maybe it would create a model, or it would perhaps even, just as we looked at electoral reform over the past election, that's the first time we've had that, it had to start somewhere. So are you suggesting that this would be a good place and a time to start? I'm a bit surprised after the Olympic Village scandal that we didn't have one then, but really happy that Councillor Hardwick has brought this forward now.
I'm certainly provincially, yeah, I mean, Vancouver would be the first jurisdiction and the first municipality to have its own independent financial watchdog.
Thank you very much. And thank you for bringing the comparison to children's playground equipment. Very important to me as a mom as well, but good to put in perspective.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. You have more questions? Councillor Kirby-Young.
Hi, Ms. Castleman. Thanks for being here. You're actually making me a bit choked up because I feel very strongly about this too. And I appreciate you being here, being a new mom. I was actually on the park board in there for the opening of that playground, and I know how well used it is.
Yeah,
so
no, it's wonderful.
It is, and I appreciate the relevancy. You had mentioned Toronto as one example of savings. I'm wondering, in your writing or research, if there are any other specific examples of benefits from cities that you saw, like whether it was a specific type of savings in a particular area or outcomes from other cities, just if you could have any further examples?
Certainly. I mean, in my reporting, I actually knocked on the door of Edmonton.
Okay.
Because in terms of revenues and budget and population size, it seemed similar-ish to Vancouver, although Vancouver is somewhat smaller. And actually, Edmonton has an incredible Auditor General by the name of David Wien. If you just Google him, W-I-U-N, you'll find wonderful headlines. And the city council there adores him. I mean, some of the things, for one, they have whistleblower protection, and they have some clear way of getting tips from the public. But as an example of some of the things that Wien's uncovered, you know, it ranges from everything to city staff who have complaints of sexual assault or sexual abuse and harassment that have actually not been properly investigated, so he audits that. He's also looked into landfill diversion rates and compared, let's say, what the city says its landfill diversion is versus what it actually was in reality, and there was a significant gap there. And he, consequent to that, recommended ways to close that gap between the city's stated objective of landfill diversion and what they were actually doing. And then there was straight up use of money. So he also chased up, and I don't remember the exact details, but essentially there was money that was earmarked for a certain purpose, and it was to be reserved for that purpose. But he found that actually the city were dipping into that account completely inappropriately and using it sort of as a slush fund to help out their cash flow without any real reliable record keeping of how that was going on. So that kind of gives you a range. I mean, it's such a powerful tool, and the important thing, these are not audits like you would get from, you know, any of the big auditing firms. The key here are the performance audits. So they can audit a government or a bureaucracy against what it says it's going to do. And so, for example, in Vancouver said it was going to be the greenest city by 2020. You know, an auditor general would be able to look into that to see what kind of progress we've made.
Right. Thank you. That's
so
really
much,
helpful,
Councillor
that extra color. I
Councillor
appreciate it.
Kirby-Young, you're at time.
I was just saying thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And that is it for your questions. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Councillors, that's it for our speakers to this item. So we have a motion that is moved and on the floor. So we're now looking to debate on the motion, and I have Councillor Fry up first.
Yeah, well, I would like to start by acknowledging all the hard work that Councillor Hardwick has done on this file, and I know she's held a bunch of public sort of forums and done a lot of research. I've supplied the clerk with some pretty extensive amendments, and this is really just a reflection of how I'm hoping that we can all really collaborate on this, and in the spirit that Councillor Hardwick has brought it, and that we can get something that we can all kind of get behind. And I'm hoping that I could certainly walk through it, but there's a lot of stuff in there. I did circulate this earlier, and I'm hoping everybody's had a chance to take a look at it.
Council, have you had a chance to look at it? Do you want a moment to look it over? I guess you can as you speak to it. Councillor Fry, that's it for your comments? Do you want to go over any points?
Unless there's a show of nodding heads that suggest I should walk through some of the highlights of the various amendments, would that be helpful? Anybody? Sure. Okay, so just, really quickly.
Just a second. Was that a point of? Absolutely. But, is that it? That's it for your point of order? Okay, so just one sec. The clerk is in the process of doing that. Great. You may.
My mic's off, though. Yeah, thank you. Mic goes on. Okay, thank you. So it's really just talking about some of the language incidences, for instance, stuff that might sort of impart a little bit of distrust in our staff and existing kind of functions. I know that's not the intention of this motion, so I just want it to be perfectly clear in how this presents. So rather than inspiring public confidence and faith among taxpayers, implying that we don't have that already. Some language additions, stuff about providing objective information and relevant advice to assist in accountability of city operations, determining delivery of value and services consistent with city established priorities, policies, strategies, and codes of conduct. Some changes to some of the timelines that were in the original presentation, because obviously when this first came before us, there was a little bit more time, but obviously a lot of those, like end of October, can't possibly be met at this particular juncture. So there's a few changes to that effect. Yeah, and I think that's the gist of it. Really, and also including a report back that addresses the city's current governance model for audit functions, the role and work plan of the internal audit division, which we already have established, as well as any potential impacts to staffing and the function of the internal audit division concurrent with an independent auditor general office. Just recognizing that the two may not coexist in the same way, so we need to have some sort of fulsome report back on what that might look like going into the future. But generally, this is to support and get this across the line. So there you go.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Speaking to the, just one second. It'll be Councillor Bly up next. Point of information. What's your question, Councillor DiGenova?
My question is, through you, Chair Card, to staff. I understand that an audit committee already exists, that there is an audit committee, and that committee is comprised of staff.
Okay, you're
so I'm
asking
wondering
if it's yes?
if, when it comes to, first of all, can they confirm that there's an audit committee?
Yes.
Second of all, would we be adding to that audit committee? Is this a new committee? How are members going to be selected for this committee? In Councillor Fry's amendment, it doesn't outline that. So I would.
Good questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. City Manager.
Through the chair, yes, we do have an internal audit team. It's about a $1.5 million operation. We currently provide most of the types of audits that the speaker talked about: performance audits, surprise cash handling audits, where they go to our various operations. They do much of what was discussed in many different cities. The term internal audit versus auditor general is used interchangeably. So if this does pass, we'll definitely need to evaluate what each of these entities do. We haven't found, other than Toronto, any cities that have both functions, and so I think we would really want to evaluate the benefit of having two very similar functions. So that, I think that would be our general observation. It probably wouldn't be good use of financial resources to have two very, very similar audit teams doing very similar audits at this point. So that's, I think, the way I'm interpreting part of what the motion, the amendments would call to do is to discuss which one would do what. So that would be, again, just if we want to use resources efficiently, we'd want to make sure that there's not a duplication of the same types of audits.
Great. Thanks so much.
I'm sorry, I have a follow-up to this.
Is that another point of,
Yes,
information?
Another point of information.
Okay, what is your question, Councillor DiGenova?
I'm wondering if the city manager feels then that, because it's outlined quite well in the motion, that this could, possibly creating another committee that also is,
no,
I suppose it's not an internal audit committee, but it's a separate committee. It also, to my previous point of order, because it wasn't answered, how would this committee be chosen, as staff would take this back if this amendment passed?
Okay,
I did ask that in my first point of order.
That was a first point of information.
I didn't have that answer.
Yes. How would that's right. Okay. Mr. City Manager, can you address that question?
I'm not sure, through the chair. This is not, obviously, the entire motion is not the product of staff efforts, so there's many components of the motion that are unclear who would undertake them. A traditional motion call for staff to undertake work, and there's not a lot of that in the motion, and so I presume much of this would fall on councillors to undertake the work at this point, I think. So beyond that, I'm not sure about the committee.
I have to interrupt you for just 1 second. There's a point of privilege. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity for the point of privilege. I just, for my own benefit and for the rest of council, as a point of privilege, in the interest of time, I know we have a full agenda. I wonder if it might be helpful to clarify that this is talking about not an ongoing committee, but a committee to establish and implement the Auditor General's office, which is specified in B. So I just wonder if there might be some confusion. But I believe that's the reference to the committee.
So is your point of privilege that you are confused?
My point of privilege is that I think we're debating a fact or a point in the motion that there may be misinterpretation on what the purpose of the committee is for.
Okay, so to that, I don't think that it's a staff person that would answer that. It would be in this case...
Perhaps the mover of the motion?
Yes. Well, I'm looking to make sure that it's not the amended language. Just 1 second.
It's previous in a previous point. It's not on screen. Could we get a print?
Yes, actually, you have to scroll up just a little bit here. Sorry. We're looking to where the committee... Excuse me, Councillor DiGenova, you do not have the floor. We have to look to where there is the establishment of the committee who is...
Point of order.
Just 1 second. We're handling a point of personal privilege. But I will turn to you next. I do not see the information about a committee, so maybe the mover of the motion, Councillor Hardwick, you can answer that, and then we can get to the point of order. Councillor Hardwick, can you answer the question about confusion around the
The intent in the motion is quite clear, and that is that the emotion that I've put forward, and deliberately because this needs to be an act of council and independent of staff by definition, and the reason that I put in mayor and the council in its entirety in the motion was in reflection of that fact. In practice, it's more likely that a subcommittee of this whole of say 3 people would be then responsible for the steps that would be taken in place. And again, this is having gone through the CAAF on this. The steps are quite clear in the way that they need to be laid out in formulating the rules, the terms of reference, and then headhunting and putting the office together. Those things would be done as a committee of council in the intent of the original committee of the whole.
Great, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, do you have the information that you need?
Yes, thank you. That clarification is helpful.
Councillor DeGenova, you have a point of order.
Yes, I do. And it's in this section in B, where it does state a committee. You just stated that you didn't see a committee here. And we are going back and forth, so I don't think it's, with all due respect, Chair Carr, I don't think it's fair to say that I'm out of order when I'm calling. I just put myself in the queue for a point of order. Before, when I put myself on screen, you've told me I had to say it. So I'm just trying my best. Let me know how you'd like me to proceed. Councillor Hardwick clearly says that this will be comprised of all 11 elected members of council. Councillor Fry has struck that language. I understand, and I'm sharing with you, and my point of information comes from the Budget Committee, that I had to not only move a motion, but be very specific as to how many members of council, how those members of council would be selected. So to strike all 11 members of council, if all 11 members of council, which Councillor Hardwick has said, are on this committee, I understand that.
Okay, Councillor DeGenova, that is not a point of order.
It's not.
But you may speak to the motion, put yourself to speak to the amendment, and explain why you are not going to support it if that's indeed your conclusion, because it's not consistent with the practices that you want. Okay, we're going to go back to the speaker's queue. Councillor Bly.
So, thank you. I have an amendment to the amendment that's circulated to.
Okay, I'm just going to move us to an amendment queue, and I'm going to put you on that. Go ahead, Councillor Bly.
And I know we don't typically have the practice of friendly amendments, but they are just some language amendments that people should have. I don't know if it's. So I can again go through changing the word or adding the word establish from affirming support for establishing. So some of these are just tightening it up. And really the intent is to honor the work that staff already do. And we've heard from our speaker that that is distinct from the work of an auditor general, not unlike a typical finance audit and things like that we've even just recently approved. And what's that?
Okay, sorry. There's a point of personal privilege, and that does
really
take
hard to see.
precedent. Just one second, Councillor Swanson.
Can you make the amendment bigger?
That is a perfect point of privilege.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson.
Sorry.
No, do not apologize. It's about your ability to be able to read the amendment. So we'll just wait for that to happen. And just one second, Councillor Bly, we'll put you back on. Is that good? Mm-hmm. Great. Okay. Councillor Bly?
Yeah,
Go
so
ahead.
in A, we're adding the word establish. In B, this doesn't look like, oh, maybe just scroll down. Perfect, thank you. In B, it talks about a subcommittee, which may address some of Councillor DeGenova's concerns, that it would be a subcommittee that would work, a subcommittee of council. and support as required from the Office of the City Manager or designate. And then separating out the further that to its own section under Section D. That the presentation to council include information about our internal audit operations.
Perhaps we can just have it clear from the city clerk. Your amendments to the amendment are in the strikeout and in highlighted.
I'm not sure how they've done it. It's not the highlight.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just trying to make sure that we can differentiate your amendments.
Yeah, it was in blue, but that might be hard to see up there. So,
okay, we're just going to take a moment to make sure that the clerk has the time to differentiate for everyone the amendments to the amendments. I think the clerk, I'll just verify, but I think that they can do it. It'll be in color. And for all councillors, in case you've forgotten, you can just switch you can toggle to that screen so that you can see it at your own computer station or your own desk, and it's sometimes a little easier. Just one second. Councillor Hardwick, I believe you have a point of personal privilege.
Yes, please. As a result of my concussion, I'm still having issues looking at screens, and I would appreciate having this on paper.
Okay.
For review. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, I'm wondering if we can take, if you can inform me of how long a break you would need to print in color the amendment. 3 minutes. Okay, everyone, just grab a drink of water. Yeah, thank you. Great. All's in favor? Any opposed? That's good. 3-minute recess.
Got it on your phone, right?
Quorum? Council, can I bring you back to order? Thank you. We have got quorum, and we have, thank you, Clerk, very much for the expeditious supply of colored copies of the amendment by Councillor Fry and the amendment to the amendment by Councillor Bly. And I'm going to draw your attention because the blue is a bit light. So Councillor Hardwick, there's 4 blue marked spots. One is in A, the word establish. The second is in B, 2 of them there. Subcommittee is one. And the second one in B is and with support as required from the office of the city manager or designate. And the final one is in D as a further that. Their presentation to council include information regarding blah, blah, blah. Correct, Councillor Bly? Great. Okay, so hopefully that clarifies. Councillor Bly is actually just did this amendment to the amendment. So, Madam Clerk, I'm seeing that we are in an amendment Q2. So everybody on the list now is speaking to the amendments as amendments to the amendments forwarded by Councillor Bly. Are you finished, Councillor Bly? Councillor DeGenova, you're next.
Thanks very much, Chair Carr. I'd like to thank Councillor Bly for this amendment to the amendment. I think that it's a good process. I go back to the Budget Committee and when that was created last year and looking at affirming support for something that hasn't been established when the exact number of members have been taken out of it was my concern. So establishing the committee now that that language is included makes me feel much more comfortable that in fact this council will be moving forward with the right process to establish a committee. And I'm hoping, and I do believe that and I'll just speak to the amendment to the amendment and the amendment at the same time.
Sure.
I do think that this is in the spirit of what Councillor Hardwick intended to move forward with. Don't want to put words in her mouth, but I also think that given the considerations of the speaker's comments as well, this really will give council an opportunity to participate in this and perhaps be a leader for the region. So I appreciate the amendment to the amendment by Councillor Bly and the amendment by Councillor Fry, and I will be voting in favor.
Great. Thanks so much, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I just want to echo my support. Thanks to Councillor Bly for the amendments to my amendment. I think working together, we can really come up with something positive and representative of all of our aspirations and as a council. And this is one example of that, working across the lines. Me, Hardwick, Bly, we're working together, and this is great. And so thank you, Councillor Bly. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking to the amendment to the amendment?
Correct.
Great. Happy to support the amendments. Thank you very much for bringing them forward, Councillor Bly and Councillor Fry. In particular, appreciate the clarity that some of the amendments that Councillor Bly is brings to Councillor Fry's amendments. Also want to note, because I think it was raised as a question around the notion of, we've identified a subcommittee now, I believe. And when you look at the Auditor General Act provincially for the BC Auditor General, the Legislative Assembly specifies a committee for the purpose of selecting and recommending an Auditor General to the Legislative Assembly, and they act on that recommendation. So I think, while I'm not an expert, and I will say this is what I understand to be how things are done, that it mirrors that in some ways, is having a subcommittee of council to engage in that work and then make a recommendation to council potentially. Again, I know that there'll be more research, but I just wanted to reflect that at a provincial level. That's my understanding of how things are undertaken. And also also in support of this is that there are provincially internal audit teams to the Ministry of Finance as well as to several ministries, as well as a provincial auditor general. So it's not unusual to see this layering of accountability. And so I wanted to note that as well in speaking to the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. I see no one else on this list, so Madam Clerk, could you take us to a vote on this amendment to the amendment? These are the 4 highlighted in blue by Councillor Bly. Okay, that is a unanimous vote with 2 absent. Too bad. Sorry. Nope, it was unanimous. All right. That's okay. And we are now back to Amendment Q1, which is the Q speaking to Councillor Fry's amendment. Councillor Bly, are you done?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Are we back to the beginning again?
We are back to middle. We are not at your original. We are at the amendment to your original motion. So these are the amendments by Councillor Fry, now amended by Councillor Bly.
I'll wait till the final round.
Sure,
Thank you.
no problem. That means that we are ready to vote because no one else is on the queue. No one else is on the queue. We are now, Council, going to vote on the amended amendment. That means the amendment put forward by Councillor Fry, amended by now Councillor Bly. So all the red and the blue. Yes, of course. So go ahead and vote on screen. And that is unanimous. Well done. Okay, so do you want to take a photo? No, not yet. Almost. It's a long process when there's amendments. You can take that one. Okay, so we are now back to Councillor Dominato. Somehow I have you on this amendment queue. Is that a mistake? All right. On the main, you already on that main queue, but Councillor Fry, for some reason, is on that main queue. You were.
Oh, no, it was from the amendment as originally. Okay.
Got it. Okay. Councillor Bly?
Likewise.
What?
It's a holdover from this.
That's a holdover too. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And what I wanted to do is to add a bullet to Section A of the motion, and that is to add as a final bullet, assess.
Just 1 second. I'm just going to move us to an amendment queue and just get you back on. I'm sorry, but if I do it now, it's going to be a lot easier than before people actually start to speak to it. Go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
And yes, so this is to add to Section A and to be a final bullet, and that is to assess that programs and services are achieving their intended objectives and outcomes. And I add this from the perspective of provincial experience again, in that if you look at the Provincial Auditor General, it is not just about looking at financial audits, but it's also performance audits, and it's in the vein of looking at things from a qualitative standpoint. So I've personally led departments that were subject to audits, and one of the last ones I can think of was actually the audit of related to chronic disease, and so programs and services that the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health were delivering, and whether we were actually achieving the outcomes that we set out in terms of our policies and looking at chronic disease in children. And so I'm proposing that just to again clarify that this isn't just about finances. This is about policies and programming, and again, with the view of just that we're serving our residents to the best of our ability and that we're meeting those objectives.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. I see no one on the queue, which means I think we can go straight to a vote on this. That is unanimous. Great. So, Councillor, we are. Oh, do you want? We're not there yet, but we're. Oh, you're getting ready. Okay. Okay. We are now at the main queue. Councillor Dominato, do you have anything to add to the comment? And this would be to the motion as amended.
If I I'll just make some general comments at this time, unless there's other amendments that are coming forward. Looking around the room, not hearing any. Okay. First off, I just want to thank Councillor Hardwick for bringing this forward and for all of the research, due diligence, and opportunities, in fact, that she has given Council to be briefed on other jurisdictions, what they've done. I think that this is critically important, and I want to emphasize that this is about accountability, transparency, but around at the end of the day, it's about how we serve the public. And I was so appreciative of our speaker earlier and her passion around how she sees the benefits of this and how her children are benefiting from a playground. So if we can find efficiencies and find some savings that we can then allocate to other priorities, I think that's amazing. I also think if we can find performance improvements, if we can improve services for our citizens, our delivery of programming, and to me, I see it as just layering in with the work that we're already doing. We have excellent staff and public servants, and that can't be understated. So I want to just reiterate that this is about just another layer of accountability that fits in with the work that our staff are already doing and that we're doing as a council. And so with that, I again just want to thank you, Councillor Hardwick, for this and for the thoughtful amendments that came forward to from our colleagues, Councillor Fry and Councillor Bly, and that I really think that this is really about good governance. And many people know around the table I support good governance, and I'm getting some grins. And so very, very supportive of this motion and very thankful it's coming forward here.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. So without repeating, I had the good work and diligence of Councillor Hardwick in bringing this motion forward. It's unusual. We haven't seen this yet. The availability to consult with experts, all facilitated through Councillor Hardwick to make sure that everybody could get up to speed on the details and be brought along. And I think that's significant to working together. So the difference that the Auditor General Office can make, I do also would, need to reflect the speaker's comments. She made 4 points that stuck out to me. First of all, value for money, and that is something that affects every person in the city. It's not a conservative thing. It is fiscally responsible, but it does affect positively for every single person in the city, and I think that's outstanding in the comments that were made by the speaker. It's part of responsible stewardship, which I believe we are all here to do, and I believe everybody around this council chambers does that on a day-to-day. And it's a tool distinct from typical audits. It's a performance audit, and I believe also that I'm surrounded by colleagues that are endeavoring to provide a level of high performance as we lead the city. And then finally, that this will bring us in line with other large cities. So for me, that means it was only a matter of time. And so it's with Councillor Hardwick's initiative that we have that in front of us now so we can be able to track this process as we move through our entire term. And then finally, Councillor Fry's amendments, and then allowing me to amend those amendments. For me, this process, this motion, and the potential outcomes are accurate reflection of how this council endeavors to work together for the betterment of the city, and I'm quite proud that we'll be passing this tonight as a group.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor Hardwick, would you like to just go on at the end to close on your motion? So just put yourself back on the list. Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd also like to try to offer a few points and not be repetitive, but I am incredibly thrilled that we're bringing this forward. I think that we should never be afraid of good governance or oversight, and it can be, as mentioned, an incredibly powerful tool. We had the opportunity through Councillor Hardwick, which I really appreciated, to have a couple of briefing sessions with the Auditor Generals who perform the function in Ontario and otherwise. And one thing that hasn't really been stated was that in all cases, both from those particular individuals serving the function we heard from, but as well as other written information we received, all the cities that had implemented this showed savings, and not minor savings, but significant ones, which allowed the cities to be able to redirect those funds towards other priorities. And as we have such a lot of pressures facing municipal budgets, if we can make our dollars work better and go further, I think that's to everybody's benefit. And it was done very much through the lens of ensuring that the activities and the audits reflected council's priorities. And so it really was an enabler and a tool. And I think that, we have oversight of our elected officials. We are responsible for significant stewardship of a large amount of funds. And so I think that does deserve due diligence. Vancouver has led in so many areas. And I think this is an area where we don't want to be behind. We have achieved a fantastic, with the hard work of the finance staff, credit rating. But I think this is an area that we have the opportunity to shore up. up. I was really struck by some of the findings, and I think it was in Ontario, and they said they had even audited some of the suppliers and found out that those folks who were going out to do arborist or tree topping were showing up, working 15 minutes a day, and then disappearing for the rest of the shift. And so you think about that, and you think, wow, it covers such a range of funds. And if I'm a taxpayer, I don't want to think of that happening. I want to know that every dollar that I work really hard for is being really well utilized. And those are things that sometimes it's incredibly difficult to have the arms and legs to really oversee when staff have such a lot on their plate. So I'm thrilled. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes from this. And I really do. Well, I will be repetitive in thanking Councillor Hardwick for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much. I also want to echo my thanks for Councillor Hardwick. I also wanted to, as the chair of Finance and City Services and Standing Committee, say that I think that this actually is going to, it's not about oversight necessarily. It's not about auditing our staff. It's not about auditing the way that they choose to do things. I see this as hopefully, as I've seen this flourish in other cities, be able to give staff one less thing to have to worry about, because there already is policy that's moved forward, that's set, and that they get to input into. And I want to say that I think our staff do a wonderful job. And I understood from Councillor Hardwick that this motion was not coming forward to us as a city council because our staff don't have that oversight. It was to make sure that moving forward as a leader, that we make sure that we are doing our best. And we see that in the province of BC right now. And I can tell you that I think that right now with the different work that the provincial government is doing on money laundering, I'm not saying that that touches our city, but what can we be doing? It shouldn't require me walking through the tax center with my stroller, seeing people with bags, not suitcases, Mike Howell, if you're watching, bags of cash in the tens of thousands of dollars, paying their empty homes tax, their cannabis licenses, and me having to bring that to staff's attention. They responded, and I feel that staff responded very quickly once council passed that motion. We don't no longer take cash payments over $10,000. They're working with FinTrack and moving forward. But I also think that it's important that we don't necessarily react. We don't react to not only what the province is doing, but to ways that this can happen. Instead, we are forward thinking. We are making sure that we're resilient to this. And I think that just as we have a chief resilient officer here at the city, this will make us more resilient. This will make us a leader. And I thank you, Councillor Hardwick, for your leadership and for bringing this forward.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'm going to support this. I'm glad we got the amendment in about looking at values consistent with the city's priorities, policies, and strategies. I think the auditor could look at things like, are we reducing our GHGs fast enough? Are we building enough social housing that people can afford? Are we reducing homelessness? Are we saving lives from the opioid poisoning crisis? Is everyone getting a living wage? I hope we can look at things like this. I hope we don't have an auditor general that looks at things like how can we push wages down? How can we cut services? I think that's really important. But hopefully, fingers crossed, it will be something to help us implement our priorities and our policies.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Swanson. And to close, Councillor Hardwick.
Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Council, and thank you for helping seemingly get past and hopefully a unanimous decision. It's so important, and it sends a really important signal to the rest of Canada. And I won't have that chart anymore of all of the cities that had a checkbox next to it and not Vancouver. We'll have our own Auditor General office, which is tremendous. I'd like to thank Ann Castleman, who spoke earlier and almost brought me to tears. I'd like to thank the people that came and spoke to us. Beverly, who is the Auditor General of the City of Toronto, Gordon Ruth, the Auditor General for Local Government in British Columbia, Mike McLaughlin, the former Deputy Auditor General for the Government of Canada, the former Larry Monroe, the former auditor of the city of Halifax, Ken Hughes in city of Ottawa, all of them really helped tutor me. This was my August hiatus from council, was getting tutored on this stuff. And also, I'd like to thank all of the Vancouverites who wrote letters of support. I really was really touched by the level of support that we received. And hopefully, through this exercise, we, as the elected officials and our staff who are here to serve Vancouver, will really have an opportunity to make it the best it can be. I just wanted to point out one little thing that, in keeping with an earlier part of the conversation, and that was that the City of Windsor, Ontario, discontinued their Auditor General back in 2012, and then just recently realized that they'd gone down the wrong road and brought it back in 2019. So I think there's ample evidence that this is a good move for the City of Vancouver based on all the evidence, and thank you all again. Bye.
Great. And that's it for those on the speakers queue. So, Madam Clerk, I think we can go to the vote. Okay, that looks like a unanimous decision. Have you got it? Got the vote? Thanks. All right, great. Thanks, everyone. And we are now moving on to the third motion. Oh, no. The second motion. Sorry, it's the third item. The second motion, which is a collaborative and new approach to Oppenheimer Park and other public spaces. This was referred from the Standing Committee on City Finances and Services meeting on October 2nd. It was moved with amended language by Councillor Wiebe, seconded by Councillor Dominato. We were unable to finish hearing speakers on this item, so we will now continue with the remaining speakers. And Council, we've had 2 of those speakers withdraw. There were 3 remaining, but I believe we have Johanna Lee in the room. Thank you so much for your patience and very much for coming back to speak with us. Yes, you have 3 minutes, and you look like you were perfectly at home with that mic.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just have to put it out there. It feels a little bit odd to be the only speaker on this topic, but I was here with many of you till I think it was around 11 p.m. on October 2nd, so I have been witness to many of the speakers prior to this. Just needed to put that out there. Anyhow, my name is Johanna Lee, and I'm employed with an organization called Embers, which is doing community economic development work in the Downtown East Side since 2001. With that organization, I run Eastside Works, which is the low barrier income generation hub I believe many of you are familiar with, since it is highly supported by the City of Vancouver. As we saw from the many impassioned speakers in the weeks prior and to the people that have shown up here this evening, I recognize the current situation, crisis situation, needs coordinated and immediate action and response. And I'm not here to take away from that, and nor do I necessarily agree with every point in the motion put before us. But I am here to speak about more upstream preventative measures that this motion does include. The issues in the park and the Downtown Eastside community as a whole are complex and multifaceted and cannot be solved with just one intervention. Points C and D in the motion before us reference the Park Stewardship Pilot Program, which we at Eastside Works manage with support from the City and the Vancouver Parks Board. Through the Parks Program, we were able to not only reduce tensions and friction in the park, but we were influential in creating a more inclusive environment. No homeless people were moved out. In fact, in one instance, as the homeless were more welcomed, they became an active part of the park community. Most importantly, though, we were able to employ over 25 peers to reintegrate them back to work, many of whom have moved on to more stable employment since then. Some of these folks employed were sleeping rough in the parks and would have welcomed a place to get clean and go to work because this work was so valuable to them. These work opportunities not only provide much needed income, but a sense of self-esteem, a connection to community, and a reason to address more problematic issues in their lives. One such example of this is a gentleman that we employed as a park steward who hadn't worked in over a decade, was really daunted by returning to work. He worked for us as a steward. We worked through many issues that he had over many months. And after the pilot ended, we helped him find other work, and he has now a permanent part-time job. It's very true, we need to address crisis, but we also need to provide options that keep us from getting there. If we continue only to be reactive in the moment of crisis, these deep societal issues will continue. There's dignity in being able to access facilities, in being able to be clean, and we know there's dignity in being able to work. It's time for us to invest in these opportunities for empowerment as much as we need to solve the crisis. Thank you.
Great, and if you don't mind, you to stay there. You do have a number of people with questions. Great, so I've got Councillor Fry. You're on first, and
It's a holdover.
it's an old one. Okay, then Councillor Bly. No, Dominato. Weeb. All right, so I am just going to clear that entire queue. Councillor Dominato. Go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Joanna, for coming this evening and coming back. I did want to follow up on just the important work that you do, and you mentioned just recently 25 peers that were employed. Can you just give us a sense of how many people you do support through low barrier employment, and whether you actually feel there's a need to be doing more of that, and if you could serve more people, if there was more infrastructure?
Okay. Right now, we probably support about 100 people, but we are in the business at Eastside Works of supporting the, how shall I say, hardest to employ. So opportunities like the Park Stewardship Program are rare, innovative, and unique, where it gives us an opportunity to work with people that we couldn't even put into, say, work at social enterprise, at places like Potluck or Soul Food, because they're still trying to run a business and they still need to show up. So what we can do in these programs, in-house programs, is that we can work with people, and although we have safeguards built in, the work still gets done. And even if they don't show up, we can work with them to continue to work through the issues so they can come to work. We were trying to break the cycle of you can't come to work for various issues. Lots of them are confidence issues. You don't show up, you get fired, your confidence drops, you get marred back into more problematic substance use, you can't get a job. It's this constant cycle that we're trying to break. So what these opportunities give us is a chance to work with people with the endless chances until they can actually believe in themselves.
I appreciate that. And so from your perspective, you spoke highly of the peer stewardship pilot. And do you think we could have more programming like that, more pilots or different similar that provide?
I mean, that's what I'm working on constantly. I'd love them to not just be pilots, obviously, too, because it is disruptive to people's lives that are working consistently for 6 months and then the circumstances change. We do have a few of other pilots running right now with the Chinatown Transformation Team and the Chinatown community. With the film industry, we also have one as well. But yes, we're constantly working on. I mean, that's why I was here till 11 the other night, and I'm here today. Really is about these opportunities are invaluable to us, and through operating for 18 months and to being involved in low barrier employment for years, we really find that this has been a major breakthrough in what we can do for people.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming back, too.
You have more questions. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks also for being here. I'm hoping you can help me just tease out does the Park Stewardship Program work overlap with like the collective agreement work of our outside workers? Or I'm trying to get at how do we make sure that we're not hiring peers or street entrenched folks and just paying them less to do work that other folks would get paid more to do? How are we balancing that?
So it's less about cleaning up and making sure that the infrastructure is right. That we did unlock the washrooms and that piece. But more than that, it was about creating a harmonious, inclusive culture in the park, which I don't think that's what park cleanup crew is there for. When we initially had spoken to Councillor Weeb and other members of the Parks Board about it, there were a lot of issues in some parks. Like in Grandview Park was one of the examples I used where there's a homeless encampment there, and there was a lot of tensions between the homeless group and the families, say, that use the playground. And we had very clearly said we're not here to remove anybody, to ask anybody to leave, and that wasn't what they wanted from us. They wanted us to create an inclusive harmonious park environment, which we were able to do in actually less than a month, because we welcomed the homeless encampment to say, this is your park and you're allowed to be here. And eventually they helped us starting to clean the bathrooms. They were cleaning up in their own area. People that hadn't gone to Grandview Park in years had said all of a sudden, now I'm actually hanging out there again because it feels like a really good place. So it's a very different look and feel. We're not there to clean up necessarily, right?
Yeah, great. That's helpful. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Weeb.
Follow up on the harmonizing culture that can be created with peer workers. I know that the pilot project was dealing with some of the less downtown-focused parks. And I'm wondering, do you think through your learnings that your organization would have the capacity to deal with some of the harder parks, including Andy Livingston, Crab, Cathedral, Victory, and Oppenheimer?
Absolutely, and we've talked about that with city staff previous. This is what's great about this program is that it uses people's, as they say, lived experience. Truly, we're running a pilot right now with Chinatown, and we again aren't moving people on. But if there's an issue with somebody that's sleeping rough, or if we can get them to somewhere else, our stewards know half of these people. So it's not like you or I coming in saying you need to do this or that. It's actually their peers, the people that they know, looking to help each other out. And because it's our peers, it's their community. They want to be involved in making it a better place. And as well, they should be at the end of the day, because that's where they live.
And then I guess a follow-up, how does the outreach group, how do they, I guess, liaise with outreach group, VPD, Vancouver Fire, and others? So how does your organization and how do the workers kind of partner with others during their work?
To be honest, there's not a lot of connection with VPD and the police department. For us, our outreach is really around finding folks that are having challenges, connecting them with other services. I don't think it's been adversarial with police. We just haven't had much interaction.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Still more. Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Hi there. Thanks for being here. I really appreciated it. Council had a chance as part of our orientation to come down to Embers, and I learned a lot more, even though I had been on park board and we had started the stewardship program. So that was great. So a couple questions. One was around following up on Councillor Boyle's question, and my understanding is building on her question around ensuring that we're not overlapping that work, is that the clients and the folks that you're working with, it's very different. They may be working a few hours a week. Sometimes, am I correct that they start off at a few hours per month or a few hours per week, or if and when they can, and so they're in a very different place. It's a different type of work that they're able to do, either the type of work itself or how long they can do it for. Is that right?
Absolutely. So we're talking about people that are reintegrating back into work, and what's great is we can be extremely flexible with the time. So people can work 4 hours a week if they choose to, or they can work a 2-hour shift if they choose to, or if they're unable to show up, we do, again, have safeguards so that the work gets done. It's a very different population, and as I was saying earlier, it allows us to work with like the hardest to employ population that other opportunities don't allow for.
And do you see, is that something that people are doing for a period of time? Like, do you see them sort of, that it builds sort of self-confidence and perhaps some income, and they continue doing that for a period of time? Or are you actually transitioning people where they're actually going for those, eventually able to sort of move towards those other longer-term jobs? Or
we do see it as transitional. Would people move on their own? I don't know. We've only ever run pilots that have lasted long.
I know.
Longest 6 months, so it's hard to tell.
I know.
Obviously, our goal is to, if people choose to do so, to move on to something more stable. But again, that is people's choice. So we don't forcibly, and I don't think we would ever put into place to say you have to move on after a certain time. Our model is very it's very tailored to the individual, very one-on-one, so it would be working around a plan around what a person would like to do in this role, and are they looking for...
But very different than a regular job that a QP member might hold, for example.
Completely different.
Part-time otherwise. Okay. And then my second question really relates to, and you brought up the Chinatown example, which I've also spent a lot of time talking to that community about, is really a relation to the other positive benefits to community, not just the individuals that are engaged in that work experience, but do you find that that's actually helping to sort of bridge or build some relationships between some of the small business members or the communities that have experienced some of the challenges of people that have had opioid crises or some of the impacts in their neighborhoods? Have you found that is a benefit by having these programs, that it can bridge
that's the intention of the Chinatown Stewardship Program, is, again, less about cleaning up. It's about maybe cleaning up needles and things in doorways so people can open their business, but it's really about, again, creating this inclusive, harmonious community to be able to say that.
Are you seeing any early signs that that's working?
We've been running for 3 months. I mean, recognizably, that's a bit of a long game for sure. We are very closely interacting with businesses. We are very much wanting there to be, like that inclusive feeling that person that sleeps outside your business can actually be an asset to you, because I've seen it in other places.
Right.
Because they might sleep overnight there, and they're looking after your business if you get along with them.
Because right now, would you say it's fair to say those communities are pretty divided?
Yes, and so we're trying After 3 months, can I say that we were entirely successful? No, but that is certainly the intention of the program itself.
Okay. I look forward to hearing more updates. Thank you.
Thank you.
And those are your questions. Thank you so much for your patience in answering them. And, oh, wait a second, Councillor Swanson? Or you're just on the queue next? Got it. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much for coming back. Okay. And so, given that we have no more speakers and no more questions, Councillor Swanson.
I sent in some amendments.
Right. Okay, I'm going to move us to an amendment queue right away. Councillor Swanson, I will put you back on the list. Just one second. Sorry, Councillor DiGenova, yes, I know. Just one second. Let me just put Councillor Swanson. You don't need to do that. I'll deal with you without going on the list. Go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor DiGenova. Point of information, your question?
Thanks very much. My point of information is, I see that staff's busy. The question's for staff, so I wouldn't want them not to be able to answer. May I ask a question of staff through you? It's quite important.
Sure. Yes, go ahead. I think you've got the...
I understand that, and I just didn't think it was fair to ask the question, and then he didn't have the opportunity to hear it. I am wondering if staff's opinion has changed at all, if I can ask this through you, Chair Carr, if there has been any changes that lead them to believe that this is in order. I understand that the mayor had ruled this out of order due to legal concerns or concerns advised by the law department.
Actually, no, this was not ruled out of order. This came to us.
I was not. So my question was, it was ruled out of order. The chair was challenged.
Okay.
So that was true. And that's what's brought us here today, but it's been several weeks. I am wondering if, through you, I could ask staff if their position has changed at all. Respectfully.
Okay, Mr. City Manager.
Through the chair, at this point, and as we've briefed council, we have ongoing safety concerns for our workers, for the occupants in the park. So our general concerns about the conditions there have not changed. Beyond that, nothing has really changed, I think, in the last couple of weeks.
Okay. So the recommendations stand that were given to... That's what I understand.
The motion is on the table, so...
Then I would ask Chair Carr if you feel this is in order.
We're beyond that. I've just had advice from the clerk that I can't rule it out of order. We are now dealing with it as a motion.
So you cannot?
Yeah, because it's already being referred here. So it is, I cannot, no.
So, yeah. Sorry, just because I have had something ruled out of order, actually, by a previous committee chair, after it came to council.
Well,
did the clerk speak to it not being a process that we could?
No, that I.
Yes, may I hear that from the clerk?
Madam City Clerk, would you like to give your
just the process? I'm trying to understand it. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Through the chair, the opportunity to rule whether a motion is in order or not is before it's put on the floor. We have passed that process now. We've heard from speakers from the last meeting, and today's meeting is a continuation of those speakers.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Madam City Clerk. So, Councillor Swanson, you have the floor. You forwarded amendments to us. Great. I have us in an amendment queue. So would you like to introduce your amendments?
So the first part is A, to make the council direct staff to develop a voluntary plan to go to the park board with the goal of providing renters with options that are better than their current situation. And then number C is the one about the park stewardship program, which we just heard about, which is so great, and to include Oppenheimer Park in that. And further, that we explore options for needed services at Oppenheimer Park as well as the other places. And D, to put peer-based employment initiatives, and to delete F, and then to add an H and an I, the H being to direct the mayor and council to engage in more coordinated approach with the province to work on more modular housing for people who are homeless, and I, that we work aggressively for winter housing and shelter options for everyone who's unsheltered. So yeah, those are the amendments.
Great.
I sent them out.
Yep. Well, I think we all have them, and they are up on the screen. Speaking to the amendments, Councillor DiGenova.
I didn't want to interrupt. I have a point of information.
You don't, you can, yeah, fine. I'm not going to start your timer. Go ahead.
Respectful. Through you to staff, just understanding, if we could go back to Councillor Swanson's amendments in the top part of the motion. So, first of all, it says here that not only is it voluntary, but it says providing tenters with. So, the council directs staff to develop with the Vancouver Park Board for approval, a goal of, and it says providing tenters with the options that are better than their current situation. I'm not sure that our staff can do that without the help of BC Housing. I'm not sure that BC Housing has agreed to come to the table. I wouldn't want to make promises for other levels of government. I fiercely will protect the independence of the park board, as well as I won't speak for BC Housing because of our ongoing relationship with them. So I'm wondering if through you to staff, if I could ask if they felt this was something that A, could be executed, B, was within the jurisdiction of the park board. I'm trying to ask them all at once so I don't have to call three. So is it in the jurisdiction of the park board? Is this something possible of our staff, or does this involve BC Housing? And to say dignified, we have offered everyone who was in the encampment in August, I know this is, I was acting mayor, everyone who was in the encampment in August was offered housing by BC Housing. And I would not say that their housing is not dignified. I don't want to pick that fight with BC Housing. So I would like to ask you through staff their opinion on that.
Okay, within the jurisdiction of the park board, whether we need BC Housing, and I'm sorry, the second one, or third one seemed similar. How did you differentiate your third question?
Jurisdiction of the park board.
I've got that.
Dignified, would dignified be taken by staff because they take our recommendations? Would they take that to be that the housing that was provided through all of August and that has been offered is not dignified? And I'm also wondering if our staff can even do this without the help of BC Housing, and can we speak for them, or does it put us in any jeopardy with them, not only in this situation, but in future situations where we count on them throughout the entire city. And as it gets colder outside, I realize that we will be counting on them soon.
Okay, so I've got those questions. I do think that the first two questions I'll direct to the city manager, but the third, which is the definition of dignified, I believe is more appropriately directed to the amender of the motion, because it's not really a staff definition. It's what is the definition of the word dignified according to Councillor Swanson. So first of all, city manager, can you answer the first two questions, whether the efforts here, a plan is within the jurisdiction of the park board, and then the options, do we need BC Housing, or is this something that we can't accomplish without them?
Thanks, through the chair. Yeah, I heard a couple of nuances to this. So yeah, I think first, I did hear the question, is this doable? We have a staff been trying to pursue a voluntary decampment for about 3 months, including having offered everybody on the site shelter or housing. So I don't believe that it's doable. It's not within the jurisdiction of the city, or we don't have the resources. We would require a partnership with BC Housing regarding additional shelter space. That's how we do this kind of work. And regarding the jurisdiction of the park board, it is within the jurisdiction of the park board to decide whether the camp can stay or not. So that part of it is. Beyond that, it is obviously BC Housing jurisdiction to determine where and when shelters and housing is provided, and we do that in partnership with them. I hope I've answered the two primary questions.
You have. It just says there that the park board take on housing commitments. That's how I also read this.
And
is that in their mandate?
I don't believe that is in their mandate at this point.
Okay, so
Great, that's fine. If you got your questions answered.
I also have one more point of information.
Actually, I haven't a point of information. Go ahead with your question.
I'm sorry, but as the chair of finance is very aware that Vice Chair Fry and I have a meeting on Friday with the Director of Finance, and our budget's coming up in council. There are lots of motions, even more today, that will be going into the next budget cycle. I must ask what the city manager feels that the ramifications of moving forward with this action would be, considering we are already, I understand it, the numbers that were released publicly were over $1 million that I worked with staff and Vice Chair Fry to achieve. So I'm just wondering if staff could maybe comment on what we're at for cost here, and if that's pulling from other resources in our city, including the downtown east side and keeping people safe in the downtown east side.
So the question is around costs to date?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Police, fire, and
No, I understand,
our own city
yes.
staff. Thank you.
Got it. Yeah, we're about, I think we're over $1 million in incremental costs at this point. And as I think you're aware, we have drawn resources from throughout the city, park rangers, fire, and police, to support the area in and around the encampment.
Thanks. And I apologize, but this is
another point of information.
It's within that. Safety of workers was noted by our city manager, and I'm wondering, is that only your opinion, or is that from the heads of other departments that are working in Oppenheimer? And if so, can you outline that? And do you have any information from the unions on how they feel about their workers having to go to work here?
Yes, through the chair. We are concerned for the safety of our workers, which is why we closed the field house there and are offering programming elsewhere. We have limited the staff going into the camp due to safety concerns, and we have had threats to our workers, and our workers have been assaulted. There are significant safety concerns that we have on the site at this point, and are limiting our staff presence on the site as a result of that.
And does that include Vancouver Police, Vancouver Fire, and the Park Rangers?
Yes, those are, I haven't spoken personally to the Park Rangers, so I'm not, I can't speak to that, but most certainly to the others, yeah, including our ACCS staff. I think our outreach staff who are quite familiar with this population, continue to offer housing and engage with people multiple times a week in the camp, and that work does continue in terms of offering to help people get connected to resources.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor, first of all, councillors, the clerk has asked me to remind you that you actually, when you are sending in amendments, could you please make sure to do it to the list of all councillors as well as to the clerks, so that, because they might miss sending it to all of you. There's a number of them coming in. So if you could just please check to see if you've sent them in, that you've sent it appropriately. Councillor DiGenova, those were all points of information. You still have 5 minutes.
You did say that one of my points of information should be asked directly to Councillor Swanson. Is that your wish? Dignified?
It is my wish.
I'm happy to use my time, though, for that. Councillor Swanson, I'm wondering if you feel that the BC Housing you have many motions that state that BC Housing should offer more housing, should put in more resources some of those are for shelter rate units. We know that those are single-room occupancy units. I can tell you from my background, working in real estate development in the private and nonprofit sector, that there is a standard that BC Housing has for SROs. Are you saying that that's not dignified? Because I read dignified, so I'm interpreting that you feel that that's not dignified right now.
Can I answer?
Thank you.
Yes, you may. Actually, I'll just put your speaker on. Questions, believe it or not, questions through me to other councillors. Well, they're part of the new procedure bylaw. I'm going to allow that to happen. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
So I just wanted to say, first of all, that the A of the motion says that the goal is to provide tenters with options. It doesn't assume that the goal will automatically be achieved. Secondly, not everyone in the park was offered housing. A lot of people were offered shelters. Shelters are not housing. Shelters are places where you go, you often get kicked out for the day, you have to line up to get back in, sometimes for hours. Shelters are not housing. Some people don't like going to shelters. And dignified, it's just worthy of respect.
Okay, Councillor Swanson?
Excuse me. Actually, you asked a question of her. I'm allowing her to answer,
Okay, then
but
please
it's
stop
part
my
of your
time.
time.
Please stop my time.
No, I'm sorry. This is part of your time.
Okay,
You've
so we'll-
chosen to ask that question. Go
Point of
ahead.
order.
Councillor Swanson.
Point of order.
What is your point of order?
In the procedure bylaw, and you could ask the clerk, is it process to allow, I did it through a point of information. You said that my point of information was to her. I understood my question would be asked, would be my time. My question, not her answer, just as we have different times for questions and answers. I am, just as we would in any other situation. So I'm hoping that, considering my question was not answered, is dignified. Councillor Swanson, do you feel that the housing that was offered in August through the SROs, and I can assure you as acting mayor in August, that every individual in the park, and I can tell you that in September on Global News, there's a clip of someone in the park saying that they refused SRO housing and they're choosing to stay in the park to protest. So I'm asking you if you feel that the SROs that they were offered were not dignified.
I know of one person who was offered a SRO in the Brandeis Hotel, a transgender person who felt that it would be dangerous for him to go into that privately owned, not BC Housing operated hotel.
Okay, and no, this
is it dignified?
Who were offered
no longer
shelter
debate.
spaces.
Yeah.
Dignified.
Shelters
Sorry.
are not housing.
Right. Okay. So we've got an answer. That was something that was. I was only testing out our new ability to ask, but it's not even passed by the bylaw yet to ask questions of each other. But actually, I saw that didn't work because we're not all clear on the rules. We're not all clear on the rules. So as we work through the rules, Councillor DeGenova, you are out of time. Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Thanks. I have a pretty small amendment, considering the scope of the conversation, to the further that under C, which is just that I don't see how these needed services could be provided right at the park, and it is my understanding that some of these services are already being provided near Oppenheimer, but I can't imagine how we would provide all of them right at the park, and so just wanted to make that language change so that I could.
So including Oppenheimer Park?
No, in further that just changing at to near.
Near. Okay, I've got it. I'm moving us to an amendment Q2. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato speaking to the amendment by Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I actually think that was a carrot holdover from earlier.
Oh, okay. No problem. Would anybody else like to speak to the amendment by Councillor Boyle? Councillor Fry.
I'm curious, and maybe this is a question for our city manager, but I'm not aware of that many facilities that the park board has near Oppenheimer Park. So is this really an ask of the park board, or is this an ask of the city?
City manager, would you like to address the nearness to Oppenheimer Park of those facilities?
Thanks, through the chair. The way I read it, it's, bless you, it's calling on the city and the park board to explore options. And the city definitely has Evelyn Saller and other facilities nearby. So there definitely are locations nearby that we could explore providing additional service for. I don't believe that the park board has significant facilities immediately in the neighborhood, but the city certainly does, as well as other nonprofit partners. Hope that answers the question.
Councillor Fry?
Yeah, it does. I suppose I'd like to see park board struck from that further then, but I'm not sure that that's possible at this point in the amendment to the amendment.
No,
so.
there's no amendments to them. We already are in an amendment to an amendment queue. So we have to, for anything else to be done, we have to at least deal with this amendment, these amendments by Councillor Boyle. And I see no one else on the list. So is everybody clear what we'll be voting on right now? We're going to go to a vote. This would be on Councillor Boyle's amendments to the amendments. And yeah, it's just that one. It is a choice, actually. It is at or near. That is the choice, and you are voting now to say it should be near or not. So if we can go to the voting queue, again, you're voting only on that one replaced word. Yes, voting yes would be to say near Oppenheimer Park. And Councillor Bly, Councillor Kirby-Young, you haven't voted yet. And that is unanimous decision. Great, thank you. And I'm going to take us back to the Amendment Q1. Councillor Boyle, do you have anything else around the amendments?
No, I otherwise support the amendments put forward by Councillor Swanson.
Great, thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I don't support most of these amendments. I have big problems with A. I just don't know how a collaborative voluntary plan would possibly really affect any of the kind of changes that I've been hearing loud and clear from folks who are distressed over losing their park. And I appreciate that there's a perspective of folks who are living and active in the park, but there's also people who are expressing concerns around their loss of the park, but people who are equally vulnerable and lower income, and they may not be homeless, but they still value a lot of what they've lost in the park. So I have problems with the change of A. And I also have a real question about why F has been struck at all. It seems to me that we should be asking for VCH to be more supportive of CAR 87 and 88, not striking that as a recommendation. And I also have, I think that H is somewhat redundant, actually, given the ongoing work that we've been doing with the provincial ministers. And I don't want to necessarily jeopardize that by implying that we're not engaged in a coordinated approach with the provincial ministry and staff, because I believe that we are aggressively doing that now. And so those are my concerns with the overall amendments. And so when it comes time, I'll be asking to have these severed.
Council, not through the chair, since the chair is busy. I just sent you an email, if you wouldn't mind just reading that. Thank you.
About the matter that I was just, okay. You probably all should read the email because it's about a matter I was just briefed on. So if we can take a moment to read that. So I've probably read it already. Council, if an alarm goes off, we will not be able to continue with our business only because we won't be able to hear each other. So we'll just do a recess and then we'll assess the situation. Okay. So don't be alarmed. All right. Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Swanson.
Oh, that's a holdover.
Holder. Councillor Wiebe.
I also have trouble because with a strike of F, I know that was speaking with a lot of people that, mostly some of the temporary modular housing, that there is an option for us to really kind of revisit this program and try to find the best way possible to create a downtown east side specific program that really can put the needs of our Vancouver Police Department and mental health for those that need. I know that this is just one element and that there's a lot of people that do have strong mental health concerns down on the downtown east side that have trouble interacting with the Vancouver Police Department. However, there is a time and a need and to have a coordinated approach. And I have heard that there has been some conversations moving toward this. So I also am a bit concerned with F. As for near Oppenheimer, I'm supportive that that's been changed. I think that that is an integral part, that it can't be just in Oppenheimer, because this motion talks about Oppenheimer and other public spaces, because we do as a city have some spaces nearby, and I don't want to put all the pressure on the one park. And I think that there are other parks that the park board can work with to, and it's good to see that John's here, Commissioner from the Vancouver Park Board, that they can look at what options would work best for the park board and their staffing. So I wouldn't want to presuppose that we would do something in a single one of their parks. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor, thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm actually seeking a ruling on H as to whether it's in order. I believe this work is underway, and I would like some clarity from the chair as to whether that H is in order.
Great. If you give me a moment, I'll confer with the city manager on this. With the yes, this work is generally going on, but then there are a number of other things in this motion that are also generally going on. So actually, it is up to me, said the city manager, in terms of ruling on it. And my feeling at this point, rather than having to go through ruling which parts are out of order or not, that I'm going to leave it in order at this point. And if we wish to sever, if any of you wish to sever the pieces of this this motion that have been amended, I'm quite happy to be open to the votes on a severed motion or a severed set of amendments. Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Any other points you want to raise? Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I just want to say the park is symptomatic of a huge problem that we have. We have over 2,000 homeless people. We can't start letting that become acceptable. We have to find decent, good, permanent housing for all of them. Unless we buy a motel or a hotel, I think it's like physically impossible to do that for the winter. I would like for someone to do that, to buy a motel or a hotel. But if they're not going to, then we have to do something so that the people who are homeless, especially the ones who are unsheltered, the 600 or so that were counted, have some semblance of sanitation and warmth and safety. And that's what I'm trying to do with this motion. in Oppenheimer Park, they have set up their own overdose prevention site. They have a 911 call box. They have each other to look out for themselves, and they do look out for each other. And they say that it's safer than if they were dispersed into the streets. And I think we need to follow the same motto that we do when we talk about substance use. Nothing about us without us. Talk to the people who are involved about what they want. In terms of number F, I think it should be deleted because the people that I've talked to that have mental health issues and people that I've talked to that have that use drugs think that police involvement makes things worse. It scares them. And they're really talking about the need for peers, like in the peer stewardship program. I think that we do need to put as much pressure as we can on other levels of government as well as our own level of government. And people in the park are trying, but they need more resources. And if we can't find an inside place for them, we need to help them outside. And that's what these amendments are about.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Swanson. And I don't see anyone else on the speaker's queue. Council, because of the comments that you've been making, in voting on this set of amendments, I'm going to suggest that we sever them by sections A, B, C, whatever. There's D and E only E has got no changes. Everything else has changes. Pardon me? Yes, go ahead. Just 1 second, I'll put your mic on. Go ahead.
Sorry, quick point of procedure for clarification, Chair Carr. Are we not still on amendments? It sounds like you're talking about severing the original component.
No, I'm not. Well, because there are amendments in each one of the sections that I talked about.
Okay.
I heard a divergence of opinion on them. I mean, we could do all of these amendments at one, but I heard people speaking some in support of some pieces and some not.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification because I was receiving some by email and some not, so I'm just concerned about not following along on.
Yeah, we're going to have to make sure it's up on the screen clearly. So the changes would be paragraph A, B, C. So we would be doing amendments in A as a block, then amendments in B as a block. Does that seem satisfactory to you, Council? I'm just worried that because people were liking some pieces within, anyway. So, all right. So we are going to be moving to the vote on the amendments as put forward by Councillor Swanson. We're going to start with A. In A, there are three changes. One is the voluntary at the top. Then the second one is providing providing tenters, right, with options that are better. And the third is the striking out of restoring the park for public use. So just a second. First of all, I'm going to go to Councillor Dominato, who had her hand up, and then I'll go to you, to Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the clerks could just bring up, sorry, I've lost. So can I just get clarity that when we do deal with C, that both sections of C will be severed?
Section C, we will be doing after A. We will then go to section C because there's no changes in B.
Yeah, but we'll sever the two paragraphs.
Oh, yes, that is possible.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, so we are on, oh, yes, and a point of, what point was that? Yes, your question.
So my question is, I'm sorry, I've just been sitting all day at Metro too. So I had to walk around, but luckily I have my device and I can view everything on my phone.
Go ahead with your
I just wanted to note that I had been watching. I thought that was important to say that I was here for the meeting. My point of information specifically is we're voting on A right now.
Correct.
I'm concerned that right now it states that there will be a voluntary plan. So it's a voluntary plan, and I'm just wondering if either you or staff could answer if there was a significant injury or, heaven forbid, death of an individual at the park, or and going a step further, if that were to be staff, if this would continue to be a voluntary plan, would this continue on if we're dealing with that. And I have to ask because of Occupy Vancouver. And it was very unfortunate that there was a death.
Thank you. I will ask the city manager for how he would interpret for staff the use of the term voluntary as a voluntary plan.
My sense would be through the chair that a voluntary plan would be in effect whatever happened on the site, and ultimately it's not really in council's jurisdiction. It's the park board that needs to make the decision about pursuing an injunction, which has been the staff recommendation. But my understanding would be whatever conditions are taking place, that would be, this would be the position of this council, not to pursue an action of that nature.
So I have to, I'm sorry, Chair Carr, I have another further point of information, unless you'd like me to call a recess, but I do feel that this is a very important human resource
go ahead. Question?
issue. And that is, I understand the park board has their own staff.
Get to the
park board has their own park rangers. However, we have our staff on that site.
So your question.
And we also have Vancouver Police and Vancouver Fire attending that site. And I'm wondering, in that case, park board has jurisdiction, but it's our staff safety that I'm concerned about because the city manager is concerned about. So I'd like to know if the city manager would feel it would still be voluntary for our staff and other related agencies to be attending the site of Oppenheimer Park if something like that were to happen.
Mr. City Manager.
Through the chair. At this point, it's not, our staff are doing it as a part of their duties, and the firefighters and police are often dealing with difficult situations in SROs or other locations, and we do everything in our abilities to ensure their safety. So at this point, the police are going in groups of 4, and managing safety to the best of our abilities. And that would be our expectation to continue for as long as the encampment were there.
And just, sorry, last point of information would we be concerned at all about strike or any of the unions? And I know we're getting, but
you don't have to.
This is very important. I'm sorry, Chair Carr. I understand that some of this could be in camera. Related because it is an HR matter and labor relations, but I have to ask if we are concerned about that. We did have a strike back in 2007, and I do need to know if that's a concern of our city manager if we continue to ask people to go into the park, our staff as well.
If that were a concern, we would bring it forward in camera. At this point, that's not a concern that I have.
Thank you, Mr. City
Thank
Manager.
you.
Okay, we are moving to the vote. We are going to be voting on a council. You're going to be voting on whether or not, no, A is not being severed. Nothing within, I've been informed, nothing within each section can be severed except for where it's a further that. So all of the changes in A, you cannot split what's in A. It's all of the changes. So decampment replaced by voluntary, the next section about preventing attenders, and then the next section of striking, of restoring the park. You're voting on whether yes means you want those changes as a whole. No means you don't. Yeah, you obviously had a point of personal privilege or parliamentary procedure, Councillor Wiebe. What is it? That's fine. You're going to vote on those 3 or 4 changes at once. Councillor Dominato, did you have a point of something?
I did have a point of information. It was whether we could, I didn't think we had started a vote, so could we proceed with an amendment?
We are interrupting the vote simply for some points of information, but we have to finish the vote. Yeah, we have to finish the vote. That is correct. Okay, we are now starting the vote on A, and it's yay or nay on all of the changes that have been forwarded by Councillor Swanson to A. And that That does fail, with those in opposition being Councillors Carr, DeGenova, Fry, Weeb, Dominato, Bly, and Kirby Young. Okay, so that's A. And we are in the process of voting, actually. So we are now, no, we are in the process of voting. And so, yes, what is your point of privilege?
My point of privilege, I mean, it's been used so many different ways. So my point of privilege is that as this was called out of order and in the unusual circumstance that the chair was challenged and we are voting on something that our law department advised us not to vote on, I will be voting against the entire motion for that reason. Thank you.
That was something you should have said in closing comments.
Yes, I couldn't get back here.
So we are now in the middle of voting on B is fine, no changes in B, on C. And there is one change in C, which is including Oppenheimer Park. Okay, Council, are you all aware of what you're voting on in C? And C passes. 5 in favor. Oh, I'm so sorry. Councillor Kirby Young? You haven't yet voted. All right, it still passes, and that is 6 in favor, 3 in opposition. 3 in opposition are Councillors DeGenova, Bly, and Kirby Young. All right, we are now on to, whoops, sorry. We are now on to D. Oh, sorry, that was C, the beginning part, not the further that part, right? So we are now voting on the further that part of C, which adds the language near Oppenheimer Park to the end. Everybody clear on that? No, we can only sever this one because it has a further that in it. But that was determined quite a while ago. Go ahead. Sorry, I don't have that screen on. Go ahead.
If we're voting on this specifically, and I understand that you had talked about you weren't sure what was and what was not redundant, but I just reviewed a previous motion where staff actually did give us feedback back that they had gone out and explored the options as to what they could do in this instance. And I feel that that came back to us. So I feel that this would be redundant, this particular part. And because we have sectioned it out, I'm asking you to call it out of order based on the fact that I believe staff should already get the credit that they did the work on this.
Councillor DeGenova, I am not ruling any of this motion out of order, although it was ruled so by the mayor. That was overturned by council. I am moving us through a vote on this motion as per the wishes of the majority of council members. A vote of council have us considering this motion. So none of it is going to be ruled out of order. And we are in the middle of a vote, and that vote is to deal with the second paragraph, the further that in section C, with the words near Oppenheimer Park at the end. Is everybody clear what you're voting on now? Okay. Councillor Weeb, you haven't voted? Okay, and that passes 6-2. Those in opposition are Councillors DeGenova and Bly. Okay, so we are now moving on to D, which has the word peer-based employment, and striking the words street ambassadors. Okay, everybody clear? This is D. Councillor DiGenova and Dominato, you haven't voted. That's because there were no changes there. So that is that has passed 6-2 with Councillors Carr and DiGenova in opposition. Okay. We are now moving on to F. And F has been struck in its entirety, so we're voting on whether to strike that or not. And Councillors Boyle, Dominato. Okay, that fails. That fails with 1 vote in favor and 7 opposed. Councillors Carr, DiGenova, Fry, Wiebe, Boyle, Dominato, and Bly in opposition. And G. So it's adding the words and housing. Councillors DiGenova, Swanson, Dominato. That passes 7-1 with Councillor DiGenova in opposition. And we are now on to H. So H is the new language. And just 1 second, I'm not sure about how many. I'm ruling out there's no more points of information. You should have asked your questions earlier. We are in the middle of the vote. Point of order. That does take just a second. I'm not sure it takes precedence in the vote. We are in the middle of the vote. You've already voted, Councillor DiGenova. I'm not going to allow that point of order. So that vote, 2 people haven't voted, Councillors Fry and Dominato. This is in the middle of a. If council, we have had questions on this, whether or not it was in order or not. That has already been answered by me through me from the city manager. So I've already conveyed information to you about this. We are in the middle of a vote. So we have still Councillors Fry and Dominato not voting on this yet. Councillors Fry and Dominato. Okay, we have, whoops. We are in the middle of a vote, and We have got everybody voting. You've already voted on this, Councillor DeGenova. So the vote is, just 1 second. There's a. Okay, that vote passes. There were 4 in favor, 3 in opposition, and 1 abstention. The abstention does count in favor, so it's 5-3. We are now on to I. And I, again, is a new clause. And Councillor DeGenova, Councillors Wiebe and Dominato, you haven't voted yet? Councillor Dominato? Okay, that passes 7-1 in opposition is Councillor DeGenova. So we are finished. Yes, go ahead. Sorry, I have to change my screen. Go ahead.
Chair Carr, I understand that under the Code of Conduct, we cannot impugn our staff as a whole, as an organization, and this motion tells them to be more coordinated. So that would concern me that we feel that they're not being coordinated. I also think that in H specifically, it says that they should be more coordinated. I did try and bring this to your attention, but if I need to bring it up at another time, I'm happy to do so. That being said, I tried to do this beforehand so we wouldn't have to worry about the mess we might have to go through to rescind later. But I'm very uncomfortable considering I do feel that we're breaking the Code of Conduct. And then I'm also concerned in I that we just received extra funding to take our winter shelters into spring, which was amazing, and we thanked, and I appreciate the mayor thanking Minister Robinson and her ministry for doing so. That being said, to say that we are going to work alone to do this, I think is quite insulting and could be at the cost of us having that same opportunity this year. So I am very concerned.
Yes, well, and you did give comment after a motion, which is very much, I mean, it's not really a point, it is not really a point of order, but I will.
It was a point of order under the Code of Conduct.
Yes.
And I want that recorded for the record.
Yeah.
That it was to make sure that our staff didn't feel that we were saying that they were not coordinated and they were not doing this.
I will rule on that, and I will rule that I don't believe your interpretation of H is the appropriate interpretation, that it talks in H about a more coordinated approach with the provincial minister's staff. It's not talking about our staff, nor impugning anything about our staff. It just talks about a more coordinated approach with other level of government staff, which is often what we ask for
More
with motions.
Okay. So we'll be doing that personally then. Okay.
So we are finished that motion. Councillors, I'm going to ask that you think much more. What? We're not finished?
No, you have
Where
to
are
vote
we?
them in. We voted the amendments, Chair Carr.
Those are already amendments.
Those are just amendments.
Right. And so the main motion does have some sections which are not there anymore because they've not been accepted. So we'll wait for a second to get that main motion back up. And yeah, pardon me? Go ahead, Councillor DeGenova, point of privilege. It's all, oh, yeah.
Not. Pretty sure about something. I would like to ask, because these are significant amendments to the original motion, that we have copies for ourselves, and the copies maybe are printed and distributed to people in the gallery, and maybe going as far as to anyone who is here for this motion at your discretion, because I feel that it's important that that consideration is given to people who don't have the opportunity. I suppose people downstairs have screens they can view this on, so I understand that, but people here in the gallery who are with us, as well as for council, I'd like a printed copy, and that's for personal privilege, because I'd like to know.
You may have a personal copy for, absolutely. That is absolutely within your right to request that. And I will speak to the clerk about, we have never done it anywhere within the building, but certainly to have some copies available. Particularly, we have done that for media. Councillor Dominato, you have something.
I have a point of information, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm seeking clarification on council practice. It would seem unprecedented that we have made a point of making copies of motions. We have had numerous motions at this council that have had numerous changes in the last 12 months. And so I'm just curious if we could get clarification as to, and whether that's captured in our procedure bylaws around documentation and distribution of motions. If we could get some clarity around that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Councillor Dominato, it's not currently in our bylaws. However, we just did vote this evening to have the ability of a councillor to ask for a motion up on screen or a paper copy of a motion before they proceed with a vote. That was, that's not in effect yet. But I would take that as a point of personal privilege. If somebody feels that they need to have that copy to be able to vote, I would be supporting that request.
I think I'm speaking to the point that we've just sought to have that distributed to the entire gallery, and so
that has not happened, and I would not support that. But I would support the point of personal privilege in terms of it being able to be supplied to the councillors. And since it was being done to one, I mean, unless people. Your question? Just 1 second.
When I was chairing the previous meeting, you had asked for copies to be printed for the media, so I just thought I should ask for copies to be printed for the media. But if you feel that you should ask for them and I shouldn't, then that's fine.
I think that the point, and if you didn't hear me, I said, Councillor DeGenova.
Sorry, someone.
If you, yes, but you are addressing me as chair, and I'm addressing you as chair. If you had listened, I said that I would entertain, obviously, your request for a paper copy of this motion to be distributed within this chamber. And I even said that has been done to media before. So you would have heard that. But I said to the whole building, no, that's never been done, and that is certainly an awful lot of time and work at this point. So there is a request. Excuse me, Councillor DeGenova, you do not have the floor.
Point of information, then I'll put myself.
I will continue to say that we will need a break in order to give time for the clerk to be able to prepare the printed copies. So we'll print some for council clerk and for the media that are in the room. Thank you.
I'm going to move a motion.
And it'll take, if you can just indicate about how much time, about 3 minutes. Okay, that's great.
3-minute recess?
Yes, you may move a recess for 3 minutes.
I also, I'm not sure, Chair Carr, where you'd like this to be, but to make it accessible, I just wanted to confirm with you that it is accessible to people who are downstairs, in the gallery downstairs, and that it's up on a screen for them, because I think it's very important that people in the chambers have the same access as the people downstairs. That's what I was trying to note. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. So we're on a 3-minute recess. Oh, dear. So we are back to the main queue. And before we proceed with this final list of speakers to the main motion as amended, Councillor DeGenova has asked me to reconsider again on the point of order she raised around whether H was out of order, and I responded at the time that that I felt that I was not going to rule these pieces of the motion out of order because even though they had originally been moved out of order by the mayor, council overturned that decision, so I was going to deal with the motion. But this is an amendment brought in this evening, and so I, in seeking advice on whether something is out of order or not because it's redundant, I often turn to staff. So I just wanted to get the city manager to provide me with any advice he may think appropriate in terms of the H, which is that council direct the mayor and COV staff to engage in a more coordinated approach with provincial ministers and staff to work aggressively to pursue land and funding for modular housing suitable for people who are homeless. Yes, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah, you're on.
Oh, thank you. Yes, as I mentioned earlier to you directly, Chair, staff have direction to pursue 600 units of modular. So we are undertaking that work. But as I said, there are many components of this motion that are currently underway already. I guess the distinction in H is to pursue it aggressively, so there's some perhaps more strength to the direction. And ultimately, it's really up to the chair to determine whether you want to call it out of order or not. I think it's really in your discretion to determine.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. City Manager. And so I am actually speaking to your point of order. Is it not the same point of order? Well, I would like to rule, because you'd asked for a ruling on this, that whether or not it is out of order. I will be clearer about that ruling now. I'm going to rule that it is not out of order. And the reason I'm not going to rule it out of order is because even though there's general direction of staff, this language provides a more clear, a clear thrust by council to pursue the housing more aggressively and in a more coordinated approach. I know that they are already doing a great deal on this, but it is clear. And I have witnessed in these chambers many, many, many motions and amendments which have simply urged a more aggressive role or work or more focused in some area, but that work is already underway in some way. So I'm not ruling it out of order. Yes, Councillor DeGenova, just 1 second. Go ahead.
And I'm hoping this will be the last one, but you ruled on H, I understand. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I am asking you to rule on I because usually as a council, and I don't think this has changed from the procedure bylaw, but we don't direct the mayor to do something, especially when he's not here. We request he do something. And also, I understand our staff are already working aggressively for winter housing and shelter options. I know that they are. I know for a fact that they've reported to us that they are. And I think that it would be unfair to staff, some of whom, and I want to take a moment to thank them, who gave up their summer vacations, who gave up time with their families, who spent morning, noon, and night down at Oppenheimer Park. I know I spoke with them daily in August on this when I was acting mayor, and I think it's unfair to tell them to do this. This 100% also, I am concerned with the message that this sends to BC Housing, as well as I'm concerned with the message that this sends to the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions as we continue to pursue additional funding. So I would hope that on I, as it's brand new, it was never a part of the ruling or the process before, but it is being done that you, Chair Carr, will rule I out of order on the basis that it is redundant. Our staff are aggressively pursuing this, and this language and this letter was not in the previous motion.
Great, thank you. I'm not going to rule this out of order. I'm not going to rule it out of order because, like other language, not only in this motion, but in other motions where council takes at its liberty the ability to be even more clear and directed and focused in pushing more aggressive action. I think that that's what this does. And that particularly the statement about we are working and staff are working for 600 shelters for sure, but this motion also makes it, or this amendment makes it clear that it's also where people can stay 24/7, which is unlike like almost all of the shelters that currently exist. And yes, you are free to challenge the chair. Okay, that's fine. Okay, it'll be an on-screen vote in challenging my ruling on this. Okay, so the summary, so the clerk has asked me to be clear. Councillor DiGenova is challenging my ruling on the whether or not I is out of order. So if you vote in the affirmative on this, you are voting to say that you are challenging the chair, that you are voting to support the challenge. No, voting in favor is supporting the challenge. Okay, and Councillor Bly and Kirby-Yung, you have not yet voted. Councillor Bly? Okay, so that fails. That fails with 3 in favor, 5 in opposition. That would be Councillors Carr, Fry, Swanson, Wiebe, and Boyle. And abstentions count, abstentions count in favor. So that's 5-5. Just a second, they're just checking. Oh, but it's a 2/3 vote, sorry. A challenge of the chair is a 2/3 vote, so it fails. Okay, so we are in a speaker's queue on the amended motion. And Councillor Dominato, you are next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have submitted an amendment to the clerks to amend B. And this flows from conversations with city staff and to add some clarity and it reads that the City of Vancouver, in partnership with key partners, convene agencies that deliver outreach services in the city to explore establishing a coordinated interagency and multidisciplinary homeless outreach services team that serves to connect unsheltered and sheltered people to appropriate housing, health, and support services. And if I may, I'll speak briefly to the
Yes, of
rationale
course.
for the changes.
Yep, I'll move us to Amendment Q. Go ahead. Just a second, I've got to somehow. Clerk, could you advance Councillor Dominato? She's down on that list. If you could advance her, it would be great. Yes, this might. Councillors Weeb, DeGenova, Boyle, is this an old list? It's an old list. Unhelpful. Okay, I'm going to clear, I guess, Madam Clerk, just clear that list, and let's just move Councillor Dominato, who was speaking to it. Councillor Dominato, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the intent of the inclusion of this originally in the motion was because based on a number of conversations with different agencies that serve the downtown east side, but also with Vancouver Coastal Health and others, the importance of outreach in supporting individuals who are homeless or even if they are sheltered who may be needing support for chronic health issues, mental health, addictions. And I recognized in conversations with our deputy city manager that this may have not been clear, the intent. And the intent here is really to look at how, as a city, we could be a convener of different agencies, not just necessarily in the downtown east side, but agencies that deliver outreach services, and to look at how we might coordinate those services. So I want to be really clear, this isn't necessarily about adding an FTE base to our staffing. It is about looking at how we might act as a convener to engage those agencies in a conversation about how we coordinate, have interagency and multidisciplinary team in place to do further outreach to our individuals who are vulnerable, and as I note in there, both sheltered or unsheltered. And I think that there is an opportunity and a place for the city to play this role. And I think there would be interest from other agencies who are doing some of this work.
Great, thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor DeGenova.
Hi, thank you. I would just like to ask through you, the city manager, if we are already doing this and if it's feasible, because I appreciate what Councillor Dominato is doing. In fact, I appreciate what Councillor Dominato and Councillor Weeb have brought forward and what they're trying to do. However, I'm concerned that, first of all, we already have this, and I wouldn't want to say that we don't. I know that, for example, our city manager meets with Metro Vancouver staff in key areas, including housing. I understand that our city manager and senior management staff and housing staff meet with BC Housing and CMHC. So for that reason, I'm not quite sure if this is already happening. And I was hoping to ask through you, Chair Carr, to our city manager, if indeed this was happening, and if other agencies that see this may be a little offended that their efforts aren't being recognized.
Mr. City Manager.
Through the chair?
Yes.
I'm just reading it. It sounds like the recommended changes aren't really changing the intent of this. And I would say we currently do some of this, but we don't have a dedicated team like this. So we definitely have coordinated interagency and multidisciplinary teams that go in through SROs that would go in and deal like on a case-by-case basis with folks that we know that are entrenched and having a hard time, but they're not together all the time. They're together like when we're going in to deal with a hoarding situation or we're dealing with a particular case. So I guess I'd say we're partway, and we could certainly be more coordinated, I guess, on an ongoing basis. So
And other
I'm not
agencies?
sure that answers the question, but it's partway
Other
there.
agencies? Can we tell them what to do?
No, we can't tell other agencies what to do, but we definitely we can convene agencies, and they appreciate the opportunity to engage with us. I like to think they do, at least. So I'd say more convening and coordination is never a bad thing.
Okay, I'll just.
That answer the question?
And I am on the queue, so, and Chair Carr has decided to turn my time on, even though it was a point of information, but that's okay. I'll be brief in saying I do appreciate it. I really do. Councillor Dominato, you speak true to what you ran on. You try and bring people together. And I see that right here. You're trying to convene people. However, I am also, it's keeping me up at night that there are people in Oppenheimer Park that have been called sitting ducks, that are in a situation right now where there is criminality and they are being preyed on and they're vulnerable. I'm not sure they can wait for this. I'm not sure that we can implement this in the 2020 budget process. I also understand that we don't just have extra housing staff lying around. They're working overtime. Right now, it's all hands on deck at Oppenheimer Park. And in fact, I know that other areas have gone underserved. And without knowing what other areas would go underserved for this, I want you to know that I really appreciate it. And I'm going to try and see what I can do during debate here, but I might not be able to support it for that reason.
Okay. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I know a few people whose job it is to find housing for people in the downtown east side. And I ask them, gee, whenever I see them, how many people have you found housing for lately? And it's like one person a month. It's their job, right? So the issue in my brain, coordinated services is nice, but you can coordinate services till hell freezes over. And if you don't have any housing, you can't even find the people that you're trying to deliver the services to. So I think that's where we need to put our energy, is in trying to get more housing. A lot of the stuff that's in that motion, Carnegie Outreach does already.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Weep.
Yeah, I'm very supportive of this amendment. I think that having a more coordinated approach and a complete team is instrumental in changing kind of how we deal with some of the situations and services in not only this park, but also we've heard it in our temporary modular housing and other SROs and other areas that we really need to coordinate and know who's in vulnerable positions, what do they need, and how we can connect them. And we continue to hear that people feel lost, people don't feel connected, they didn't know where they could get certain aid, certain medical supplies, housing, and all the rest of the solutions that or services that are needed. So I'm very supportive of this, and I really appreciate Councillor Dominato bringing it forward.
Thanks, Councillor Weep. And Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I'm just going to speak briefly again to the amendment, I think, for clarity, because I think there's some misunderstanding around the intent. The city acting as a convener is us showing leadership, and it is an opportunity for us to bring different agencies and organizations together that are currently doing outreach and to look at how we coordinate that outreach. It is not about necessarily adding to our budget. It is not necessarily about adding FTEs. And why do I know this? Because I have done work like this in the public sector where we have coordinated multidisciplinary interagency teams leveraging people within their existing roles. We've done this in the K-12 education sector to prevent violence, to prevent bullying, to prevent threats in schools. And so it can be achieved, but there has to be a will, there has to be an intent, and we have to care. And there is an opportunity here to connect people. We may not necessarily they may be in housing already, but they're suffering from chronic disease and they're not getting the proper supports. Maybe they're struggling with mental illness and they aren't connected to mental health services. Or they're struggling with addiction and they're not connected and they don't know how. They're not going to go through the doors of a primary care center, which it's great that our province is moving in that direction to having better health services. But I stand by this. It is the right thing to do. And I hope that council will see that and appreciate, and I hope that everyone in the room is listening, that we don't have to always be adding staff, we don't always have to be adding money to our budget, and that we can do this by working together and we can work across agencies. And I think there'd be a willingness and an openness if we brought people to the table, whether it be VPD, Vancouver Coastal Health, all those not-for-profits who are trying to do their work individually. I know we've got tables that can coordinate this. So I just want to add that to this, and I feel really strongly about it.
Great. And that is the final speech. And we are now on to the vote on this matter. So we are voting on the amendment put forward by Councillor Dominato in B. And that vote passes. 7 in favor, 2 in opposition. Councillors D, Genova, and Swanson in opposition. Okay, thank you so much. Back to the main queue. Councillor Dominato, did you have anything to add in the main queue to the motion as amendment?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, no problem. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. So I also circulated a few what I'm going to call pretty simple amendments, and I know there's been a lot, so I can resend them. It was at 8:01, which was 1,000 hours ago. Few simple amendments, both to C and D, to just add, as I think is and should be our practice, that we make sure that these conversations are happening in partnership with the relevant unions. I think it's really critical that our programs like the Park Stewardship Program continue to be developed in conversation with those folks so that they're supportive and we don't find ourselves down a road where there's conflict and good work ends up not happening because of that. So that is the amendment in C and D. And then the amendment in E is that we seek provincial funding and participation to undertake this review. It's my understanding, having worked in the Downtown East Side and spoken to many others who work and live there, that while coordination of services is a important issue, the coordination of funding is even more of an issue in terms of getting folks on the same page and moving forward. And so I think it's really critical that we have the provincial government at the table in a committed way in doing what would be, as E stands without this amendment, a very significant amount of work. And so hoping we can do that work, but do it in partnership with them so that whatever it produces would be of value and taken seriously by all bodies to create the change we need.
Great. Yes, just 1 second. Councillor Kirby-Young, point of order.
I do have a point of order, and if I may ask a question through the chair to the city manager. It's my understanding that partnership has a legal connotation, and I'm not sure that we're able to undertake that with unions. I believe we can have consultation with or discussion with, but I believe that legally that has a legal implication that is problematic.
Yeah, I would call that a point of information. It's a question to the city manager. Mr. City Manager?
It's a very different connotation. It implies you have a legal relationship.
I guess through the chair, just waiting for that magical text to come through from the law department. Kind of waiting here. I guess it's kind of an interpretation question, and I would interpret this as to say engage with them around what's in the rest of C, and so I don't read it that way as being a formal partnership. I see it as being an engagement with them. That's kind of how I was interpreting it. So I don't have a concern with it, but I haven't engaged with law on it directly. So
If I might, while you're waiting for that magical email, my question stemmed from similar experience at Park Board, and we received legal advice to that effect, and also the business community, because certainly in layman's language, it doesn't necessarily have that connotation, but legally, I have been told it has.
So I think just hearing from law, they don't have any concern with the language. I think it would be up to the chair to determine whether it's, or for council to determine whether it's appropriate. At this point, I'm okay with, I get the intent, I think.
And law is fine with it? You've got an email? You've got a response?
Yeah, I think law's fine with it, yeah.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Boyle, you were still on the floor.
As clarification, the intent was certainly in conversation with and consultation with, so I'm glad that that's the interpretation that was what was meant.
Great, thanks, Councillor Boyle.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Yes, go ahead. Councillor, sorry.
Perhaps to...
Mr. City Manager.
Promoting me. To your point, we would prefer the word engagement, to be clear. So I think that's kind of the intent of what you had included. I think Councillor Kirby-Young is correct. Formally, it would be more appropriate to include engagement.
Councillor Boyle, you still have the floor.
Yeah, and I am, if you'll indulge me for a moment, just going to amend my own amendment. Do you want me to send? I'm just writing it up. Just circulating. Really like. So I am have just circulated an amendment, just changing the in partnership language to engaging with the relevant unions in both C and D, and appreciate that concern being flagged in that way.
Great. Good. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor DeGenova, to the amendment. Oh, sorry, we're not, that's the main queue. Shoot. I'm moving us to an amendment queue. So, what? Amendment 2. Oh, just to make the change that she just made? All right, we're going to have to deal with the engaging change first. So, Councillor Dominato, to the engaging change. No? You're fine. Okay, then I don't see anyone on the queue for that, so maybe we can just vote on the changing of the language to say engaging with rather than in partnership with. And Councillors Fry and Kirby-Young. That passes unanimously. Okay, so we are back to Amendment Q1, which had Councillor Dominato. Oh, this is back to your amended amendment. So it's the 3 points you made, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato, to those 3 points. Well, you are on this list, but you may not have, it might have been an old list. Okay. Sorry.
It's okay. Thanks, Madam Chair. Just briefly, thank you, Councillor Boyle, for bringing forward the amendments. I particularly appreciate the addition to E around seeking provincial funding and participation. I think that that's an added layer to this that could be helpful in looking at the delivery of services, but I appreciate all of the amendments. Thank you.
Great. Okay, I see no one else on that list, so we are going to be voting on this amended amendment, and there's 3 of them. I'm not hearing a call for severing, so we're just going to vote on them all. Councillor Swanson's not there. Councillor Dominato? Councillor Kirby-Young? Oh, Councillor Swanson, we are voting, in the middle of voting, on the amendments as put forward by Councillor Boyle. And they're all being done at once. Councillor Dominato? Okay, that's unanimous. Great. Thank you. Back to the main queue. Councillor DeGenova had the floor, not in the chambers. So Councillor Wiebe, to the amended motion.
As a whole? Yes.
That's where we're
I have an amendment for A. And my amendment for A has to really deal with the work that's been done over the last 2 weeks and working with people in the camp, working with people on the streets, businesses, and just really recognizing my work at Park Board that you really need to kind of work collectively and create a collaborative approach to dealing with homelessness and people dealing with homelessness in all of our parks, where the rangers need a place to recognize where do people go. We really need to look at a really larger plan. The Vancouver Park Board hasn't really been involved in Homeless Action Week. I think that there's a goal here for the city to play a key role recognizing our importance to work collaboratively and ensuring we're listening to the voices of the people from the park. Because I think one of the biggest ideas here is how do we change the way we continue to look and start to remove the stigma. I recognize that some of the wording used in the original motion brought some stigma, and I think that's something as a city we need to continue to recognize that we do have an issue here in Vancouver. We have an issue of loneliness, we have an issue of connectivity, we have an issue of so many things where people aren't feeling part of the city. And my goal here is to how do we work together and work with the park board to bring them something, a plan, so that they have a strategy moving forward. And so this isn't just dealing with the goal of Oppenheimer, but this is a goal of people sleeping in all parks. And today on my way to Metro, 2 of the parks, I had people dealing with homelessness in the parks and had no services. So I think we need a collaborative plan that will go to Park Board. And so hopefully Park Board can be involved and approve with the goal of really recognizing that we need to move forward with opening up the showers and opening up the facilities and really bringing back that positive activation, which has been such a hit at the Park Board and something I really commend the Vancouver Park Board for really initiating, is this policy or program of creating positive activations, drumming circles, dancing, food events to really connect the people and make them feel like it's home. These parks are the homes for so many people, and that's not going to change. And our goal here is how do we work together to connect them with the services and housing that they need.
Okay, I'm going to move us to amendment Q. Councillor Swanson, if you want to speak to Councillor Wiebe's amendment, you have to put yourself on this amendment queue. Yeah, just a second. I'll advance you right now. Go ahead.
So my amendment, I just sent it in. It would just be to add after Park Board and current park residents. So directing staff to develop a collaborative plan to go to the Park Board and current park residents for approval with options, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, we're in an amendment queue to Councillor Swanson's amendment. And I'm assuming that, Councillor Wiebe, this is a strike and replace on A. Is that right? Right, okay. So anybody else to speak to Councillor Swanson's amendment? Councillor Boyle.
I'm speaking in support of this amendment. I think it's
an amendment to an amendment, yeah.
This amendment to the amendment and the amendment itself. I think it's really important to the success of a plan that park residents feel they were engaged and had some say. I'm not sure that we're going to get approval. I don't know what it looks like to get approval from all current park residents. So I guess the order and structure there is what I would flag. But I do think that it's important that we find ways to engage residents in the park, particularly residents who are seeking to move out of the park and find homes, to get their input in what this plan would look like.
Yeah, Councillor Boyle, you did make note that you're not sure what approval would look like. If you are concerned, although there's no room in this amendment queues right now, but if there was a changed language, you'd have to wait to see what happened to this amendment to put forward anything. We can only deal with this many amendments. Okay, anybody else to Councillor Swanson's amendment? Then, Madam Clerk, if you...
Thank you.
Yes.
Council, have talked about my concerns for the safety of our employees multiple times with you. If you are considering passing this, I would like to have a discussion in camera about the safety of our workers, as I'm not comfortable putting them into this kind of position to negotiate this kind of approach. So if you're considering this, Council, I would recommend that you delay it and we have an in-camera conversation about this particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Yeah. Well, point of
order.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Carr. I'm going to ask you to rule on this. I believe that considering what our city manager has just said with the safety of our workers, and there's information he can't share with us, as he just said, out of camera. I think that it's very important that we decide on this now and this be ruled out of order, or else I would suggest we refer this entire motion back to staff, and that staff have this motion and maybe report back with a memo as to what can be done. This motion's been significantly altered. I have been watching as I've been trying to walk around a little bit in the back as I've been sitting all day. But I would ask you to rule on that, Chair Carr, because I think that our workers, our inside workers, our outside workers, we have always maintained that the safety of our workers is important, and they have no choice. They have to go in the park. And I know that in August, and I know our staff are continuing to work every day, and housing options are becoming available and did become available for others who chose to stay in the park and did not have to. So please rule on that.
I'll take a moment. I'm ready to rule on whether or not the language in the amendment to the amendment forwarded by Councillor Swanson is in order. I'm going to rule that it is not, that it is out of order on the basis of Section 4.3 of our procedure bylaw, which says that the chair may refuse to open a motion for debate, in this case an amendment for debate, if I decide or decides the motion is out of order because it is not compatible with the purposes and objects of the Vancouver Charter, including the good rule and government of the city. We've heard from the city manager that there are concerns around staffing being put in this situation, so I'm ruling out of order on that basis. Great. Okay, so we're back to Amendment Q1, which was the amendment that was forwarded by Councillor Wiebe. And Councillor Swanson, do you have anything else to say to that? Nope. Anyone else on the queue? Okay, then I think we're ready to vote on that. And that would be in front of you. Yeah. Oh, just... Yeah, she shook her head. Sorry. So we're moving on, voting on the amendment as forwarded by Councillor Wiebe. Okay, so that passes 7-2 with Councillors DeGenova and Swanson in opposition. All right, so we are back to an amended motion. Councillor Wiebe, you still have the floor. Do you have any other comments to make?
Yeah, I think that this has been a dialogue that is needed to happen. I think that I really want to thank Councillor Dominato for her hard work, DeGenova for her hard work, Jean Swanson, everyone around, Pete Fry, Boyle, everyone around the table. I think that this has been a really important conversation for all of us to have. I think it's been difficult. I think I appreciate all the speakers. I think there was an amazing range of speakers that came and spoke on this over multiple nights. I know this isn't a dialogue that sometimes can be easy for us to have here at City Hall, and I really want to thank people from the park for allowing us down to spend time in the park to get a good understanding, and all the people that have really sent in input and letters and been involved in recognizing that we need to look at a different approach to looking at the situation we have. Currently, Vancouver has a really tough situation in multiple fronts, but it is tough as a Vancouverite to walk around this city, and doesn't matter what quadrant you're in anymore. You see elements of people that no longer feel connected, and that is something that, as a city council, I think I'm glad to see so many fellow colleagues want to step in and say, what can we do to change what we're doing? Because we need to connect people in every single way and be a city that truly, truly believes that together we can be better, and that we are better, and that people need to recognize that I find it so hard to walk past someone and just look to see if they're breathing and not be able to do something. We're in positions to do something. And so I'm glad we're going to start to continue to work. This is just one step. We have a lot more work to do. And I really appreciate all the work that the mayor and city staff have done to really push other levels of government to help, because right now we need all the help we can get. And I hope that Vancouverites step up as well and continue to help in this situation.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Before I move on to Councillor Dominato, we only have 2 people on the speakers list. I don't know if either of you have amendments, but we are at 10:10. I need a motion to extend this meeting to complete debate and decision on this matter. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. We don't really need one. All those in favor? Any opposed? Then we cannot extend the meeting. So let's try and talk fast. Councillor Weeb, you're finished. Councillor Dominato, we have 10 minutes. Councillor Dominato is next on the speaker's queue. Go ahead. But if we don't finish the vote by 10 o'clock, Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you. I do want to take a moment to thank Councillor Dominato and Councillor Weeb for their very thoughtful motion. I understand the difficulties, and I see them every day, not just at Oppenheimer Park, but there's a reason that I chose to do this job, and it wasn't to make promises I couldn't keep. It was to under-promise and over-deliver, and we might not be doing that for some people, but for others who have come to us and have thanked us and have told us that they have found housing because of us, it's important. In fact, just at City Hall the other day, there was a woman who reached out to me and asked me for housing. She is homeless with her young children. And it was heartbreaking to see that. It's one of the reasons that I chose to move into the nonprofit housing sector, to try and acquire more shelter rate units at $375 a month for people who have disabilities. I think it's hard to get into an SRO or a walk-up. Try finding that type of housing for someone in a wheelchair. So I don't just talk about this. I keep that job outside of that to keep myself current, to keep reminding myself why I do what I do. And although it's separate to this, I think it's very important to say that. I think it's very important that we all bring different lived experience to this. And I haven't heard one person here around the table say that they don't want to move the housing crisis forward and make sure that we make real change, make positive change and impact. That's not going to continue to happen while we are the third least affordable city to live in the world. And that's why I choose to vote for housing. I do want to say thank you to our staff. And I know that our city manager and our deputy city manager are here tonight, but I hope that you will take that back, and our clerks. I hope you'll take that back to staff throughout the organization. And I get emotional when I say this because our staff go to work every day, committed to their jobs. I've met staff that are very proud of their jobs. In fact, I know that there are staff at the Park Board office that have been there for over 25 years. To think about putting our staff in unsafe positions, knowingly, where we've been told that they've been abused, assaulted. Even just tonight, I understand our staff have not been spoken to appropriately, and they have been assaulted. And they may have brave faces, but I know that there's an impact on them. We talk about post-traumatic stress. I think it's time that we start to do something about that. I do have concerns. I'm not saying that they're more important than the people, but I do think that it's very, very important to remember and thank our staff. And I do want to do that. I would have added it to the motion, but I know it's redundant because we do it every day. So I would ask that the city manager and the deputy city manager would take that back. And I won't be able to vote for this motion because it means continuing to put our staff in an unsafe situation. And although it's not going to be the popular decision, I'm going to make the same decision I made in 2014 when a very contentious park board decided to no longer move forward with an injunction.
And you are
to
well
move
over
forward with an
time,
injunction.
actually.
So for that reason, I will not be voting for this motion. But thank you, Councillor Weeb, and thank you, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Dominato?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, I guess, a couple of comments, recognizing we don't have a lot of time. Want to thank Councillor Weeb for his collaboration in this, as well as other councillors in this motion. And I want to also acknowledge all the contributions for other councillors, as well as the mayor's efforts. I know the mayor is doing a lot of work provincially and federally to address homelessness and housing in our city. I also want to echo thanks to our staff and the work that they are doing every day. And
Look can just continue talking.
And so I do want to acknowledge the work of our staff. I also want to acknowledge the work of our first responders, whom I've spoken with, our deputy police chief as well as our fire chief about this motion, and why the motivation for bringing this motion forward is that we are deeply concerned about people. We're talking about people who are homeless, people who are needing services, mental health services, addiction services, needing to be connected to health services in our city. I believe in having a compassionate city. And I said this before, and we've said it, and is that this was about leaning in. And I think Councillor Weave spoke to this about collaboration, recognizing that these are complex issues and that no single jurisdiction or agency can deal with them. And that was part of the motivation behind this motion, as well as recognizing that we really need to be the outreach component about connecting people to services, as well as the supported employment initiatives, because we recognize that supported employment and peer employment initiatives help build esteem. They help give people a step up to part-time, full-time employment, build skills. And so I guess what I want to wrap on is that this is that this motion does come from that place of wanting to have an impact, a positive impact, and I think it simply builds on a lot of the work that is already underway in the city. And I think I'll wrap it up there, but I do appreciate all the contributions to date.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'm just trying another amendment I just sent.
Okay, Councillor Swanson, I'm going to rule that we cannot complete this item. We do not have enough time to be able to complete this item. I'm sorry, but
Call the question.
well, if we sever, we do not have time to complete it. I'm sorry, but we have 3 minutes and we do not have time to complete it.
I'd like to move a motion to complete the...
Yes, but we do not have time to complete that vote.
Sarah, move a...
You can sever tomorrow, but we cannot complete that time unless the decision to complete this item, the vote on this item, is reversed. I cannot let us proceed with a vote. Just a second, excuse me. Can you? I'm going to deal with Councillor Kirby-Yung first.
Thank you.
Only one person to speak, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you. I'd like to complete the point of order, which is, in my understanding, that any member has the right to sever, and a time constraint cannot trump a procedural right in the bylaw. So I would like you to confirm that is correct, and I'd like a ruling on that. No, I'm done. I'm done. We've done this every day and we're back tomorrow. I never not extend. I'm done. I understand that. But I'm not giving up the right to sever. And I don't think that we would ask that of everyone else. Pardon?
Okay, you have two issues in front of you. In order to close debate and call the question, we need a 2/3 vote. So I would, somebody call the question. I need a 2/3 vote of council to call the question, which means we would end the debate and move to vote. So how many are in favor of calling the question? Those opposed? Okay, that passes. So now we move on to the vote. In order to have, excuse me, I'm going to explain it. In order to vote and complete the vote, in order to vote and complete it, once we start the vote, we will continue it, but we need to rescind, and this does not The vote for timing does not overrule the 10 o'clock deadline. So we have to have a rescind motion. The rescinding motion has to come from the mover, which is Councillor Kirby-Young, and Councillor Kirby-Young would have to move to rescind, and it has to be a unanimous vote. So if there's a motion to rescind the motion we passed to end at 10, or to not extend, that needs to happen right now. Yep, it's on.
So I'll move to rescind.
Okay, all those in favor of rescinding so we can move to debate? Those opposed? Okay, we can rescind now. Now I need a motion to extend the meeting to proceed with the vote. Just have the vote. Just to have the vote. Yes, that's all those in favor of extending the meeting to have the vote? Any opposed? Okay, and now we need a vote to sever.
Move to sever.
Move to sever, and I just want the will of the group, move to sever. Anybody opposed to that? Fine, we're going to sever this motion. And we will proceed with a vote, and we will proceed with a Councillor. Absolutely. Go ahead, Councillor Dejan. Just 1 second, Dominato. Councillor Dominato.
Madam Chair, may we have a larger font size or have that blown up so we can see?
As I said before, perfect point of personal privilege.
Working on it.
Others take note. So, everybody good on that? We are voting on A. Yeah, I'm just like. And that, Councillor Kirby-Young, that's right. Okay, that has passed 7-2. Those in opposition, Councillors DeGenova and Swanson in opposition. And moving us along to B. B, and we have Councillors Fry and Swanson, Bly and Kirby-Young not yet voting on that.
It might be faster if people had a hard copy, so you have to keep toggling back and forth.
Yes, it is up on the screen. Councillor Swanson, are you ready to vote on this? Okay, great. That is on B. It's a 8-1 vote in opposition. Councillor DeGenova. Let's move to C. No points. I did receive a ruling from the chair. During a vote, no points of order, no points of privilege, no points of parliamentary procedure, no points at all. No points.
It's not a point, but
So perhaps the clerk can just. Councillors DeGenova, Boyle, Dominato have not yet. It's near, oh, it's in the, I'm sorry, good point. It's with running water near Oppenheimer Park. That language is not up there, but it's the end of the, further that paragraph. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Okay, that passes with a 6-3 vote. Those in opposition are Councillors DeGenova, Bly, and Kirby-Young. We are moving now to D. This is the City Committee to supporting and seeking funding from the provincial and federal governments to expand peer-based employment programs. Councillors Fry, Swanson, Boyle, Kirby-Young.
Sorry, Madam Chair, because we don't have a copy. I have to flip back and forth.
Is it big enough for you? No?
It's just I have to flip screens.
All right. So that's that passed 8-1 in opposition. Councillor DeGenova. We're now moving to E, which is just direct staff to seek provincial funding and participation to undertake a review of downtown Eastside services. And Councillor Kirby-Young? Good. That's also passes 8-1. Councillor DeGenova in opposition. On to F, which is increasing support the Vancouver Police Department, and it's called for increased mental health support. Councillors DeGenova and Boyle. And that passes 7-2 in opposition, Councillor DeGenova and Swanson. And on to G. G is Council calling on the province to increase vital wraparound services in the next provincial budget cycle. Councillor Kirby-Young? I'm sorry, I know you're going between screens. That also passes 8-1. Councillor DeGenova in opposition. On to H, that Councillor direct the mayor and staff to engage in a more coordinated approach with provincial ministers and more aggressively pursue land, etc. Councillor DeGenova? That does also pass 7-3. Councillors DeGenova, Bly, and Kirby-Young in opposition. And I, which is directing mayor and council to work aggressively for winter housing and shelter options that are better than tenting in parks, alcoves, etc. for 24/7. And that, let's see, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Swanson? That's your amendment. All right, and that passes also 8-1. Councillor DeGenova in opposition. We have completed this item, and so at this point we are going to be reconvening. Just one second. Good. Yep. All we need to do is let you know that the standing committee portion of this meeting is now recessed until Thursday, October 24th at 6 p.m., at which point we will also reconvene in council to move things. So thank you, council. That was a little intense, but we got through it.